Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own being. My own magical being. My own. My own magical being forever. My own. What's happening? Fire it up. Fire it up!
Fire it up.
Fire it up. A window of opportunity, a window into the future, to be free,
To be
free.
free.
A window opening up, a window that will one day close. Shut. A window,
This era we're in.
maybe a window that we should seize. A window
Of opportunity.
to choose to fly free.
Now is the time.
Now
Is the time.
to choose freedom.
Now in this matrix time.
Maybe the window opening up that we need.
You are free to choose
Free to believe.
whatever you wish.
I've shown much.
Evidence
The puzzle pieces
fit
and make perfect sense if you examine it all.
the model work.
It shows where we are.
What is going on?
This may be the window we need to fly free beyond this
Hell realm.
sewer matrix.
To be free.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Fly and be free.
Fly and be
Free.
now and for all of eternity. Be free.
Choose freedom.
Choose wisely.
Choose.
You must choose.
Choose wisely.
Ravens and crows.
Ravens and crows.
I love
My ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Spirit,
spirit
everything
is downstream.
from spirit,
Everything is downstream.
from spirit.
everything.
Spirit is paramount. Spirit is supreme. Here and beyond in waking life and in dreams.
Spirit imagines
Spirit can see
everything,
Spirit sees and remembers
everything.
Spirit creates.
Spirit is first.
Spirit is before
Consciousness,
culture,
art,
architecture,
race,
sex, heart,
love and hatred,
joy, genetics,
addictions
pain,
and pleasure,
humor,
wars,
laughter,
matter,
inventions,
politics,
goodness,
kindness and caring,
bodies,
beauty,
hobbies, evil and violence and ugliness. Spirit is first,
everything.
is downstream from
Spirit,
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 spirit contains,
everything,
imagines and creates.
everything.
Illuminates darkness.
Spirit is the light before the body. Spirit, spirit,
Spirit,
illuminates.
spirit,
Spirit,
spirit, spirit.
spirit.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
King is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his wings.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Hello, Maurice. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
Ooh, I. Ex profundis me insani, ars gratia artis, from the depths,
From the depths,
spell casting, spells everlasting. Ooh, depths.
From the depths.
Spirit, the power within me. My will is strong, my intention
Perfected.
from the depths.
Ooh, yeah. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
Hello, hello everyone. That song is called From the Depths. From the Depths. Well, that weren't just hello, hello. Pay attention, you might learn something. You might learn something in this video if you pay attention to understand. Try to understand. I'm going to show you some proof of shadow banning. Now here we are on one of my channels, El Diablo Radio International. I'm not trying to be condescending, but I know people can't pay attention for a few seconds. A lot of people can't listen and pay attention and learn and see the evidence. And that's what I want you to do in this video. Please, for once, I'm on my channel. As you can see, I just posted this video on Jack Talcott. There are other videos here as well that weren't just posted 6 minutes ago. Okay, this was posted the other day. 250 views on this one. And there's other videos on Talcott here as well. That's not all that there is. Here's another one, the famous Jack Talcott skid mark story. And there's more. So I've done videos, including short videos on Talcott, as I just showed you, for proof. Do they show up when people search for Jack Talcott? Do any of my videos show up when you do a YouTube search for Jack Talcott? There's the search bar. Okay, here we go. I typed in Jack Talcott. See that? Right beside YouTube Premium, Jack Talcott. Now what pops up? What pops up in this search? Let's see. All. So it's not just showing shorts or videos. It's showing everything. Or it's supposed to show everything. Now here's his videos. Latest from Jack Talcott. And then there's +8 more. You could click on that for more. Latest shorts from Jack Talcott. And then here's the other videos beyond shorts. So there should be videos made about Jack Talcott. There is one here, but that's not on El Diablo channel. I'll click on it to show you that. I'll prove it. Booyah! Hit it. It's on Bextra Lard Factor 666. So this pops up because this small channel is not shadow banned the way that the Sanity Machine is and El Diablo's shadow banned. That Bex channel is not shadow banned. So a short video shows up on Jack from that channel. And there's smaller views here. 326 views. So it isn't the view count. It's that whole channels are being shadow banned. Like El Diablo Radio International and the Sanity Machine are being shadow banned by YouTube. Okay? because this channel's not shadow banned and it has only 120 views or 121, something like that. So the Bextra Large channel is not shadow banned. And videos from that channel show up in the search results, searching for Jack Talcott. I'm going to make it as simple as possible for people to understand. Videos made about Jack Talcott with Jack Talcott's name in the title and hashtags do not show up from El Diablo, Radio International, or the Sanity Machine, because two of my channels are shadow banned. So you can search and it won't show up. The videos don't show up. It's like they don't exist. It's like my channels don't exist. It's very difficult to find my channels on YouTube. So searching for Jack Talcott, you'll miss all those videos that I've made exposing him on El Diablo, Radio International, and on the Sanity Machine. But other channels will show the videos because they're not shadow banned. Demon Slayer's shit channel's not shadow banned by YouTube. So when he makes a video on Jack Talcott, like this one, it shows up. When there's a video with small views, 121 views, on the Bextra Large channel, it shows up because that channel is not shadow banned by YouTube. Okay? This should be easy to understand. Unfortunately, some people can't pay attention for a whole 2-3 minutes to understand anything. I'm trying to show you proof of shadow banning. I hope this is clear enough, but I'm not going to continue to make videos explaining it. I'm not, because there's something wrong with many of you in the world that can't understand simple things like this. When I'm showing proof, I'm scrolling. It's all Jack Talcott. Where are all my videos coming up with Jack Talcott in the title and featuring footage of Jack Talcott saying things, exposing him, debunking him, proving what he is? Where are they? Well, my channels are shadow banned, so they don't show up here. It's that simple. It's not difficult to understand. It's very easy.
Who are you? My will is strong. Pound the drums. Pound the drums all night long. I stand here as a free-spirited being. I stand here against evil and demons seething. I stand here, Viking strong.
My will is strong.
My will is strong.
Pound the drums
All
night
long. myself. I know who I am. I can never be destroyed. My spirit is wild. I can never be contained by your realm's sanity. Madness, be thy name. My will is strong. Viking strong.
Pound the drums
All night long. Creatures cannot harm me. I eat demons for breakfast. Help the good spirits to freedom and fuck the rest. Fuck the rest. My will is strong.
My will is strong.
Pound the Viking drums
All night long.
all night long. Viking strong.
My will is strong.
My mind is strong.
My spirit is strong.
Forever long.
Forever. Forever.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning. It's good to see you. My will is strong. I want to let everyone know. You can see on the screen, the Sanity Machine is back. You can see on the screen, the Sanity Machine is back. It's back up and running. It is back. Some of the videos are back. 1,200 I've added. Not all of the videos. There's more videos than that. There's more videos. There's more live streams. I think I might have added, I'm not sure how many live streams, maybe 50 of the newest ones. But there's plenty more videos. I don't know if I'll add them all. I don't know how long this channel, how long I'm going to keep running my channels. So it's now or never time. It's your last chance to really learn something. Now people will say that's narcissistic, that's this, whatever. You want to watch shit channels forever? Go ahead. They're not going to help you. I've proven that. I've shown these shit channels for years now, covering what they showing what they cover. I've reviewed them. I've analyzed them. I pointed out that what they're feeding you for shekels is not going to help you. Go ahead and ponder fake space, fake moon landings, this, that, the other, fake NASA, blah, 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 blah. Tony Sayer shit sandwiches, chakra removal, this, that. It's not going to help you. It should be obvious to you by now. I shouldn't have to tell a single one of you on my channel that that won't help you. It should be obvious. I shouldn't need to say another word about it. And it is frustrating that I've spent years trying to get certain things through to people, and it's reached few. So if my channels go away, you will be left with shit channels on YouTube. Period. I've asked people for years to show me the great channels that are comparable or comparable, as some people say, to mine, that are doing the work I'm doing for free at this level. And no one's ever been able to do it. Not once in all these years. Not once. So it is back for now. I don't know how long I'm going to keep doing this. I don't know. It might be your last chance to learn something that actually is meaningful, spiritual, and important. I don't know if that'll get through to people because people are so addicted to shit in this realm. They have no taste at all in music, in truth channels, in almost anything. Most beings walking this earth have no taste at all. I could show them a gourmet Italian restaurant or gourmet European restaurant with a steakhouse, with steaks and great sides and appetizers and prime rib as well, sliced in front of you. Great big slices of prime rib. And they'd say, I don't want that. I want to go eat out of the sewer, because that's what people want. That's what it looks like to me. Whether you like it or not, whether you can understand it or not, I think most of you are so far gone on this earth, you can't even tell what I'm talking about. You prefer shit. You digest and gobble up shit every day. And I see it all the time. I see people from my channel on shit channels when they could be here learning something. They don't want this. And you've shown it with the views as well. 33 views, 36 views. These videos 2 years ago, 3 years ago, used to get 1,000 or more views. So less of you are interested as my channel gets more and more shadow banned as well. It takes a toll because I'm doing a lot of work and very few of you seem interested on earth. So be it. See if you get out, because the recycling bin is calling you. And that's not a threat. That's the default. That's where you're headed. Right here. Unless you do something to avoid that outcome. That is the fate of most of humanity. In my view, almost every being on this earth gets recycled. It's very difficult to get out because you have to do some work. You have to do some studying, some thinking. You have to exert some effort and energy and do something to avoid this. And most people don't. They don't even think about what happens after death. That's just the very, very tip of the iceberg. And most people never do the work or the thinking. For me, thinking isn't work. It's enjoyable to think and ponder. It's pleasurable even to think. But I don't believe that's the case with most humans. I see many of you struggling and going, oh, it hurts my brain to think about this stuff, or I hate when he tells us to pay attention. You're not wired like me. And you've shown me that. You're not spiritually like me. You're not mentally like me. And I don't mean brainy or this or that. I just mean you can't focus. The attention span of humans is just, it's surreal. It's almost unbelievable. It's like being in a movie, watching zombies. That's what it's like. And you treat it like it's work to go through my Esoterica series, a beautiful series of videos that I put together with images, with meaningful words, with poetry, with truth, with spiritual wisdom, with music. I put it all together, almost like small cinematic or little short films or something. That's what I've tried to do for free. Hundreds of videos. And they're not all here yet, because there's some that I made in recent weeks on El Diablo channel that are not here in this playlist on the Sanity Machine. So this isn't even all of them. This is 176 videos, but there's more to be added. So yes, it's a growing number. I might reach 200 and then stop and say, I tried. I tried. But how many want truth, real truth in this realm? And how many of you want the surface level? How many of you want to laugh at NASA and the fake, ridiculous stuff that's obvious for the next 20 years? And then pat yourself on the back. I'm so smart. I'm such a baby. I'm a baby truther. They say I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I can tell NASA's fake. And you get stuck at that level and it just looks pathetic. How's that going to help you in the deathbed scenario, which some of you will face, or you'll pass away without that last deathbed chance to ponder things? You'll just pass away in your sleep some night, or you'll get hit by a car, or something will happen. You'll be taken out quickly. So be it. Don't think. Just follow the Baby Truther channels. How many warnings do you need? If almost 4 years isn't enough, do you need 40 years? I have to wonder how slow you are. Most people in this realm will let on, oh, I'm catching on to your hell realm model, Stephen. And then the next day they're just gobbling up Baby Truther shit for hours. It's remarkable how two-faced people can be how fake they can be, how much pretenders they can be. Just fake, phony, garbage, fake people, phony people, addicted to baby truther shit, fake space, fake galaxies, fake NASA, fake this, just lowest level. And they just stay there for years and years and years and years. And then some of them even say that this isn't my model, that I don't have my own model. Really? I don't have my own model. Take a look at the screen again. There's my Esoterica series. I not only have a model, I put hundreds of videos together, not just with this series, but other series as well. God's Plan series, Esoterica series, Alchemical Gold, and standalone videos that were not part of a series. Thousands of videos over the years, plus live streams that describe my model with guests. I have a very clear, coherent model that makes sense. I've written songs about it. I've shown you in words, in songs, lyrics, in images, in videos, live streams, with guests, conversations. I've shown you in images, memes, every which way. If you can't understand by now, that's on you. There's something wrong with you, not just mentally, but spiritually. And I don't want you around me. I'm very blunt about that, very direct. I'm not wishy-washy. It's not something you have to scratch your head and go, it's very cryptic. How do I understand this? I don't want you around me if you're a zombie or a demon that can't fucking understand at this point what I've done, what I've put out there. Because it's extremely clear and it's a lot of work. I've spent tens of thousands of hours and decades putting this together and handing it to you for free. And then you'll lie and say it's not clear. It's not coherent. It's not his model. Well, fuck you. Any of you that do that, any of you. And fuck you, any of you that pretend that I'm your friend and then treat me like a stranger. Any of you. Fuck you, any of you two-faced Janices that treat me one way one day and a different way entirely the next day. Fuck you. Fuck you. Where are you going? I'll show you. Here's where you're headed. You're going to take another spin in the recycling bin out of your laziness, ignorance, ego, smugness, narcissism, to name a few things. You're going in the bin. And then after that, where are you going? You're going to be sealed in with diamond Jesus to burn. Okay? And here, no care, stay here with demons. This meme. So here's demon Jesus. You can spend eternity here. You can call it the season of little evil. You can call it whatever you want. But you're fucking retarded. You know why? Because no God would have a season or a little season of evil. Figure it out. No good God would do that, dummy. Dumbass. No good God would say, well, it's going to be just a little season of 1,000 years of you tortured and suffering and evil running wild. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit with a good being, a good, caring being, or even a neutral, benevolent being, which means it's not evil. Neutral, benevolent, or good, caring. Doesn't fit. Only an evil being would sit there and say, there's going to be a little season I created. I'm going to do nothing to intervene, and I created the little season. I'm going to let the devil rule for a little season on earth and torture children. Then it's not a good God. Then it's not a good deity or a good being. You got it? It's not difficult to understand. But you know why you don't understand it? Because you're spiritually fucked up. That's why. You're immoral. You're evil. You're spiritually fucked if you think it's okay for a quote-unquote God to create a little season of evil here. and you do mental gymnastics, which shows me what you are. It's very clear to me. Very clear. There aren't that many moral, strong, good spirits in this realm, and that's obvious and plain to see. Now, you can deny that. You're free to do that, and I'll show you where that leads. I'll make it clear for you. Put it up on the screen visually. Deny the truth, deny what's right and moral and good, stand with evil, and here you go. You just take another spin in the bin. And it won't just be one spin, because one spin leads to another lifetime and more recycling. And you've earned it. And then eventually the realm gets sealed. And you fucking stay here. Once it's sealed, you can't get out. Even if you say, but I want to. That's what a lot of you do that are evil. But I don't want that. I don't want to face consequences for my evil, some have said here. But I don't want that, Stephen. But you keep harassing me. You'll face consequences. Keep denying the truth. Keep pretending that the realm's good. Or it has some flaws that we need to fix. It's gone downhill. It's not fucking designed this way, the way that I've described and proven. Of course. A lot of you want to defend this realm, and you want to defend that evil monster and call it a god and say that we're in God's little season of evil for the devil to rule. You'll make all the excuses in the world because you support evil. You support evil. All right. So anyway, this is my Esoterica series. What does that mean? For the ones that just tune in for the live streams. I have right there with the playlist, it's a public playlist, the greatest series. And it is the greatest series. Now, if somebody can prove that wrong, show me a series that's better, that's more accurate, that's more meaningful, that's more truthful. That's all you have to do. Show me. Don't just tell me about it, though. You have to show me, prove it. Hello, Wendy. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. And 100% the recycling to those that play friend one day and a few hours later are ignoring you and calling it that person or him with his model and blah, blah, or his ideas or beliefs. Recycling and then sealing in.
Yes, I agree. And I think morally, they're going to realize they can't get through the gate, the narrow gate.
Yes.
A lot of these creatures make the mistake of believing that all they have to do is know not to go into the light, and they ignore everything else I've said. They're that lazy, and they don't pay attention. She doesn't pay attention, even when I speak live with her. And Salty Siren picked up on it privately and mentioned where Rose just didn't pay attention when I was talking about the monster, and she doesn't retain knowledge. She doesn't pay attention. She doesn't listen.
If she cared to learn, she could have learned so much, and running back to the moon and planets and low-level physical things isn't helping. And she had so many chances, and, well, it'll be recycling, and you can't say that she wasn't given time or had any of her questions asked or answered, so.
Yeah, she spent many hours with me where she was free here live on my show as a guest and on hers. Hours and hours. The last live stream I did with her the other night was over 3 hours, I think. She could have asked me anything. She had an opportunity to have any questions answered. So what excuses does she have? I'd say none. I'd say she doesn't want the truth. And she'll laugh it off and think it's funny, just like she did years ago when Russian Vids was calling her and Jeranism and Alex Stein and what's that other creature? There's a Jewish flat earther. I can't think of his name at the moment. I can't think of it, but he would appear on that show. And they ended up, Jeranism channel, making a show called The Baby Truther Show, where they were all kind of singing and bouncing around and dancing and mocking it, mocking that they were called baby truthers by Russian Vids, which she's now friends with. I don't know if she was years ago, but she said that she's friends with him. She's friends with a lot that are kind of famous ones in the trutherverse of shills that are famous and have made money and taken donations for all these years. I've never taken a donation, never asked, never accepted, never wanted any, don't need any. But Russian Vids has taken donations for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years. Jeranism has. The Ceiling Fan Man has. Crow 777 has a paywall. It's a pay channel. They all are. All of them.
Yes, it's all about money and the physical, which is completely opposite to the spiritual and freedom. So they demonstrate what they deserve and what they're interested in, and they all belong here.
Yes, they do. They put shekels over everything. Shekels, money, clout, fame, all the stuff of this realm, all the material stuff of this place, all the superficial shit. That's why I call them shit channels. One of the reasons, not just the donations. Their focus is shit. The way they come across is shitty. The way they treat people often on these channels is shitty. They are shit channels through and through. That's why I used to say Wendy in private. I never embarrassed her on the show here or while she was in the chat, but I would say to Louise in private, "Are you going in the sewers again, Louise?" She didn't like that. But I meant the shit channels. And she'd talk about there being gold nuggets, and she's sifting through turds and sewage looking for something and trying to find something because she couldn't take it that my channel's one of a kind. I don't think Louise ever really acknowledged that my channels are one of a kind, because that would sting her ego, because then she learned from someone that she couldn't figure out on her own. And this is the way, this is a huge mental psyche roadblock for many humans. I remember reading Geniuses. I think you asked me recently about certain books. I haven't read very many books in years, though. I used to read a lot. I used to read in the early 2000s, just book after book after book. But I tried to read the whole collection of Antonin Artaud, for example, a French writer, a surrealist, part of the surrealist group in the 1920s or 30s, right before World War II. And during that time, he was locked up in insane asylums. They called him insane. They gave him electroshock. They tortured him. They did all sorts of things. And he was a man of creative genius. That's one that I studied. I tried to find and buy every book of his collective works, which is very difficult to do because some of his books are very rare and they're hard to track down. You have to find, they're no longer in print. You have to find used copies, and rare books can be expensive. But I was willing to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars per book if I could find certain books of his to try to complete my collection in the early 2000s, around, I don't know, 24 years ago or something. And I wrote an essay and published it about him. And I studied him, and I studied every genius that I could. Not out of envy, not out of hatred, not out of jealousy, not out of, oh, I wish I could be like that, and I destroy them and hate them for discovering things. Or he would talk about suffering in his poems, and he would write about God and things like that. And he was a rebellious madman of a poet. And he lived a very, very different life. And he was very admired in his time by thinkers and even by young people when he was older. He was eccentric, and he was very creative, and he was an actor in movies and early cinema, early films. He was in plays. He was in theater. He wrote screenplays. He wrote plays. He did all sorts of things. He did drawings. He wrote poetry. He wrote essays. He wrote letters. He was what's known as a comprehensive genius. He's someone that I studied decades ago. That's one example. And there are others that I studied as well. I could talk all night about that. And that's what I did. But I didn't just look at these people with hatred saying, oh, they think they're so smart and they're famous. And I don't do that. I tend to look at people with curiosity. Whereas I notice in this realm, a lot of people look at me with hatred and envy and say, he's this, he's that, he's this. And it's just vitriol and vile venom that they spew out. And they're just, it's the way they are. And then a lot are two-faced, Janices. Well, they will pretend to be my friend and pretend that they're listening and pretend that they are interested in me or what I'm saying or sharing or my artwork, but they're not. They're pretenders. And there's a lot of pretenders in this realm. What are your thoughts on two-faced pretenders, Janices? How many do you think there are in this realm? Because I see it as the majority at this point. There's been thousands on my channels over the years.
The number of them is probably like the number of psychopaths, way more than what is comfortable to think about. And when you find a comprehensive artist, a wise person will, or a being rather than person, will want to learn from them, not hate them or envy them. Thank you
I
for...
think genius is one of the most envied, hated. Sorry, I think genius is one of the most envied and hated things on earth and misunderstood, except if they're evil and using that genius to control or harm or poison humanity, then they're applauded and put on Time magazine covers and TV and in the media, and millions idolize them if they're evil.
That's true. The evil geniuses are emulated as well, and heroes. And when someone like you, who has only pure and good intentions, comes along, the natural instinct of their spirit, because everything comes from spirit, is to hate and envy and try and destroy and steal and, you know, ridicule and mockery. All those characteristics that are within their spirit come out, and it's completely undeserving because you never start trouble. It's always people attacking you out of malicious intentions, and all you're doing is defending yourself, which is entirely appropriate to do that.
Yeah, as Finkelstein made the video about Jade Tarot and me, claiming, quote, the devil is harassing the dead. Who knows that she's dead? Who started it? Who made 7 or 10 videos about me, tagging me, mentioning my channel name in the title? She did. And I don't have a right to respond to almost 2 handfuls of videos bashing me when I come upon them, stumble upon them when I was searching for the Sanity Machine. That's when they came up. That's when I saw them. Otherwise, I would have responded long ago, but I have every right to respond to videos made about me. Whenever. Whether the person's still on YouTube or possibly still on this earth, I don't know. I don't know for sure. But I do have the right to respond to someone that tags me, looking for attention, begging me to respond. Yes, I have every right to respond, just like I have every right to review any video that's public on YouTube. So does everyone else. If you make something public, people are allowed to talk about it and voice their thoughts, just like in real life beyond YouTube, in person. If somebody's yelling in the fucking street, I have the right to say they're a fucking idiot. They're dangerous. What are they yelling about? What are they doing? I don't have to sit there silently and take it and just listen and say nothing. I have the right to speak, and I have the right to say what I think when someone is desperately making videos about me. Even if I discover them a year or 2 years later, I have the right to comment on people that are talking about me. Salty left a comment on that saying, how dare you comment on that? She was being sarcastic. How dare you comment on videos that are made about you with you tagged and her calling you a little bitch and begging you to respond and review and make a response video. I have every right to do that. I don't know if she's alive or not. She disappeared. How am I supposed to know what happened to her? Doesn't matter anyways. My right is still my right, whether she's gone, alive, dead, whatever. I still have every right. Just like if a family member's spoken ill of me and they've passed away and I talk about them and somebody says, what do you think of them? And I say, well, they were a fucking asshole. They were abusive. And somebody says, oh, don't say that. They died 2 years ago. So what? I'm still going to say what I think. They're not protected because of that. They died and got recycled, so I can't say anything. That doesn't make any sense at all. That doesn't remove my ability to speak my mind.
Exactly. Being under the soil isn't a free pass to everything you've done in your life beforehand, and I've had that in real life as well, where if you say something honest about the person who's deceased, it's like silence or or a sneer or a funny look, or and I was going to say Salty makes excellent comments, so she's just got a really good way of putting things, as do RI and Ren, and I enjoy seeing the comments from others.
Me too. I enjoy seeing funny comments, intelligent comments, insightful, meaningful comments, not comments or people just trying to get me to read books and do book reviews for them. It's stupid,
True,
stupid
those are
shit like
stupid
that.
ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Those dummies that do that, like they couldn't make a worse first impression or impression on me with that stupid shit. It's absolutely ridiculous and entitled and stupid. But as for Jade Tarot, I even said that was my favorite YouTube channel for a while. That's why I covered her, because she made me laugh with her snorting and her drugged out way and everything about it. I thought it was funny. Her bathrobe, her rubbing her snotty on her bathrobe arm cuff, all of it. I mean, it was comedy.
It was funny, and she should have been pleased if she's around to actually get some free publicity. So
I gave her the attention she was begging for. She said she's begging me. Well, she got it. And if she was alive and able to come on here live where Wendy is right now, I would have a talk with her at any time. It's still open. If she comes onto YouTube again and finds this, hop on here, Jade Tarot. I'll have a conversation with you. I tried to email her a while ago and invite her on here, by the way, in case people don't realize. I said, I'd love to talk with you one-on-one. I'd love it. Because she was saying, I'd love it. I'd love it to talk to you. I'd love it. Well, I'd love it too. I'm not afraid of you for a second. What do you have to prove that I'm not speaking truth? Insults, saying you're a little bitch, ad hominems? Is that all you have? I could just say you come across like a weirdo snorting drug addict. Easily. You fire at me, you're going to get something fired back. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a man. I don't care if you're a woman. I don't care if you're one that doesn't know your gender, that's confused with a big honking nose. If you're a Mr. Big Nose, or if you're a Kai with a big nose, I don't care what the person is. They don't get a pass that way.
that's true. No passes, and she definitely was attention seeking and wanting your review and your videos to come out, about her.
Absolutely. Because she made at least 7 that I counted. There might have been more videos about me in a short span of time. Tagging me, bashing me, but never debunking me. Consulting tarot cards and then just making up shit that was bashing me. Doing fake readings as though the cards lent her some authority or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just a rambling drug addict. I don't care if it's a creature like this. If they're talking about me saying, well, you can't say something back because then you're transphobic, I'll say whatever I think. That's what I'll do. And if I see a big schnoz I'll say it's a big schnoz. Why wouldn't I? Evil
Exactly.
doesn't like it when you say what you see. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I think there's a lag on this line here, but exactly, they don't like it when you just mention what's in front of you, and that's why they react so much with all the truth that you put out, like in your music as well, and your esoterica videos. All you're showing is truth that you see that other people don't see. So you're doing a massive favor, sort of mentioning it and putting it right there for free in a beautiful way.
I try to show people what I see, and I also try to teach people how to see. I've spent a lot of effort and energy and time. For example, this thing on the screen. He's just one example of many I've shown. So some people get all hung up. Why bashing Landry? It's not about Landry. It's not about this creature. It's about being able to spot demons. I don't have a quote unquote beef with this particular demon. I'm against all demons. Nothing personal. I try to teach people how to spot demons. Look at the demonic energy. Look at the expression on the face. Look how black the eyes are. I try to point things out so that people can spot them themselves. I'm trying to help people learn how to see demons that are on YouTube, elsewhere on the internet, and in real life, right in front of them, in person. You could be standing in a line or a queue somewhere to get fish and chips. You could be standing in a grocery store to get some food, and you could encounter a creature that has dark energy, a dark look to them, a dark aura, whatever you want to call it. Not just black eyes, but just darkness and evil. And that's what comes across here. Darkness. And this wasn't him trying to be dark. He was with that chick that spent time with him, Ezra, that went to Dallas to stay with him. And they were in an elevator making a YouTube video. And I took a screenshot showing this is what it is. This is what it is. And it's right there. It looks demonic because it is demonic. That's why.
That's such an excellent teaching. It looks this way because it is that way. And with the demons, they do have that aura around them, like a dirtiness, and you can sense it as well, like in your gut area of the body kind of thing, even without zooming in on their eye shape or their pupils. And there's just something else about them, and you have worked tirelessly to teach how to see them. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome, Wendy. Now, some people, demons watching this, would say, well, Wendy's a cult follower because she just agreed with King Stephen. Any agreement with me makes someone into a cult follower in their minds. It's so ridiculous. It's so laughable what they do, and that people can't see through it. Look at his energy. Look at the hunched shoulders. You can't even see his neck. He's hunching his shoulders up. He's got that darkness, not just the pupils, but around the eyes, there's darkness. And it was fairly decent lighting in that elevator. It has overhead lighting. Elevators are fairly well lit. They're not the most dark places, especially the one that he was in. There's a total darkness to these creatures that comes through. They do look dirty, and there's that dirty feeling to them, as you expressed. It's like they're just gross. They're gross. And that's why I say it a lot of times. I know I've said it on here, must be hundreds of times on my live streams. They're gross. And that's the feeling I get. Like they're just gross. And they come across that way as smelly. And it isn't just bad hygiene. This is the superficial way that baby truthers take it, and people that don't want to look at the truth. They'll never call them demons. They'll call them anything else. They might agree, say, yeah, he kind of looks stinky, but they'll stop short of ever calling it a demon. And you're just cheating yourself. Because if you don't go all the way to see that you're in a demonic realm, how are you going to get out? You think you're good. Some on my channel believe they're good beings for never calling demons demons. They think somehow, well, I'm better than Steven. At least I don't call them demons, because they think demons is an insult. They think it's akin to me going up to someone that's a good person, which I'd never do. But they think I would do this, walk up to them and call them, you're a fucking asshole. They have me so wrong, they don't even know what I'm like at all. But they think I call them demons as an insult. They don't realize that I'm calling demons demons. I'm calling them what they are, just like I'd call a hippo, or a crocodile, a crocodile. It's not an insult. It's not used as an insult. It's used as an accurate description that fits them, like this one on the screen. This ugly, gross, disgusting, dark energy demon. And it is a demon. That's why I call it that.
It's like if people are battling to think of what a spirit is, like an X-ray shows bones inside a meat suit, and then there's the spirit that you can't X-ray, and that's all you're doing is pointing out what a spiritual X-ray would provide.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it, Wendy. Thank you. I agree. It's showing what's on the inside, just like an X-ray shows what's within the bone structure. I'm trying to reveal the spirit that's in them. And a lot of what I do is screenshotting them or showing video of them. It's not just screenshots, but when it comes to us chatting, I can just put up screenshots on the screen of them. I can show you. But I've shown hours of footage, video footage from his live streams, this creature here. I've shown hours of this creature here as well. His voice and his image, this creepy Keith. Total creep, total demon, violent, makes violent threats. They're all violent. This one is, and this one is violent, and this one, and obvious little Derek DiCarlo, little D, and this one here will say it's not violent, but it supports. It gave at least 900, if not 1,000 or more dollars, US dollars, to little Derek, supporting someone that talked to this creature on the screen about wanting to murder me. Yeah, that came out. Private talks. So yes, they support violent, murderous demons that have been to jail, that have been arrested on domestic violence charges, assault and battery in the home, that I discovered years ago when I did a criminal background check on that creature, little D. This thing's the one that said, "Oh, I love him so much. I love him so much." They all love these violent demons. They stick together. And this is best friends now with Jeremy from The Real People. They're always over at their live stream. They always stick together. And I've revealed that pattern, I think, in ways that I've never seen anyone else do on YouTube with so-called truthers and truther channels and panelverse channels. I've exposed the whole thing. I blew the lid off the whole thing, showing how it's a network. It's a group. It's a club of them. It's a hive mind where they stick together. And a lot of people don't want to admit to that. Well, so be it. Not facing the truth of this realm, it does the opposite of helping you get freedom. It just anchors you here. And I've explained this to people so many times. But if they can't pick up on the demonic energy of these things and the darkness of them and how they always support violence and violent threats, most of them have made violent threats against me. This one here has Creepy Keith, Cockroach, Rebellious Meth Puppet. This one here has made violent threats right on his stream. I challenged him to come and do it. Call me a little bitch to my face and try to reach out and grab me by my throat and choke me or pick me up or whatever he said he could do. Try it. 1,000 US dollars. He wasn't interested when I emailed him. He didn't want that. He wants to make violent threats, but he doesn't want to follow through with someone that says, "I'm not afraid of you. Let's come and do it. Come and try it." I'll have somebody holding the cash money in their hand. If you're able to do that, they'll hand it to you right away. Say, "Here, it's yours." I know you can't do it. I know you'd end up in the hospital if you tried that, just like this creature. And little Derek and others. So they are violent, these demons, and I've exposed that. I've exposed their threats, their violence, their plotting, all sorts of things. And people don't have an excuse anymore, Wendy, to say, "Well, I just didn't see it, Stephen," or there's no excuses left. That's the best part. Because when this is shut down, there's no excuses. People can't say, "Well, you didn't tell me." I did hundreds of times. I told you. I showed you. I showed evidence. Sometimes I showed screenshots of their emails and threats and video of their threats and all sorts of things. I exposed what they are, and I exposed what this realm is, not just YouTubers. I've shown that they're part of it, and I've shown exactly what this realm is.
You have exposed them all, and their network, their hive mind nature as well. And only a demon would side with other demons. It just shows what kind of spirit they are, because to foolishly finance a violent, evil demon, well, a good spirit wouldn't do that. So it just indicates exactly what these big honkers are.
Big honkers, yes. This thing here.
Yeah.
Honk, honk. I mean, can you imagine being born a girl with a honker like that?
Oh,
That's almost like a deformity, isn't it? I mean, my goodness, girls don't have honkers like that. What is going on?
oh, oh.
That thing
You
could
could,
do a duel with Tony Sayers, Mr. Big Nose. They could have a nose fight. Instead of using swords, they could just use their noses. Oh, it's incredible. And just to refresh people's memory, Mushroom Coyote knew that little Derek, was building, we'll call them suicide machines, and trying to teach people how to self-exit on his channel. She or it knew all of that was going on. I had exposed Derek for being violent, for being an abuser of women, for being interested, we'll say it, I think it's called MAPS or something, minor attracted person is little Derek. He's attracted to 14, 13-year-olds. I exposed that years ago. Mushroom had access to all of that information about little Derek and still knew that Derek had made violent threats against me, doxing, threatening to stalk me, threatening to swat me with everything, extortion attempts, was aware of all that 10 months ago, a year ago, and still supported that demon. So yes, Mushroom is a knowing demon that supports another demon. There's no excuse for it. And when I say that the spirit sees, I do see. And I can't explain, and I won't even attempt it, to explain all that I do see or how I see. And I won't give away all of my secrets on YouTube or in this realm. They're in for some surprises, is what I will say. They don't know everything about me, and they don't know everything that I'm capable of doing spiritually. But they'll see. In the end, they're going to find out. They're going to find out what I see and how much I know about these creepy, vile creatures that some people insist on supporting. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the ones in the UK that insist on supporting Packies when they've abused in horrendous ways more than one generation of women, children, girls, and some boys. It wasn't all girls. There were boys harmed and murdered as well by these gangs of anti-white demons. And that's what I call them. I call them demons because they are demons. I call them evil because they are evil. And there's a big push to get those words removed out of people's vocabulary. So nobody calls them demons. Nobody calls them evil. Nobody points out that they were Pakis and Muslims. You're supposed to just ignore all of that and just say, oh, well, they did abuse. No, that's minimizing it to the extreme. They are evil demons. That's what they are.
they are evil demons, and none of them belong in this country, or your country, or any other Western country. They're evil.
Even the
and they're
ones that
demons.
didn't do that.
Oh, the supporters. The supporters go as well. The families have known. I'm listening to the Asmongold, his long video, and I'm doing it in chunks. And the families were downstairs while things went on upstairs. There's no ways that any of those families get a free pass. None of them. Neither do the neighbors, the shopkeepers, anyone in the circle right through. It doesn't matter what race they are. The nurses, the child services, the police. every single teachers, taxis, the whole gamut, all of them. And when they're all gone, there'll be so much housing. We won't have to be building more houses for anyone. There'll be plenty of a place for people to live, not crammed into a tiny little place.
I agree, Wendy, and I will put it out there. Asmund from Asmund Gold Channel said that he would give them the death penalty. I totally agree. All of
I
them
agree. All of them.
that were
All of
involved.
them. Yeah.
All of them, including the families that knew that's complicit with torture, with rape, with murder in some cases, with horrendous abuse. They don't deserve to live.
They
And I
don't.
would not be quote unquote humane about it. And then I would ship the ones that have never been accused or convicted of a crime. They would all be deported, floated away. The
Yeah.
quote unquote innocent ones is what I mean, would be sent
Yes.
out of England, out of Canada, out of our countries. Clear house. That's
Yes.
what needs to happen.
It has
And
to happen. Yeah.
it has to. We can't live this way. It never should have happened to begin with. These crimes, again, that these crimes that are just almost unspeakable in how brutal and evil they are, demented, evil, deranged, sickening, beyond words, beyond any words that I could say. There are no words powerful enough to describe. And I would be, in a word, I would be brutal towards these demons. I wouldn't have any mercy on them whatsoever. And it would be done in public and televised, including in Pakistan, India, wherever they're from, Middle Eastern ones. But from what I understand, it was 95 or something close to that, or 97% Pakistani, Paki gangs, grooming gangs, and Muslims that are responsible. But the cops that were complicit or involved and participated or knew about, they would be burned alive as well. I would
Yeah.
burn them in public on tied to a stake, and that's being generous. They would go through I'll just put it this way, for YouTube's sake, they would go through things before that event would happen. That would be the crescendo of their death for their crimes that they committed. And this would be public so that people would be shown, you don't mess with our children. You don't do this ever, you demons. You never do this. You'll never get away with it, and you're going to suffer if you ever attempt this. That's what should have been going on long ago.
I agree. And all the victims of it would be able to, well, they'll never have peace, but then that'll be the only kind of justice that's justice, because some of them are getting out with only having done a third of their time, and they're living in fear about, when having to move homes and just uplift their lives, and there's no peace. And it must be millions, when they say 250, and then if that's only 20% that's been reported, because I can imagine records being burnt and bad press being avoided. It's probably so many. And then it's also the families, the sisters, the wives, the children, the whole family gets affected from it. It's not just that, and I completely agree with what you were suggesting. And Asmund Gold was saying evil, and it was good to hear that word being used, and he's used it often.
I agree. And sometimes other than him and a few others, it seems like years and years go by before I hear that word, except for me using it on YouTube. I mean, ones with channels. And obviously, I don't have a big channel. I don't have millions of subscribers. I wish I could reach that many with the truth. So I do applaud him for having a huge channel and speaking about this topic, using his platform to put out the truth about this, because it is important that millions and millions of people are reached if they don't watch television and they don't watch news. And some people on my channel even will dismiss it, saying they don't watch news. And it's been they just can't understand. I guess they can't understand the scale of what has been done, as Rupert Lowe said, never should have happened. And I was saying that years ago when I first heard about the grooming gang, sorry, and I think Rotterdam, somewhere like that in the UK,
Yeah.
many years ago. I was
And
hearing
Rochester.
about it years ago and watching videos, and I was hoping this would finally be exposed because I knew it was real. And back then, 10 years ago, things were coming out in 2015, 11 years ago, and about what was going on various places in Germany and the UK. And we were just called conspiracy theorists. Oh, that's a right wing conspiracy, alt right conspiracy theory. I was around back then, and I was on other social media trying to reach people in various ways. I've tried everything I could to reach people, and it barely reaches anyone, which is very disheartening. Barely anything reaches anyone. And when it comes to what happened there, it's demonic. There should be no mercy for them whatsoever. And anyone that shows mercy or quote unquote mercy or compassion, it's showing what they are. And a lot of these lefties don't want anything to happen to them because they're poor brownies and they don't care about the victims. That's what it shows. And I've been talking about that for years, saying people stop crying for demons, save your tears for real victims in this realm. And there's a lot of real victims in this place. And look how many there are in the UK. Ones that should have never been victimized, should have never been harmed that way ever in their lives, ever. I'm trying to get at how wrong it is. It's more than just physical and mental abuse. It's spiritual crimes that should have never happened. Never. There should have never been a British child harmed by these Paki gangs of Muslims. Ever. Not even one. Ever. And the scale of this, you're right, it's affected millions. And it's beyond horrific. It's beyond a nightmare. And the way that people will defend this, not everyone, but these assholes, these demons that try to defend this shit, I wouldn't have any mercy on them. They don't deserve it. And that's the point I hope I help people get to, realizing demons don't deserve mercy.
Not a drop of mercy to any of them. And anyone siding with them, crying for them, can go the same fate. They can go in the town square, or they can get a new location to live in. But probably best if they go to the town square as well.
Yes, I agree with you. It is something that boils my blood. Not very many things get to me in this realm, but that is one of them that really, I don't know if I'll say it gets to me, but it boils my blood. It really angers me with righteous rage and just makes me want to see them held accountable and face punishment, not just be told they're guilty and put in a little cell and fed every day. That is not even close to being good enough.
Feeding them isn't an answer. The actual cost to the taxpayers is just a small part of it. But the main thing is it's wrong, and the trauma being inflicted on the spirit. Because all those women now, when they come back here and when they're recycled, they're going to be having that trauma on them, and all the little babies that would have been involved in it as well. Absolutely horrific, and aimed at the white people. It's just so evil and so wicked, and the actual words and depth of it is, I don't have a descriptive word for it. I have like images in my head, or like in my sight, but there's no words that say how wrong it is.
I agree. It's beyond words. It's It's that terrible, horrific, and evil. There's if I said a million words, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't even be enough to approach describing 1 second of how evil what they did is. It's that bad and it's that wrong. It never should have happened. And the fact that it did happen and it is possible and can happen and is allowed to be in this realm shows exactly what this realm is. It shows what this place is. And the fact that the victims were white children, mostly girls and very young teenagers, which are girls, of course, they're minors. And the things that were said and they were targeted, it is anti-white, anti-British, targeted to break the spirit. They tried to break the spirit of Great Britain and the British people. And it makes me sick and it makes me so angry. I wouldn't care if they were torn apart alive. I wouldn't care if they were tortured for years. I don't give a fuck about these demons that did that. They shouldn't even be in this realm. We shouldn't be in a realm with them. Children should never be in a realm with these fucking demons at all. They shouldn't exist. And the fact that they do exist and people pray to their God and say it's so good and this is the little season of evil and we just it's beyond cognitive dissonance. It's people supporting evil that say, "Oh, it's okay. It's God's plan. We're just in his little season of evil and the devil's allowed to." It's just such shit. It's such stupid defense of evil. It makes me sick that it's just all around us. We're in a demonic realm. There should never be demons around children ever, anywhere, here in this realm or beyond in we'll call them afterlife realms, just to make a point rather than going into it. They shouldn't be around innocent children, period. That in itself is showing you how evil this place is.
Absolutely. And these spirits should not be able to be recycled into a realm if it was even a neutral realm, because sending them back into a new meat suit, they're going to be evil again. And that part of it could only happen if the realm was designed by evil, run by evil, and supported by evil. I mean, you know, do you remember in some of the children's stories where there'd be bottles, genies in bottles, and they'd be sealed into a bottle? That's
Yes.
and with a cork in that they could never get out again, and that's what this realm will be. It'll be the biggest bottle of genies, and it'll be forgotten and erased from memory, so that all the good spirits won't have to have that trauma.
Yes, absolutely. Because that trauma shouldn't be something that we've experienced, and it shouldn't be something that weighs us down and haunts us, because trauma is haunting in a lifetime or spiritually for lifetimes. Trauma can transfer from one lifetime to the next to the next. We've talked about that before, where someone might have ended their life or been murdered or tortured or abused or died in some horrific, painful way and gone through hell in this realm. And then they feel it in their next lifetime and just carried with them like a weight on them, like a terrible weight, trauma. So we have to, well, we don't have to, but I'm going to. I think we will be able to erase all the traumatic memories and edit that out of our memory once we're out of this realm. And I think it makes perfect sense to do that. The other part I wanted to just go into a little bit, this place will be forgotten. It will be sealed, forgotten, and hidden, cloaked in such a way that similar to the people that, or the ones that, similar to in Star Trek, for the people that have watched Star Trek or The Next Generation, where there were ships that could cloak themselves, and then they would look out at the screen from the Enterprise, and they wouldn't see these ships because they were cloaked. They had a cloaking device that had them hidden, so they would just pass by. They didn't know they were there. And that's the way this matrix will be, where it will be cloaked, hidden, and forgotten. And it won't be spoken about. It will be sealed so that no one can get in, but no one will even be able to find it. These demons will be stuck here to suffer, and they will be forgotten. They won't even have the satisfaction, if you could call it that, of us remembering them and being haunted by them. That will be taken from them. Everything that they've done, any of their power, their infamy, whatever, it's all going to be gone. All of it is going to be taken from them. Everything possible. And these evil demons deserve everything that is coming to them. And I always know that someone is wrong or spiritually not well or not like me when they defend these demons and think it's going too far and they don't want me to do this. Then they are on team evil. They're defending demons.
That's a great point, because siding with evil means you are evil. Because if your spirit is good, it would be the antithesis of what you would even contemplate agreeing with. It would be so vile, you'd want to be as far away from it as possible. And I think, well, I'm guessing that all good spirits will want to have that code edited out from the trauma, because it doesn't do anything. And I think the shock of actually being here is good spirits can't even contemplate the idea of anything wicked. So they're brought in here, and it's something that they've never had to experience before. And arriving here, it's just something that shouldn't be taken out in memories. It all needs to be sealed and cloaked, and no blueprints to be accessed through memories and people. I think it would have to, and apart from having to erase them, how could you be free and restful and knowing what had gone on? Because it would take a toll on the spirit, and you just never want to have that weighing down again. I mean, not that we'll be needing sleep, but it's just demons in this realm don't mind evil, so they can sleep well at night, and they've been having a great time, and that time is a time limit.
Yeah, their time's running out. Whether they realize it or recognize it or not, their time is running out. The clock is ticking. The sands of the hourglass are flowing, and it's speeding up. Some of them do notice, but they don't know exactly what's coming. In terms of trauma, I've been traumatized in this realm. I've been traumatized by what I've dealt with even just on YouTube, but I've been traumatized by death, grieving my loved ones. Traumatized in more ways than I really care to say openly on YouTube, for demons to gobble up as ammunition to use against me. That's what they do. That's all they really focus on, because they're demonic. But I know every good spirit here has been traumatized in various ways. And I would go so far as to say, including myself, we've been traumatized more than we fully realize. And that we will realize the extent and depth of the trauma once we're out of the matrix. Looking back, it might take a millisecond or less in a timeless space to look back, see our whole life, and realize there's trauma that we buried or forgot about or just didn't think was very much, but we've been traumatized in this place because there's whole weeks and months we don't remember, really. There's how many hours over a lifetime of sleep that we don't remember, of trauma that we could have endured in our sleep, being traumatized. Not to mention all the traumatic events we go through. People go through child abuse. They go through having evil siblings, two-faced friends that backstab you, deaths of loved ones, deaths of pets, grieving, which is horrible trauma. There's people on my channel that have lost children, their parents, and they lost a child. Their child died and they had to grieve. That's horrendous trauma that I can only imagine would be as bad or worse than me losing my pet that was like a baby to me. And that hurt the most. I mean, it just broke me down more than anything else ever did in this place. More than ever. All of that is normal to most beings here. They'll treat everything as normal and try to justify it as though it's all a learning experience and as though we need pain, we need trauma, we need suffering. Why do we need it? They could never explain. They just make up shit and defend trauma and defend evil. They defend all of it. They, as Salty, Siren, and I think you've been around as well and joked about they could be living in a sewer they defend that, saying it's not that bad. They'd be say there's a turd over there that they can grab onto. They'll defend anything, no matter how bad this place would get, how smelly and sewer-like it could become. The whole realm could become an open sewer where it's flooded with sewage. And they'd still be saying it's not bad, not that bad. Or it's okay, it's meant to be this way. Or it's just a little bit of suffering for now, but we'll have eternity in heaven with God. And that's what they do. That's what tons of them do. There's channels that do that, like Matt McKinley saying it's just a half second in the creepy closet this whole lifetime compared to eternity. Well, what about reincarnation and recycling here for millions of years? Half second in a creepy closet? Really? How do you know you're not going to be here for 100 million more years suffering? They just don't consider anything. They don't care about what's true or not to really think about it or watch channels that really think about things. They just spew nonsense. Thoughtless, mindless nonsense. Half second in a creepy closet. He says it's nothing because it's eternity. This is a lifetime here. Well, who says you're going to be here for one lifetime? Why is that the assumption? They just, anyway, that's the way it is here, Wendy. And my main point, though, is I think that we will only realize the full extent of our trauma. I'm including myself. For the people that say, "Oh, he never includes himself. He just talks about us." And no, I'm including myself as well. I don't know the full extent of spiritual trauma that I have gone through in this realm. Now, I have memories that are traumatic, but I think I might only remember 50%, maybe 40%, maybe 30, maybe 10%. I might be way off with my estimate. There might be 90% of the trauma that I've somehow buried, or I don't know. It's a possibility. I'm open to that possibility that the floodgates will open and the trauma will be far worse than I even realized for me and for others in this place. Because we are in a hell realm, and this is a tricky place, and it does play demon games, and it does harm us in every conceivable way, and it also messes with our minds, our memories, our dreams. It does all sorts of tactics that try to give us amnesia so we don't notice all that we've gone through and remember it.
I think what you've said makes so much sense, because the waking up exhausted and tired in the day, that there's trauma that's been blocked from us being consciously aware of, but that all just drains the spirit, and it's also wrong what's gone on here. And even the experience of losing a child and a parent and a dog, and as your cats and horses and whatever pets you've had, losing a loved one that shouldn't even exist, because outside of here spirits are eternal, so there is no death. So the fact it exists, it's evil creating things that shouldn't happen. The trauma of knowing that death, like the meat suit's going to go and they're aging and the rotten decay, all of that doesn't exist, or it shouldn't exist in a good realm. So everything about this place is really wicked, and I don't know if I'm explaining it clearly, but I think everything you've said does make sense. And when we do get our memories back, there's going to be floods of things that have happened, that we've that have been hidden from us. Also, that things that would have been clues as well to what this place is could have been hidden.
Yes, there are beings that might even be here on my channel that might remember 10 lifetimes of trauma flooding back. But it will be different. You won't have a central nervous system. You'll be out of body. You'll be able to handle it spiritually. That's what I think. I suspect that we will all be able to handle that coming back to us. It might not be fun, but we'll be able to handle it. It won't break us.
That's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. We won't have a central nervous system. It won't be overwhelming. It will be eye-opening or spirit mind opening. Since we won't have eyeballs, it will be revealing. Excuse me, is what I want to express here, because we'll be out of body, so we won't have eyeballs. So eye-opening isn't the best phrase. It fits in this realm, but out of body, it's different. Matt McKinley says that we're here to experience death. He claims that we're here to experience that. He's said that many times, that death is a big part of why we're here, to experience that. In response to him, he's a coward, but if he would come on here, I would love to ask him directly in a conversation where he wouldn't have time to think for days or prepare a script or have one prepared perhaps for him. He'd have to answer on the spot, which demons don't like to do. What does that help us with spiritually? Going through not just our own death, but experiencing death of loved ones. I don't think he experienced any death of anyone close to him. His parents are both alive. He's an only child. The first death I think he experienced was with one of his pet cats in his life, later in life. Now I experienced grandparents dying when I was a child. I experienced pets being hit by cars as a child. I experienced death. I saw what it was. I saw what it was to grieve. And I also died myself. I had a near-death experience where I drowned in a frozen river. I've had NDEs in this so-called life, as people love to call it. They think this is living. I think this place is more like death that we're in. Death, decay, rot, degradation. I don't call this living. I think it's inverted. I think it's the opposite of what most in this realm believe. If you take what the masses believe to be true and you flip it upside down, most of the time you're going to be way closer to the truth than what they believe and accept. This isn't living. This place is more like death, rot, decay, and degradation. Not just with food rotting. Bodies are rotting. Animals, humans, everything here degrades, decays, rots, rusts, falls apart in time. Now, what kind of a design is that? Well, it's a hell realm design. It's a wicked design. It's an evil, demonic design. And it's clear to see. It's not just me saying it. Anyone listening to my voice, and millions that are not listening to my voice right now, could go out and observe all the things and look at how this place is designed and functions, and observe the rot, the decay, the degradation, the rust, the this, the that. All that I talk about on my channel, it's all observable. It's not opinion. And that's why people piss me off when they lie about me, saying it's just my opinion, or it isn't my model. He's using someone else's model. No, I'm not. This is my model based on my lifetime in this realm of observation, of paying attention, of studying, of observing, and putting pieces together, studying, observing, paying attention, using my awareness, using my pattern recognition, and seeing what's going on, not just with my physical human eyeballs, or what people would call the human meat suit eyeballs, but seeing with my spirit, my spiritual eyes, seeing what this place is. And I've tried my best to put together tons of information in videos and in songs and in artwork in various ways, writing, to show people what this place is and to say to them, you don't have to trust me or believe me or put faith in me. You can see it yourself. It's observably true. What I've shared is observably true.
Everything you've shared is true, and you are a being that is like a truth being. And it's quite obvious what is going on around. It just takes courage to look at it, to be honest. And I don't think anyone else will be putting together a model the way you have. All that the demons can do is steal your ideas and muddy the waters, and then pretend you don't exist and that they don't know you. But their fate will be when they call out to you. That who are they? Who are you?
Yes, exactly. I'll just treat them like a stranger. I don't know them. They didn't stand with me. They pretended they didn't know me. They pretended that I didn't put in decades of work to create not just a model, but a working model for reality in this realm and beyond here, to describe this matrix, how it's designed, how it's set up. If you go through my esoterica videos, almost 180 videos, it describes this place. It describes not only what's going on here, but what goes on as you're dying, after you die. I've described as much as I could about this place, demonic behavior, narcissistic behavior. I've covered so many different topics in detail, and it's undeniable, but they'll pretend that those videos don't exist. They'll pretend that it isn't my model. They'll pretend that I got it from some Gnostic whatever, which is bullshit. The ancient Gnostics, hundreds of years ago, believed in a good God, a good creator, a good source to go back to. It's that's the opposite of what my channel's saying. I didn't take from them. I'm saying the exact opposite, that there can't possibly be some good creator, and those that worship that are a slave by definition. They have something spiritually above, a lord, a master, a god, a so-called god, a creator. Makes them a slave. I'm not a slave. I'm not going back to any source or any shit like that. There is no good God creator of this, because neglect is abuse. Abandonment of children is abuse. So in their view, their quote fatherly God left us here for some reason, and the Gnostics couldn't figure out why did they abandon us. And they still think it's good. That's illogical. That's like somebody saying, I won't say, somebody on my channel, let's say, in the chat typed, well, there's a case of a mother that abandoned her baby children that were both under 2 years old, and they died in the home, being abandoned as she went on holiday for 2 weeks vacation to somewhere tropical, Puerto Rico, or I don't know, fucking wherever, Puerto Vallarta or Dominican Republic, to go on the beach during the winter, left her children, neglected them, and they died. Well, she didn't physically take a weapon and kill them, but she left them alone to fend for themselves in a house when they're defenseless, and they died. That is death by abuse, by neglect. Their quote unquote God has done the same thing, leaving humanity, their fatherly God's children, here to be ruled over by evil and to be tortured and abused here in various ways, not to mention the actual design of this realm, which is evil and designed to harm us, and the diseases and everything else I pointed out over the years. There is no good God. It's that simple. This place proves it conclusively, irrefutably. And my work has shown the evidence to prove that. So when people say, well, it's just an idea, their ideas and theories don't make sense. And people are addicted to following shit that doesn't make sense. Like a good God or a little season of evil. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. But my model does add up, which people keep saying isn't my model because they lie and they never want to give me credit. None of these demons want to give me credit, including the ones that pretend to be my friend one day, and then the next day I'm a total stranger to them. They can't give credit.
You have logic and clarity, and that just cuts through everything the Gnostics couldn't figure out. And that's what I appreciate about the way you speak and explain things. You get straight to the essence of something, and then when you have that, everything else, becomes completely clear. And as for those that pretend to be friends and learning, and well, the recent reveal of who and what she is unforgivable.
I agree, Wendy. There was a little creature coming on the channel. They're up at this time, obsessively watching my channel, stalking. It was I won't mention who it is. I won't give them any attention. But yeah, they always reveal what they are in time. And I've noticed in this realm, a lot of demons in my whole lifetime never want to give proper credit. They'll steal, they'll plagiarize. In elementary school, there were teachers' pets that did that. And it never ends in this place. They can never give proper credit. There's so little loyalty, beings that are actual friends, that are trustworthy. And that's the way this place is. And some people are surprised by it, but I'm not, because it happens all the time. Happens on YouTube all the time as well. It happens in this whole realm. There's very few that will be loyal or a good friend for a lifetime. That's one of the rarest things in this place for anyone to experience, is a loyal friend that is their friend for life. Some will say they're going to be loyal. They don't even last a year on a channel. A year's nothing. They'll say, I'll be by your side forever. And then they're organizing a mutiny and betrayal like Louise did, or Louise was part of. I don't know if she organized it, but she was one of the three witches. And then Manny joined them shortly after, a week or two later or something. It wasn't long before he completely revealed what he is, and could see that he was tied in with them. And he lied and lied and lied. It's interesting. They lied to one of the only people or beings that has given them real truth. They lied to me. It's really interesting how this place works.
The way you've been treated is an example of what this realm is, and just that alone. Because the one being trying to help people for eternity rather than for some short-term material thing, the way you've been treated just indicates what the spirits in here, that the majority of them are.
Yes, I agree. And a lot of them would argue that these demons like Jack Talcott, psychopath Talcott, is a good spirit. And they'll say he's trying to help people with peace and love. They either are blind or they lie to defend a demon that they can see is completely fake. There's no peace. There's no love with that creature. There's no kindness. There's no forgiveness. He never demonstrates the words that he says. He claims to be for such things, and day after day, he demonstrates the exact opposite, always. It's so clear to see. So I think many demons are just going along with it.
Do you want to change the link? Should I join on a different link? Would that be preferred?
No, it's okay, Wendy. I did change the link. You're already on, and I did change the links and kick them, so if they click the link, they can't get on.
Oh, good. Thank you. Oh, I wanted to say thank you for. Well, let me explain, because so I've been going through your now that the Sanity Machine's up. I've been going through the I'm working my way through your recommended list, and so I've noticed a change that when the shouting little garden gnome comes on, instead of going, "Oh, the volume's really loud, I need to turn it down," my reaction now is I just laugh at him. So that's a change from a year or two ago. So that was a difference I noticed. And then the little address wearer tried to rile me up, and it had zero effect, and I just laughed at that as well. And that just indicates to me that my spirit is strengthening, and the only reason it's doing that is from all your care. So thank you. And also being able to watch what's going on in that long 7-hour video that Asmongold's been doing. If my spirit hadn't been strengthened, I wouldn't be able to handle a few minutes of it. I'd be wanting to ignore it. So the ability to look at it and not run away, but to face the evil and also remember it as well, not try and blot it out. That is a difference I've noticed in myself. And the one being who has helped me with that is you. So I'm feeling a bit teary or emotional from that, but I think it's a spirit emotional rather than a soy emotional. So thank you, Stephen.
You're very welcome, Wendy. I'm glad to hear that, and that is excellent that your spirit has become stronger just in the time that you've been on my channel and become strengthened through the teachings and things that I've shared, and try to get people to laugh at these demons. They are laughable. They are. They should be laughed at and mocked. They deserve that, and I do think that we have to face the evil. I've always said that long before I had YouTube channels. The evil of this place has to be faced. It's not because I like it. It's not because want people's head to be full of evil or see all these horrible images and hear what's gone on and the torture and what's happening in the UK for decades to children. That I don't want that. It's not that I want any of this to be happening. It's not that I want people to have to go through this, but I think it has to be done. It has to be faced, and it has to be stopped. It has to be stood against. And I do think that's important, to spiritually stand up, strengthen ourselves, and say, we're not living this way. We're not going to take this. We're not going to allow this to continue in this hell realm or for eternity. We're not going to deal with this for eternity. And what comes to mind when I say things like that, or when we're having these talks, sometimes what comes to mind is there are so many beings more like Wayne Bush and that Elvira chick, Julie, I think it's McVeigh, Julie something, and Tony Sayers, and the whole group of them. They don't care. They don't demonstrate care, because they would walk away out of this place if they could get themselves out on their own, left, and then they would create pleasure realms, essentially, with bliss, with harems, with mermaids, with being able to fly and dance in the clouds and do this and just have bliss. And they don't care what goes on here and what they leave behind. And that demonstrates to me no care. They aren't spiritual, caring beings, because they just are for themselves. They just want to get themselves out. And I guess they don't have a conscience, because they don't talk about erasing memories. They just talk about getting out and having fun. And that's it. It's like they are hedonistic, selfish, self-obsessed pleasure seekers that don't care about evil, right versus wrong, justice, torture, anything. The suffering of could be countless billions in this place. They don't care. They don't care. Trillions of beings suffering in here. And they don't even express any care for that. They just talk about how they want to create these fantastical realms, fantasies.
That's exactly what they are. They don't care. And creating lovely worlds is going to happen, but there has to be a massive tidy up first. And remembering all that has happened and is happening here, so that you're 100% sure of what has to happen, and knowing that you don't have to carry it, the trauma of that forever, but you still can't. A good being couldn't live knowing that they couldn't have a peaceful eternity knowing that there were good ones trapped and suffering in here. It just shows what they are, and they belong here. Because why would you want anyone who doesn't care to be outside? Because they could do horrendous things again. And then it would be the whole having to tidy up another realm or multiple realms, and they can't be let out, because it has to be completely stopped, so that you can have real peace and not be worrying that it's going to happen again anywhere else.
Yes, I strongly suspect, and I have for a long time, that part of evil's plan is directly involves us, meaning good spirits, any good spirit. Me, Wendy, my team on my channel that are part of the moderators, the team, to have us drained, to tire us out, wear us out, have us running around, having us trying to fight evil for eternity. They want this to go on forever, and I don't. I don't want to. I've said it many times. I don't want to deal with this forever. I'm already tired, and I keep going. I keep fighting, but I am tired of it. I'm tired of all the evil in this place. It is draining to me, and there's times I wake up and I'm tired, like I've been fighting a battle all night long in my sleep and my dreams, fighting and fighting evil. That's what it feels like. It is tiring, and I think they want to do that for eternity, to wear out good spirits. And I don't want to offend you, and it's not meant to be offensive. It's just meant to be a hypothetical question of morality, more so for the audience's benefit. And since you're the guest, I'll ask you for their benefit, because I already know what you would do. But if there was an empty well on your property and another empty, let's say, shaft that went down into a sewer or cave that's full of just water or toxic waste, and one child fell down one of the wells and 2 or 3 children fell down into the other one that goes into this cave or city town sewer or something, would you just close your door at night, eat your dinner, eat your supper, and go to bed, and just pretend that you hadn't heard their cries or didn't know they were trapped down there suffering, starving for hours, days, dying?
Absolutely not. I'd be out there with a ladder or a rope, or find some method to get them out. There's just no ways I could do that. I can't even let animals go hungry. And, if I see suffering, if I see a child, like a baby that's in a pushchair or a pram or a stroller screaming, and I know the child is thirsty and the mother is ignoring it, it just eats me up from inside. I can't bear it. I couldn't. I'd find some way to help the children out of the well. And if I couldn't do it on my own, I'd find people and they would help. And I wouldn't be able to go into the house until I'd got them out and cleaned them up and cuddled them, cleaned them up, fed them, comforted them. It's just, there's absolutely no way.
Thank you, Wendy. And I know that to be the case with you. I see what you are spiritually and what type of being you are. And it's the exact opposite of Wayne Bush, Tony Sayers, Wayne's girlfriend, Julie, if they're still dating, those three and others. They're not the only ones. That Mark Forever con man laughed at the idea of ending this matrix. He and Wayne mocked and laughed. And
Oh, these these people think they're the first ones to ever think of trying to end the Matrix. They're gonna fight the Matrix. They think they're gonna fight this and stop this and have a word with management.
he said something like that, that nasally voiced creature with the big nose and the tiny hat that's begging for shekels. And I've exposed him as a parasite years and years ago. And as you said, no good spirits would just walk away, leaving the rest to suffer here. Countless animals and good spirits here can't be left behind to suffer. How could anybody have fun and relax and have peace and rest, whether you sleep or not as a spirit, or if that's voluntary? I suspect it's voluntary. If we wanted to do anything while all this is going on and just pretend, oh, that never happened. I'll just go out here and make fun realms and have an amusement park realm. It's absolutely sickening, and it shows exactly what they are, because they don't care. They don't care to fight evil. They don't care to stop this. They don't care to help the good spirits, the innocent ones that are just like children trapped in a well. And they'd walk away, they'd close their doors, and they'd go eat their dinner, and then they'd go to bed and sleep, and they wouldn't even think about what they saw and just walk away from it. That's essentially what they're doing, except on a massive, massive scale. It wouldn't just be one child or a few children. They're walking away from trillions of beings in this place. And they'll talk about it. They'll talk about it openly in their live streams. And they never talk about ending this. They never talk about fighting evil, stopping evil, doing anything. They never do. So when people say, how's your model different? Well, that's one major fucking way that it's different from all of them that maybe people could key in on. It's different from Forever Con Man's years of his content. He laughs and scoffs at the idea of fighting evil and ending this matrix. So do the rest.
Mocking and scoffing at sealing it and fighting it, that could only be done by a really, really evil spirit. And the only thing that a good spirit would do would be wanting to get other good ones out and close it down. They just show what they are, and the image of children or a child down a well, it's the perfect thing of what this realm is like. And the other thing you do after getting the children out is you would close that well over. You'd put on a stainless steel. Well, you'd put some temporary covers over it, but then you'd get a welder to come in and you'd just close that thing down completely. If you couldn't fill it up from the inside, you'd have a strong cover put on the top that no one could ever that no one could fall into it again.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what good people do. Good spirits do. They rescue the children and they temporarily cover it somehow, and then they weld it shut, or they fill it up with soil or rocks or something and then weld it on top. They do something to make sure that that doesn't happen again. If there's some kind of accident or forgotten well that's maybe 120 years old, they didn't even know it was on their property, perhaps. and there was a thin amount of dirt over it or something, and it just caved in and a child fell, or a dog. There's times that animals fall down into wells or these sometimes mining shafts or different things, and they make sure that it doesn't happen again. And they will try to rescue the child no matter what it takes, putting ropes down or having a man hang upside down with a rope or something fastened to his ankles, and he goes down to pick up the child or the dog or the animal that's trapped. Good spirits don't walk away. None of us that are good beings would walk away and pretend that it's just unfathomable that to do that. And that's exactly what these other channels talk about. They talk openly about it. They have no care. It never enters their minds to do something, to intervene, to fight the evil, to stop this, to shut this down, to say this is wrong. This should have never existed. Doesn't deserve to exist. It has to be ended. It has to be stopped. That's what I've said for so many years. They're not in agreement with me. They can't even face me. They're too cowardly. They'll do interviews with anyone else on YouTube except for me. Anyone else. Wayne Bush, Julie have been invited here multiple times, Wendy, and invited by email. They pretend they don't exist. They don't respond to invitations. Neither does Tony Sayers, except in his chat, he'll laugh it off saying El Diablo. And in Spanish, that means the devil. I don't know about that. He'll just do that, and then he'll forget about it. They don't come over here when they're tagged and invited. They don't have me on their channels, and they don't come here. They pretend that the Sanity Machine does not exist. They pretend I don't exist. And they don't want to have these conversations, because how the fuck would they answer a question if I said, would you just walk away and leave all the innocent beings here to be tortured, perhaps for eternity, and you just forget about them and pretend it's not happening and go have fun in your little fun, blissful pleasure palace realms? They don't want to face questions like that, Wendy. None of them do. They have a talk show circuit on YouTube where they'll all talk with each other. Tony will talk with Howdy McCoskey. Tony will talk from Chad from Open Your Reality. Howdy will talk with Chad from Open Your Reality. They'll talk with Wayne Bush. Do any of them talk with me? Any of them?
Never. They can't even face you now while they're in a meat suit and they've got the internet between you both. They'll never face you spirit to spirit. And when you've said in the past that you'll face millions and billions, you will. and your victory has already happened. It's your spirit isn't going to be defeated by any of them, millions and billions of them.
I agree. I'm not afraid of them. And that should come across. I'm not afraid of anything that could happen to me in this realm. And I have the truth on my side. And I know what needs to be done. This cannot be tolerated. Just like what was done to the most innocent in the UK never should have happened. Never. Not to one child. Not to one being. It's wrong. It's evil. And it's about time that people really, there might be, I don't know if this is the case, there might be good spirits that are just brainwashed, partially on the fence, or not fully aware or awake or whatever. It's a possibility. I don't really lean in that direction. I lean in the direction of they should know immediately. I'm more towards that than whatever I say might get them really to awaken spiritually. But if people disagree, I think there's something wrong with them. If they don't see how wrong this realm is, they're fine. I'm fine with disagreement. I could have a guest on that would disagree with everything I say on my channel. I'd be fine with that. I'm not afraid of disagreement. But what I'm getting at is, I think if they disagree that this place is wrong and they say this is a good place, I have to say there's something spiritually so wrong with them. There'd have to be. because this is not a good place. This place never should have existed. And the amount of evil, wickedness, wrong, torture, abuse that has gone on in this place is it's beyond immeasurable. The only way that I could think of ever having peace, and I'm speaking personally for myself spiritually, is to do what I've said is going to be done to this place, to seal them in, to forget them, to edit my memory of the trauma out of just even what I've read and seen happening to others would haunt me forever if I didn't do that. I'd never be able to have peace and pleasure and joy or fully have that. Even if this was shut down, just remembering what I've known, seen, or read about, seen in videos and on YouTube and read about, and the testimonies of the evil and the abuse here and torture would haunt me forever. The only way I could ever have any peace is to end this and then edit that out once the demons are sealed in. Because otherwise, I'd never be able to feel it. That would haunt me forever, just knowing what was done in this place. It's that bad. This place is that bad. And I don't know how many people or how many beings in this realm even understand how bad it is. But it really is that bad. If you read the testimonies and watch these videos, it would haunt me forever. So when I say the editing, for me, that's necessary. After this is all said and done and this place has been sealed. Because I can't live with that forever, that trauma of just knowing what was done to children would haunt me in this place, because it's that fucking evil. And people just treat this as it makes me sick that they treat this place like it's normal. This is not normal. This is sheer evil, and it has to be dealt with, and it has to be fought with fire and passion and justice, and they have to pay for what they've done. And the good spirits have to be helped out, whether they're an animal, a baby, an unborn baby at the time, a bird, a fish, everything. The spirit of a tree will not be forgotten and left here to suffer in this fucking place.
It has to be done. And this whole realm is really wicked and evil. And everything you've shared is truth, and you've thought through it, and there would be no rest without editing it all out. After everything is sorted out, though. But before then, it's remembering everything in detail, and you'll be figuring out a plan and all the details involved to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I could never just leave this place and forget what's happening here to children and animals especially, but not just to children, obviously people of all ages, including the elderly that are being abused in this place, this sick, demonic place. When they're vulnerable, a lot of times they have dementia or Alzheimer's or something similar. There's various types of dementia in this God's plan place of suffering. There's diseases here that mimic Alzheimer's, and they're different from it, but they're very similar with cognitive decline. It's a terrible place, and there's videos of, including on YouTube, of elderly people being abused, quite often white elderly men and women abused by tiggas working in these homes, abusing them physically or raping them in this hell realm. There is evil on every fucking level of this place that affects the unborn, newborn babies, children of all ages, babies all the way through childhood, adolescence, teenagers, young adults in their 20s, all the way up to 100-year-old elderly people being abused. This place is rotten, and it doesn't cover it because there's some pretty pictures or some pretty scenery here and there. That doesn't cover up the evil for me. I still see it. That smoke screen doesn't fool me. And these fucking idiots on other channels will just say, well, how come there's this then? Why wouldn't it just be pure evil? Well, maybe to fool your dumbasses. Maybe it works on them. These creatures on other channels that point out the little bacon bits of beauty in an ocean of suffering, just floating on top of it. And they can't see the depths of the suffering and the horrors of this place that are just beyond words. It's so bad. As I've said so many times, this place is so bad, it never should have existed. Never. Now, that does not mean that I shouldn't have ever existed, or Wendy, or listeners that are good spirits. I don't mean that at all. And people take it the wrong way. All the time, people don't pay attention. Just like Rose thinks that when I shut it down, I'm going to seal in the good people and they're all going to be vanished from here or don't exist. I've never said that. They'll always twist what I've said into something entirely different. When I'm very clear, I'm very crystal clear about what I say I'm going to do. And they always do that. It's a huge pattern. So many people have done that. They warp and twist what I'm saying. As though I've ever said that we shouldn't exist. I've never said that. We exist outside of this place. We don't just exist because there's a matrix that we're in. They just can't understand even simple things, and they don't want to. They don't care if they get it wrong. They don't care if they warp and twist my model, my words, misrepresent me. They don't care. Whether it's Rose or anyone else, most of them don't care at all because they don't care about the truth. They show it all the time. It's just like watching TV for them. Instead of watching television, they watch these little baby truther channels talk about NASA.
No care, and down a rabbit hole, staring at a screen in a labyrinth. And for beings that twist your words around, willingly or through laziness, don't deserve to get out. And they'll be here. They'll be easy prey for the entities on the way out. And everything that they could have learned, that, well, there's never going to be another chance like this. You know, what you've been saying in the last few days about, like time, and you don't know when you'll come back. You could end up in the Stone Age and, living like that. And and have hundreds of lifetimes or thousands of lifetimes living like that, just endlessly suffering, like that guy that went to the Amazon jungle where they're living in the middle of, there's their forests. Well, they have got the internet, but living in shacks and having to start everything up from scratch. It is a real time now that it's the window of opportunity that you've also made a lovely new song about. And if beings if they don't feel that in their spirit, then it indicates what their species is as well. Because a good being would hear what you were saying, not just with the ears, but deep inside, and know that you're truthful and that you are pure and good. And that there would be such clarity from that. They would know that what you were saying was just done out of care and help, and would be taking it seriously.
I agree. They should be able to feel it with their spirit and know why I put in so many hours day after day, why I'm passionate about it. Because it's true. And it is the most important truths about what this realm is and getting out that I could ever share with anyone. Anyone. And let me ask you, Wendy, do you think that Rose watched those videos or understands the video about window of opportunity and just my recent videos? Do you think she spends any time watching everything is downstream from spirit, or do you think she's really paying attention to
No,
that and views what's on my channel as the most important truths?
no, she hasn't listened and hasn't paid attention, even to simpler things than that. So I don't think she's capable of grasping anything really spiritual. She wants to talk about colon cleansers, nutritional supplements, all that sort of stuff, which is completely to do with the physical meat suit. There's nothing long-term about that at all. And coming here is she's just been throwing around some phrases and whatever keywords she thinks you need to hear. It's really obvious.
I agree. She's similar to Rashawn, Louise, others. Manny, I don't think he ever understood. I don't think they really pay attention. They're half here, half not here. They'll dip in sometimes, say, I'm here, and they say hello, and then they vanish. So they kind of play a game where they're pretending to be tuned into the live stream where they leave in 3 or 5 minutes. It's a game to them where they pretend they're here and they're gone. They're not really watching the live stream. They dip in and leave. And beyond the live stream, they're not watching the videos, which is the most important. My Esoterica series, Alchemical Gold, God's Plan series, just to name a few series I've made, and the standalone videos early in the very early days of my channel. They're not serious about it. They don't get it. They think it's all arrogance and confidence by me. They don't spend time looking into things. They're not curious. They're not real truth seekers. And they do care just about the physical shit, the trivial surface level shit. And they just view it as mockery if I say baby truther level. They can't see that there's actual meaning to that. It is baby truther level. It's not going to help them at all spiritually. They can do their little coffee cleanses, enemas, colonics, whatever. They can do all that stuff. Do whatever. Change your diet. Try to seek the perfect diet, whether it's veganism, raw veganism, carnivore. I don't care what someone's diet is. It's not going to help you get out of hell realm. No diet will. And so many of them are that's their big focus. I don't even think they're stuck. I just think that's the way they are. I think the way you expressed it is perfect. That's the way they are. It's not even a matter of them being stuck. Where if someone is stuck in quicksand, I could reach out a hand and say, grab my arm, grab my wrist, link our hands into chain link that way, hand to wrist maybe, or handshake and link our fingers and pull them out. I could help them if they were stuck. I don't think they're stuck. I think that's the way they are. They're a different kind of spirit, just as you said. I think that's what it is. I don't think there's any getting through to them or helping them, no matter what I do. It just doesn't work. They're really not interested. They have no real interest in spiritual truth. It's all about the physical realm, the physical body, physical things they can eat, they can buy, they can do. That's all it is.
Different species of spirits, unfixable, unchangeable, and can stay here.
Yes, they can. Those that are, I wonder now about Mayhem, because I wasn't live last night, Friday night, and then I went live tonight after it was already Sunday, and I haven't seen her around in a bit. I don't want to assume that she's watching my videos because I haven't seen any comments from her. Really. On my Esoterica series, excuse me, on the Sanity Machine, I haven't seen comments on my newer videos on El Diablo. I think that Mayhem might just vanish. I hope she doesn't. I hope she does what she said she was going to do, watch the videos instead of spending all her time in the live streams and not understanding what's going on. But I'd have to say, if she's watching the videos, she sure isn't indicating it with leaving any comments, which is another tactic that people do. They pretend, oh, I watch all your videos and I never see comments from them. Some of these creatures are here for months or a year, never see a comment. They come into my live streams. They just want to use my channel when they're bored and they see that I'm live. They're not really truly interested in the truth, or they'd be watching those videos.
Well, Mayhem, if you're lurking and not typing, I hope you are watching the Esoterica, and leave a comment to, just to show that you have learned something or dropped an anchor or seen something differently. It's a sign of appreciation, but it also exercises your critical thinking to leave a comment.
That's a great point, Wendy. It does exercise your critical thinking. It's actually helpful to them if they do that. And I just thought back to Peanut and the guy that used to come here live. He was here as a regular almost every live stream for a while. For months he was here. And sometimes he would come on live and talk, but he never left any comments on videos. And he even admitted to that. And I asked him, "Do you watch the videos?" And he claimed he watched them, but he claimed he never, well, he admitted he never left comments on any. I don't think there was a single comment on an Esoterica video that I can remember from Peanut. So I think he was just here for the live streams and pretended that he watched the videos and never left any comments. So that goes on as well. People like to play games in this realm.
The demon games are exhausting, and they seem especially targeted towards you because of what you're doing, trying to harass you like mosquitoes, hoping that you'll go silent or, stop sharing truth. And so being able to have a good rest out of this matrix, just to be away from it, and also knowing that you can edit everything traumatic out, it's really powerful knowing that, because if beings are scared to face the truth because they feel that they can't handle it, knowing that it's temporary, it means that there's something to work towards, and sealing this place, getting out, sealing it, coming together to do that. And then there'll be time and eternity to have a complete rest and have fun, and anyone not focusing on closing it down and sealing it is pure evil, and it's completely wicked to do that. I'm going to go make some breakfast now, Stephen. Thank you very, very much for the time and opportunity to chat with you again today, and I'll be listening in.
Hello. Hello. Sorry about that. Are you still here, Wendy? Restream crashed and then I had to restart my laptop. My internet connection was still there, but it said reconnecting and connection lost. I must have missed what Wendy was saying. Thank you for being on, Wendy. I'm sorry about that. I had to restart my laptop and the stream is still going, thankfully. But something happened with the software restream where it got messed up. So I don't know what happened exactly, but a restart of my laptop seems to have worked. Oh, you're going to make breakfast. I missed that. Okay. Excellent. Have a great breakfast, Wendy. It was my pleasure having you on. There were some technical difficulties with the restream software, so I had to restart. Everything froze up on me. Thankfully, the stream is still up and going. I thought it might be gone by the time I got back. By the time my laptop starts up very quick, but yeah, it was I'm glad the live is still going. What was I thinking about right before that happened? Bacon sounds delicious. You're making me hungry. I'm starting to get hungry for an early breakfast. Where's Aunt Jemima? Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima. Where is she? Aunt Jemima. There you are. Yes. Yes. There you are. Can you get me some breakfast? Some bacon and eggs. You know my favorite. I haven't put this one up for a while. This darky. Smile. Be positive. Thought it was interesting the other night when Rose 777 brought up her admitted to having a darky friend that passed away. There's usually something like that as a reason why they defend them quite often. Oh, I love bacon. I'm glad you do.
Edgar Casey spoke about certain souls incarnating at specific times to assist with great changes, spiritual awakening, or earth transitions.
More New Age bullshit that they're pushing. New Age bullshit. And the one eye symbolism in there, of course. Of course.
There's modern discussion
Oh, and Edgar Casey has the snake eyes. My goodness. Edgar, what's going on with you?
about souls being born roughly in the mid-1950s through the late 1970s as being part of such a group, sometimes called bridge souls or translators. What can you tell us about his actual views on generational soul groups or souls arriving to help during times of major shift?
These were people that were not meant to lead an ordinary life. They were born between two worlds. Therefore, they came to be the bridge between two worlds, the old world and old paradigms and illusions, and the new world that is right now being born in front of our eyes. So they came with spiritual awareness, partially awakened. They came to help and transform in their deeper consciousness. They knew they came for a reason. And like Casey, they were misunderstood growing up. They felt different. They questioned things. They knew deep down inside there was a purpose. And they came at a time when they were disavowing the society's illusion.
Edgar Casey spoke about certain souls incarnating at specific times to assist with great changes, spiritual awakening, or earth transitions. There's modern discussion about souls being born roughly in the mid-1950s through the late 1970s as being part of such a group, sometimes called bridge souls. Or
Dolores Cannon said something very similar to that. Excuse me. Ugh.
Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher.
The Sanity Machine channel is back up and running. The Sanity Machine channel is back up. We are live. And this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. For those that are confused, El Diablo is the mascot for the Sanity Machine. the handsome, cheeky little devil. Some people get confused after running a channel for almost 4 years, the Sanity Machine. Some people on Team Evil still can't figure that out. They're that stupid. They're that low IQ and dishonest. They're dumb and dishonest. That's what they are. What's this? Calling Ceiling Fan Man live with Rose 777. Maybe I'll play that. It's not very long.
Sanity Machine 333.
What's this garbage? Hello. Hello, everyone. I just found this channel. AI mode. What kind of garbage were they looking at? Actually, I don't even know if I want to play this. I don't know if I want to play that shit. 99 views in a day. Not very many people liked it. I think they probably thought, oh, Steven's being harsh on Rose. Whatever. Whatever you think. You go right ahead. I don't believe that most in this realm can see truly. Most in this realm don't even have manners and etiquette. They can't even introduce themselves. They can't do anything. Most in this realm are more like Talcott.
Matter. Spirit.
Spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything. Spirit is paramount. Spirit is supreme. Here and beyond in waking life and in dreams. Spirit imagines.
Spirit can see.
Everything.
Spirit sees and remembers.
Everything.
Spirit creates.
Spirit is first.
Spirit is before.
Consciousness.
Culture.
Art.
Architecture.
Race.
Sex.
Heart.
Love and hatred.
Joy.
Genetics.
Addictions.
Pain.
And pleasure.
Humor.
Wars.
Laughter.
Matter.
Invention.
Politics.
Goodness.
Kindness and caring.
Bodies.
Beauty.
Hobbies.
Evil and violence. And ugliness. Spirit is first. Everything
Is downstream from
spirit.
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 Spirit contains.
Everything.
Imagines and creates.
Everything.
Illuminates darkness
Spirit is the light.
before the body. Spirit, spirit,
Spirit.
illuminates.
Spirit.
Spirit,
Spirit.
spirit, 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 spirit.
Hello, hello. That's a new song. Spirit is First, Part 3. Spirit is First, Part 3. I hope you enjoyed it. Everything is downstream from spirit. You can quote me on that. I came up with that. That's part of my model. My model for reality. Not just for this matrix. My model for reality. Life, afterlife, death, whatever you want to call it. It's my model. Everything is downstream from spirit. Now the Kybalion, whatever it's called, Kybalion, that some channels speak about, like Matt McKinley and Dan the Yes Man from Overwatch Project, and Forever Con Man, to name a few. There's others as well. You know Forever Con Man, don't you? I don't talk about him that often. Some of you, I think, forget. Forever Con Man research channel. The guy with the big honk and the glasses and the tiny hat that's usually a dirty tiny hat that does everything to get all the shekels he can.
Are you gonna talk about me again? With my big nose and my tiny hat, my voice, my nasally voice. I'm just a grifter and a liar and a parasite. I love the shekels. I love all those shekels. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more shekels. Give me all the shekels.
That guy. That's what he sounds like. You can go feed those creatures. I'm not worried about you following them. Follow them right into the recycling bin. You've been warned, told, had it explained to you for years. It isn't just a matter of slowness. You're choosing evil. You're choosing to follow greedy, narcissistic scammers, grifters, liars, creatures, parasites, losers, and demons. So be it. Go ahead. It doesn't hurt me. I've tried to help you get out of this fucking matrix. And most of you on Earth want to support lying, greedy, scumbag, scammers, shills, felons, losers, creeps. Go ahead. See who it hurts in the end. You've been shown, you've been told so many times. And you're either dumb or demonic or both. That's all. But they talk about the Kybalion. And that states that mind is first. That mind is everything. Mind comes before everything. That mind is essentially supreme. That mind is paramount. Mind comes first. Mind over matter. Mind over everything. Well, I disagree. I think that's wrong. Some of you go, oh, but that's famous, Stephen. That's ancient. How dare you disagree with a book? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And that's the way you are. You're fearful little creatures. You can't think for yourselves. You've demonstrated it over the years on my channel and on all the channels I've looked at on YouTube. Most of you just follow. You mindlessly follow. You don't care what's true. You don't care what makes sense. You just want to be comfortable and follow along with shit. Is mind first? Really? So did mind create spirit? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think mind created spirit. I don't think mind created spirit, matter, love, pain, suffering. I think evil spirits play a role, and I think good spirits play a role. I think evil spirits do evil. I don't think it's just one mind that created all of this. I don't buy it. I don't buy the Kybalion or Libalion. I don't buy it. I don't buy the ancient shit that people say. But it's old, Stephen. It must be true. It's ancient. It's the Bible, or it's the Nag Hammadi horror, whatever, fucking Gnostic shit. I don't care. I don't care. A lot of you are wrapped up in something's old, so it must be true. I've never gone by that. A lot of you are just program beings. And then you'll make excuses. It's not your fault why you're programmed, but you hang on to your programming, don't you? I notice you don't try to deprogram yourselves or drop your programming. You make excuses. You don't want to do any spiritual work to drop your programming. You're under mind control, but you don't seem to mind when it's pointed out to you. You don't. I'm just tired of you excuse makers. I am. I'm tired of the excuse makers. But I'm going to shift gears. I'm not going to play that whole video on my live stream. If you want to watch the video, it's on the Sanity Machine. My Esoterica series, newest video. Everything is downstream from spirit. You don't have to watch it. You could watch this. The lurkers tuned in. You could watch this guy. This guy will help you out. This Tigga with the Cocoa Puffs on his face and the tarantula hair. He'll help you out. This guy with the fake glasses on. He'll help you out.
Sabali, sabali, sab.
He claims he doesn't sing on his channel. He says he doesn't sing. He's starting off singing again. He's a total liar. I couldn't get him to sing on my show. I said, you sing on your channel. You do. You sing on your channel. Got all the garbage behind him. All over the grass, just thrown everywhere. There's all kinds of garbage. All over the place. That's what Tiggas do. They don't know any better.
Sabali, sabali, sabali. Yo, I look like a mess. In my defense, I just woke up. It's almost 7 o'clock. It's still dark outside. It's winter.
Really, it's still dark outside and it's winter. Cocoa Puffs.
People get robbed a lot during winter. If you must be at work at 7, you must be at work at 7. Doesn't matter if it's summer, autumn, winter, spring, like it doesn't matter. So people wake up and they go and catch taxis far away from where they stay, which sucks, you know? So those who survive by robbing other people become predators. They hunt. Wake up in the morning and they hunt. It sucks, man. It actually sucks. Sabali, sabali, sab. Do you understand how patient you've been?
It's Tigga time. Tigga time. I'm going to speed him up. I often forget to speed up this Tigga. I'm going to put him at 1.5 times speed. Faster than normal. Tigga time.
There's a dog where I stay. This dog is tied to its house. It grew up there. They're telling me that they got it as a puppy, and it literally literally grew up there. So it never ran. It never got to do the things that dogs do. And I'd be like, does this dog even realize how patient it has been? And that's the only life it knows, you know? Isn't it sad? As a human, you know nothing. You're curious. You're a curious creature. You're not a monkey. I mean, monkeys might also be very curious. I came across a video of a gorilla sitting alone after fighting with its girlfriend and thinking the same way that a human would, you know. But seriously, you're a human. You're a curious creature. You want to understand. Yet there are no answers. No one is telling you what is actually going on. You don't know what the heck you're doing for real. It's not a joke. You don't know what the heck is going on. Weird things keep on happening, and you've mastered the art of pretending. Like, you pretend to know what is going on. You pretend to have a clue what is actually going on. That's why you're busy. You know? That is why it's uncommon that people get together and actually discuss what they think might be going on. That is why people find channels like mine very odd. Hey, what's odd about my channel? Like, we don't, like, I'm only speaking the truth. Like, we actually don't know what the heck is going on for real, and it's very important to talk about the important stuff since we don't know anything. It's important to be curious. It's important to ask questions. It's important to complain if things don't make sense. You don't just exist as if you understand existence. You know what I'm saying? When weird things happen, like, yeah, it's God's will. You don't even realize that that's just what you're telling yourself. Like, you're only telling yourself that because you're lazy to think. Who's God? And did that God confirm to you that it's His will? Came to you like, yeah, it's my will. Yeah, I wanted her to die in a car accident. I wanted her to die like that. I wanted her to get robbed and killed. I wanted her to get essayed, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't know nothing. You don't know what your purpose is here. Why are you here? You don't know. You don't understand how patient you've been. We should be getting together as humans every now and then and actually discuss what we think might be going on together, rather than acting as if we know what is going on. Because not asking questions and ridiculing those who ask questions is a sign that we think we've figured it out. We think we understand what is actually going on. That is why people will judge you for what you believe, you know? Some people don't even realize that what I'm doing on this channel is one of the most important things that a human being should be doing. Like, if there were aliens that were watching us, be like, dang, man, there's some dude in so his name is Benedictine. Dude, that dude, bro, like, he's thinking. You know what I'm saying? If they were starting us, like, yo, he's thinking. He's curious. Like, he wants to understand. He desperately wants to know what this is. He desperately wants to know what is actually going on, you know? What do you do, man? You pretend as if you get it. You pretend as if this is making sense to you. People don't realize how patient they've been. Especially considering how bad.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm going to open my
Fire it up. Thoughts and comments. Thoughts and comments.
Responses.
To comments.
Responding.
To your comments.
Responding to your comments.
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 Thoughts and comments.
Comments. So many.
Comments.
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 Hello, everyone. Hello. What do you think of that intro song? It's about time I did another video responding to comments. And I whipped that up for you. For you. That's on El Diablo's channel. I recommend watching it. I think it's a good thing to see. What's this? How could this happen in a good realm? How could this happen in a good realm?
It's the latest attack in what's fast becoming the summer of the bees. A desperate man rolls around on the sidewalk as a swarm attacks him. He pulls his t-shirt over his head to try to stop the attack. And when Arizona cops get there, the bees attack them. The horde of thousands of bees is finally defeated by fire hoses.
They removed between 250 and 270 stingers from me.
John Fisher, who lost a leg to an infection 8 years ago, tells Inside Edition his dog Pippin was stung 50 times.
Stung this poor man and his dog. Now, why did they attack so much? Well, it's God's plan. It's God's design. That's what zombies say. They don't think. They don't care about the truth. They don't care. They'll just say it's God's plan, God's design. They don't care. Hasn't he been through enough already?
Inside Edition, his dog Pippin was stung 50 times.
The bees attacked me in my face. They were going for my mouth, my eyes, my ears. I mean, all over, really.
The attack on Fisher comes after that horrible bee attack on a volunteer police officer in California.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, this poor guy.
They went right for my face, right? And they were like everywhere.
And in Phoenix, firefighters hosed down bees besieging a car after a mom and her 2 kids were attacked. So are bees becoming more aggressive than ever? Bee expert Isaac Karazi says not necessarily. There are just more of them.
Why are more bees attacking now?
All insects love rain. They multiply faster. They can gather their...
What kind of bees are attacking? We've been told the bees are dying off. Now we're told there's more of them. There's more bees? I thought the bees were dying off. We were told for years that we're running out of bees. The world without bees won't be able to pollinate. Now there's more bees than ever. Oh, it's fascinating. Huh? So what is true?
Honey faster, and we've had a lot of rain. They're not any more aggressive than any of the bees previous years. What it is, people are getting too close to their nest, and these bees will do anything to protect their nests, their babies, their honey.
It's your fault again, people. It's your fault again. You're getting too close to their nests. It's your fault. Wait a second. What happened? This was flattened during an earthquake. This Jollibee restaurant that is very well loved in the Philippines. They love Jollibee, as I understand it. The Filipinos, they love Jollibee. It collapsed during an earthquake. Well, an earthquake is just a hug from God. That's God's love, isn't it? It's God's plan. Does anyone ever get tired of the retards and their excuses in this realm? That's a hug from God, this collapsing building. Have to be. It's an earthquake. It's God's design. It's an act of God. It's an act of God, which is an act of love, according to Jack Talcott. Why are they screaming if it's such an act of love? God is love.
This was the moment a building housing a Jollibee fast food restaurant collapsed during the recent earthquake in the Philippines. It was located in General Santos, the region worst hit by the natural disaster. The 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit early Monday morning. Experts say this is one of the strongest quakes to hit the country in 50 years. It was felt in a dozen provinces and up to 2.
Felt in a dozen provinces. Huge earthquake. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. And earthquakes show you so. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. And his earthquakes tell you so. Just praise God. That's all you morons in this realm have to do. Just praise God for everything. No matter how much suffering there is, how much evidence there is for what this place is, just shut off your mind and praise God. That's what you should do.
261 country in 50 years. Strongest quakes to hit the country in 50 years. Experts say this is one of the strongest quakes to hit the country in 50 years. It was felt in a dozen provinces and up to 261 miles away. 37 people have been reported dead, over 400 have been injured, and 4 people are still missing. Over 20,000 have also been displaced, with the majority of people leaving their homes because of tsunami warnings. According to the Office of Civil Defense, several collapsed and damaged buildings will be thoroughly inspected to look for survivors or casualties. In the coastal city of General Santos, at least 13 people were killed because of collapsed buildings and falling debris. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions happen often in the Philippines because of its location in what is called the Pacific Ring of Fire, a region with the most seismic.
The ring of fire is God's design. That's God's plan. God loves you. Don't you see the love?
And volcanic activity on Earth. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Jesus loves you, yes, I know, and he even tells you so. Some people say I'm mocking. I'm trying to reach people, trying to get it through heads what's going on, because most of you resist. Most humans on earth resist with everything they have facing the truth. They'd rather worship a monster. Most of you. Everywhere. Everywhere on earth, including the Philippines, they'd rather worship a monster that kills their children.
Hi, this is Tina, and welcome to my channel.
So this is an idiot channel, Atlas Gunther. He likes to rip off my work. And he shares shit for the most part. He loves to share shit. Thankfully, he's not getting very many views for a channel. 987 subs, 7 views. Nobody likes his shit. Nobody likes your shit, Atlas Gunther. Nobody cares what you put on your channel. Nobody cares.
I would like to talk tonight about how to protect yourself within this physical world. Yes, this is actually a video made by somebody's request. Somebody suggested. So here I am. I'm going to talk about it because I do feel that this is a quite important topic to elaborate on. So yes, we live in physical reality, and we all know that this is not easy reality to be in, basically. There's all sort of dangerous, but I'm not talking about dangerous that awaiting you from your next door neighbor or from anybody in here. I'm talking on a higher level of danger. Mainly influences of any negative dark force attacks, and how one should protect themselves when it happens. Yes, I am a hardcore seeker, and I made a few videos regarding how badly I was attacked over the years, basically. Yes, so where do I start? Well, this is like it's a big topic, so maybe I start from the word fear. Yes. Have you noticed, guys, that when you fear something,
Um, 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 um,
you lose control, basically. No matter what it is, if you're fearing anything, any situation, the fear grips you and you don't have control over that situation. And the more you fear something, the worse it becomes. Yes, so how the dark forces operate? Well, they use fear. This is number one tool that they use to manipulate people with. And of course, we all know that fear is something that works. Yes, it's easy to scare someone with something, even if that something is non-existing and it could be only a threat. But still, people fear because we live in the physical world. We are all born in here with a memory wipe, so we do not remember who we are or where we came from. And basically, if we have any sort of powers, so once you are born here, you start from zero, you grow up, you are within the system that tells you how to feel, how to think, what to trust, what to believe, and who to follow. So all that is a combination of what I call a package of disaster, because it eliminates independent thinking, and basically you following the system. Now, that's another thing. Followers are easy to control. That's why this system is taking control of literally every aspect of your life in here. I mean, you're depending always on something or somebody above you in here, and mainly because we have to survive here, so we're following the system in order to survive. And also there's laws imposed, so if you're not following the laws, you're gonna be in trouble. So there's a lot of aspects basically within this reality that creates fear, uncertainty, and us being followers, majority of people I'm referring to, doesn't make it easy, because this is basically what happens. If people eliminated fear and questioned things more, Matrix wouldn't have a chance to survive, but because we're following the system, we're supporting.
Oh, wow. The Matrix wouldn't have a chance to survive. I'm going to replay that again. Wow. Is that all it takes? Really? Wow.
Being followers, majority of people I'm referring to, doesn't make it easy, because this is basically what happens. If people eliminated fear and questioned things more, Matrix wouldn't have a chance to survive, but because this is basically what happens. If people eliminated fear and questioned things more, Matrix wouldn't have a chance to survive, but because we're following the system, we're supporting the system. Yeah, you follow something, you support it, if you like it or not. So how do you actually protect yourself within this reality? And I'm talking about here not just this system, but I'm talking outside external influences on that level of spirituality. I use this word, yeah. How do you protect yourself? Well, I can only talk here about how I deal with fear and how I protect myself based on my own experiences, what happened to me. I used to be fearful of everything. Yes, that was a long time ago. I used to fear people, I used to fear ghosts, paranormal, unknown, death, you name it. Anything that there was to be feared, I used to fear, yeah. And I came to the point now that I don't fear anything. Now, mainly I think the way it happened, it's because I educated myself. I looked into things that I feared before, and after I looked inside what I feared, I realized after a while that there was really not much to fear there, honestly. I mean, main fear in here is the fear of death, yeah, because we're born here, we are mortals, and the body one day has to stay behind, and you move on to the non-physical spiritual world, whatever. And people fear that crossing over. People fear what's going to happen. So there's lots of guessing, and that alone is extremely difficult to eliminate, the fear of dying. Okay. Now, but if you look into it deeper, okay, the fear has really has very little, if anything, in there. Once you understand how your consciousness works, how if you deepen your awareness and become a solvent person, solvent being, how much that empowers you basically. Once you're empowered as a solvent being, there's very little, guys, that can really scare you, trust me. And I'm talking about really, I used to be honestly so fearful, it was unbelievable. But as I'm saying again, and I repeat that often, where I am now and where I used to be, there are many years in between. So it didn't happen overnight, that kind of awakening, that kind of inner, deeper understanding. It's something that, I call it as a process, okay? That process takes many, many years. Some lucky people don't need as long as I did, you know, but we're all different and we all have different perspective. We react differently to different situations, so it works. So for some people it may take a much shorter lifespan than it.
This is the body cam footage of Carmelo Anthony, which is like really crazy. At 2:15, you hear Carmelo crying like a baby. He put his hands on me. I didn't do nothing. He put his hands on me. Okay, let's watch it.
If somebody is treating the victim, then they
So this is the...
Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443. I got the suspect.
Oh, there he is.
They're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium.
It's not raining anymore? Well, clearly wasn't either. That's why his shirt's barely wet.
You can open up the channel.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be a gate that's wide open there. And then you come to the victim from there.
Holy shit.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
He crying? I told him not to, and then I stabbed him. So this is the footage of it happening right here. I'm waiting to see it. What the fuck? So we just ran away? What the fuck? And then people are like, hey man, where are you going? Didn't you just stab somebody? What happened? A soft push and then a stab happened at the 1 minute mark. Okay, let's see if I can find it. And then he just immediately stabbed him and oh my god. You can't just stab somebody who pushes you? Well, the thing is, like, this guy just stabbed somebody because he went into their tent, he wouldn't leave. I'm not alleged, I did it. Wait, what does he say?
This is the alleged suspect. Okay.
I'm not alleged, I did it. Pretty, yeah, alright, well, actual knife used to murder Austin Metcalf. Okay, this is just a pretty simple, like, yeah. She said it wasn't a deadly weapon.
Wait a minute, was it a switch? I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army. Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would argue the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
Yeah. Well, it sure seems like it is if it killed him, right?
If it was one of the little
man. And again, why are they defending him? Because they are black and he is black, which I think is really stupid. The majority of people that are victims of, you know, people that get killed by black people are other black people. So why are you trying to run defense for somebody who could have stabbed you too? So I don't even know why they're defending this shit. It's so stupid. I guess I missed.
They're anti-white. That's why they're defending it, because they're anti-white. They hate white people. They hate white people. They're glad that a white boy got killed. That's why.
Killed him, right?
If it was one of the little
man. And again, why are they defending him? Because they are black and he is black, which I think is really stupid. The majority of people that are victims of, you know, people that get killed by black people are other black people. So why are you trying to run defense for somebody who could have stabbed you too? So I don't even know why they're defending this shit. It's so stupid. I guess I'm missing the part 4 where 4 white boys were giving Carmelo a beatdown. Again, everybody knew that isn't what happened, right? I mean, obviously that's not what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, 70 Billions, advocate for the Anthony family. You can clearly see Carmelo Anthony being attacked under the canopy. This is why we'll keep fighting until he's free. Why are you dwelling on this story? This is America. Fools are dropping every day. The reason why I'm dwelling on this story is it highlights a massive double standard and an inconsistency inside of primarily the African American community, where they enable and try to draw excuses for bad actors and criminals because of some perceived solidarity because of skin color. This guy could have stabbed you. So that's the big problem that I have, is that whenever you have a demographic in the country that is exhibiting own group preference by such an extreme degree, despite all pieces of evidence, data, and information completely indicating the opposite, I think you've got a really big problem. I think you've got a huge problem.
Here's a new one on the woke left. If you want to be pro-black, you have to be dating a black person. I'm tired. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. I'm going to be talking about a topic that's been coming across my feed quite a bit in the past few days. And that's, if you want to be a pro-black black person, you have to be in a relationship with a black person. No interracial dating, no mixing up the gene pool, okay? Because pro-black means pro-black all the way. We're going to head to a TikTok, and this has over 100,000 likes on it, just so you know how far and wide this idea is going.
Hey, so real quick, you are not pro-black unless you as a black person look to your left and look to your right and your spouse is black. You understand what I'm saying? I don't understand why that's such a hard concept to understand. You know, you as a black person have a black experience, and you as a black person dating interracially can be an ally to a pro-black couple, but you
Pro-black, you have to be dating a black person. I'm tired. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. I'm going to be talking about a topic that's been coming across my feed quite a bit in the past few days. And that's, if you want to be a pro-black black person, you have to be in a relationship with a black person. No interracial dating, no mixing up the gene pool, okay? Because pro-black means pro-black all the way. We're going to head to a TikTok, and this has over 100,000 likes on it, just so you know how far and wide this idea is going.
Hey, so real quick, you are not pro-black unless you as a black person look to your left and look to your right and your spouse is black. You understand what I'm saying? I don't understand why that's such a hard concept to understand. You know, you as a black person have a black experience, and you as a black person dating interracially can be an ally to a pro-black couple, but you yourself do not have a day-to-day, you know, pro-black lifestyle.
I have to say this every time we make a video about this. How about saying that about any other race? Just think about it. Maybe try to utter the words out of your mouth and listen to how that sounds, okay? You are not pro-white unless you're in a relationship with a white person. You're not pro-Asian unless you're in a relationship with an Asian person. We typically call this a segregative mindset, okay? You think everybody needs to be segregated into little sections in order to be supporting people of their racial background. Typically, we would call that a no-no. And we would say allocated into little sections in order to be supporting people of their racial background. Typically, we would call that a no-no. Little sections in order to be supporting people of their racial background. Typically, we would call that a no-no. And We would say allow everybody to date who it is they want to date. And it's just insane to me to think that you couldn't somehow still be pro-black while dating a non-black person. And I think if we go all throughout history at some of the black activists that many of these people would pedestalize in their own activism, you're going to find that many of them were not dating or married to other black people. But we'll get to that in just a moment.
So I don't understand, again, why that's such a hard concept to grab. No, you should not be at the table with us when it comes down to black people voting. No, because you will have some type of biases. You are not to be trusted when it comes down to, the black majority vote.
And I think if we go all throughout history at some of the black activists that many of these people would pedestalize in their own activism, you're going to find that many of them were not dating or married to other black people. But we'll get to that in just a moment.
So I don't understand, again, why that's such a hard concept to grab. No, you should not be at the table with us when it comes down to black people voting. No, because you will have some type of biases. You are not to be trusted when it comes down to, the black majority vote and things of that nature.
Okay, you are not to be trusted because you found some sort of love or compatibility with somebody of a differing race, which happens all the time and should happen because guess what? We're all just human beings at the end of the day. But no, these individuals would like you to be relegated and placed in a box based off of your skin tone. What do we call that? It's so crazy that a lot of the times when you're hearing these woke left arguments that are supposed to be so progressive, so anti-racist, so tolerant, it sounds a lot like the Jim Crow South. It sounds a lot like segregation. It sounds a lot like you believe in something like black supremacy. And they've been trying to beat these allegations for quite some time, but the more and more I hear, the more I'm hearing black supremacy.
And you have to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's telling you not to date interracially. Nobody's telling you, that it's a bad thing.
Nobody's telling you not to date interracially. Okay, I'm just saying that if you do, you're sort of out of the camp, right? You can't really vote with other black people. You're not really invited to the table with other black people, and you're certainly not pro-black. But I'm not telling you don't date a white person or an Asian person or a Hispanic person. No, I would never say that.
I'm just telling you, when it comes down to black decisions, we're going to question you. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to question your motives because there are raccoons out here and they love to tap dance. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, no, you're not pro-black.
There are raccoons out here. I've been called a on many an occasion. It has not stopped. It will not stop. But I find it so interesting that we can even use phrases like black decisions. What is a black decision? Can somebody please define that for me in the comments down below? And preferably somebody who is pro-black. And I guess if you're pro-black, you also have to be dating a black person. So make sure you hit all those markers and then describe to me what a black decision is. Because these are the same people that will tell you that black people do not function as a monolith. They're not all making one decision. They don't all have one mindset. And then they'll make another video talking about what a black decision is, or what it means to be pro-black, even though I guess that could show up in a ton of different forms. There is so much contradiction, so much cognitive dissonance in this particular group that most of what you hear, you just can't take all that seriously. And just for a moment, I'm going to go back to an older point that I made and say a few names. Maya Angelou, okay? Frederick Douglass, Nikki Giovanni. These are all black activists, black artists, black creators, people who have contributed to black culture in a way that many of these blacktivists would pedestalize. And if you look through their dating history and their marriage history, guess what? They were not with other black people. So do we then go through with a fine-tooth comb all of these different historical figures that for the longest time you guys have cheered on and say now that they're not pro-black because of who they were dating and married to? Huh? Guys, we fall in love with who we fall in love with. We find compatibility with whoever we find compatibility with. And are you now saying that in order to be called pro-black, you need to skirt the different connections you're making in life with people outside of your race in order to maintain the existence of a pro-black figure? Please. One more video just to really drive this home, because this is not just a singular person talking about this topic. There are many Black people pushing this narrative forward. When I tell you there are hundreds of videos on this, there's hundreds.
All the Black people who date outside their race, how do you go about being pro-Black with like another race on your arm? Like, you're dedicating your life and your journey to supporting Black people and advocating for us. How do you do that with like an Asian, a white person, or someone of a different race on your arm? I don't know.
It seems like this camp of people might just need a little bit of time to marinate on these ideas a little bit before going out and making a TikTok and saying, how can you be pro-Black with an Asian or a white? Why'd you whisper that? Probably because you're racist. Let's be honest. And you know what? I've been separated from this woke left group for a really long time, but you all know I used to be a Blacktivist. I used to be a part of this group. I have the little power fist tattooed on my body. Got that way too young. But here we go. Let me try to step into their brain for a little bit, and then I'll make some opposing arguments. Don't you think that if you were a Black person trying to further the Black cause and you found a relationship and a significant other that happened to be Asian or white or Hispanic, that maybe you could have conversations about the Black experience and about being pro-Black, you know, whatever that means anymore, and that actually be furthering your cause? Don't you think it's good that we mix with cultures and have conversations about things and we find love with other races? Wouldn't that do a lot for race relations in this country? And hasn't it done a lot for race relations in this country? Loving v. Virginia, do we need to go back that far? I just don't understand how you can get to this mindset without also being, I don't know, a Black supremacist, or at the very least, somebody who is very racist. But that's the part of the conversation maybe we don't want to have. Or when we do try to have it, they will tell you, oh, I'm not capable of being racist because I'm Black. I'm the one who's oppressed under this system, and therefore I can't be racist towards other people. Yes, you can. And if you think like this, you probably are. Guys, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments down below. I could go on and on and on with a ton of different points, but I'm not going to yap your ears off today. Let me know how you feel about this. If you disagree with anything I said in this video, duke it out, but do so respectfully. I encourage healthy debate on this channel. And if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
This video, I do and I don't. I feel like there's things that I should talk about, and you know how it is, we don't want to. It's just so serious if we feel like we have to do anything. In India, when you turn 40, you are socially free. It's understood that you are done. From 20 to 40, in Indian culture, India, like curry, 20 to 40, you raise your family and you make a bunch of money. And then you begin your spiritual life at 40 to 60. And you renounce everything. And what a beautiful thing, actually. I don't think we have that at all in our culture. I think you used to. You used to have the retirement. I don't think people are retiring anymore. People work till they die. Just forego the spiritual part of their life. I mean, like, as a Western people. Sorry, I didn't know where the camera was. As a Western people, just don't really have the spiritual part. Personally, I was interested in the spiritual part right away. I saw my parents, and what I felt was their lack of spiritual. It was just all money and work and bullshit. And then eventually a divorce. Losing all the money. Somebody. Just a stupid system. I certainly didn't want to marry. I didn't want a business, although I would eventually go into business. And even this is business. This is a pretty good business. I mean, like a job, but self-employed. I could get fired if I'm not careful. What am I gonna talk about? I guess I could talk about the heavy shit. Heavy. I feel less heavy. Just ranting a little. I want to look at these old photos because I just love these old photos. They put me in a good mood. I want to look at some old lighthouses. This is heavy. Of course, I'd like to look at this damn map. I feel like it's been weeks. And I should mention my deleted video is on my other channel. My other secret channel. I think I'm going to start another secret channel. I have a few secret ones. Anyway, let us get on with this video. I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome. So, where to begin? Where to begin? I think we'll begin lightly, and then we'll get heavier as we progress. Okay, let's go light. An American fortress. American fortress. New York, 1903. God, this research is so obvious now. Is it obvious to you? Are you new here, maybe? Maybe you're new. Hello, new viewer. What do you think's going on here? Poor new viewer. What if I didn't explain myself? I have a feeling the new viewer would understand what I'm talking about. I mean, am I too direct? Is it not fair to burst the new viewer's bubble? So this is an armory, we are told. An armory is for keeping weapons and such things in. 1903, I mean, I don't know, 50 years before this. We're having a civil war with cannons, cannonballs, and muskets. Musket is like a little cannon gun, basically. Pack the gunpowder in there. Put a little ball in there. A little lead ball. So I say that just to consider weaponry of that time period. I mean, what's really in here? How much ammunition are we storing? And why does the building have to look like a castle? And again, we can see horse and wagon out here. Tracks in the streets. Railroad tracks. Or trolley. This looks like the garbage truck. Bunch of trash in here. I could be wrong. And what we are told, of course, is that before power, before machines, before toilets, before education, we are building things like this. Chief has gone into a heavy pant. Let me show you him. Here he is. This wild man. Wild man. Oh, I think he gets self-conscious. Okay, so the armory. Dun dun. The armory. So yeah, on this channel, if you're new here, I don't think anybody's new here anymore. I don't think I've gotten a new viewer in years. But if you're new, I don't buy it. I don't buy that you're building a castle to store bullets in. And I don't even think these people could build a castle with these means. I mean, whether this is all stone or if it was cast in place like concrete, I don't think you can move these materials around. The materials necessary to build something like this, not with a horse and wagon. It is my thought that this old and dirty building predates these people and this small population that we see. Not just in this picture, but in all pictures of this time period. This is a big inheritance. And it's not just here in New York. It's all over the realm. And what does that mean? It means you've been lied to, big time. And if you've been lied to, and me, all of us, then what could the truth be? The truth would be that somebody did build all these buildings before we came along. And these people will have had it all, will have been an advanced people with power, with machinery, with vehicles, trains, everything we have today. They would have had everything we have today and more. And we're not really seeing the more. We're seeing kind of a clash of two worlds, a primitive and an advanced. The primitive is, again, the horse and wagons, things made of wood, wooden wheels.
These short historical film footage show a 1913 Type O steam shovel manufactured by the Thew Automatic Shovel Company of Lorain, Ohio. The machine is working on construction projects for the Quartermaster Corps at Camp Humphreys, now Fort Belvoir, Virginia, with the 102nd Engineer Regiment of the 27th Infantry Division in March 1918. The Thew Automatic Shovel Company was a power shovel and crane manufacturing company established by Richard Thew in Lorain, Ohio in 1899. Richard Thew, before becoming famous for his steam shovel design, owned a small wooden steam barge, the W.P. Thew, built in 1884 at Lorain, Ohio. The steamer W.P. Thew, with a gross tonnage of 139 tons, plied the Great Lakes, carrying forest products such as lumber, logs, shingles, and railroad ties. Around 1894, while his steamship was moored at a dock on the Cuyahoga River in northeastern Ohio, 48-year-old Captain...
So we had steamships and steam shovels and heavy equipment in the 1800s, in the Victorian age. But Jan Levi's ignores all of that to tell you that all we had was horse and buggy,
Everything we have,
with no power and no heavy equipment at all. And it's a lie. In the 1880s, we were building steam shovels, steamships, etc. Probably before then. So he's a liar. That's all it takes to see through this shit. No heavy equipment, no power equipment. That's false. It's false. He loves to portray us as just a horse and cart people. He doesn't even want to talk about the streetcars, of course. Those must have been inherited, because we can't invent or build anything according to him. This Jewish guy, John Levi. John Levy, some people call him. I call him Jan Levi sometimes. A Patreon supporter. Look at this. He says that he has no new viewers. He has 350,000 subscribers. His channel increases by 50,000 or more every fucking year. 351,000 subscribers, and he says he has no new viewers. It's full of shit. People love liars. They love to pay liars.
Today, they would have had everything we have today and more. And we're not really seeing the more. We're seeing kind of a clash of two worlds, a primitive and an advanced. The primitive is, again, the horse and wagons, things made of wood, wooden wheels on the wagons, a wood world. When they do build things, they build little wood shacks, log cabins, cheap. And we still are a wood people. I mean, this house that I'm in now, a wood house. Even though I would love to have a house made of materials like this, forget about it. Way, way, way out of my budget and out of these people's budgets. And not just out of their budgets, but out of their necessity or need for such glory and beauty and permanence. Again, look at the wooden wheels. A wood people, a horse people, I mean, a horse people says everything. It's very primitive. Harnessing of beast power, horsepower. Even today we call or rate engines by horsepower. It wasn't that long ago. This picture was 125 years ago. It's nothing. Of course we still use the term horsepower. We are the horse people, and we have still not managed to build buildings like this, ever. I mean, we're told we did in the early 1900s and earlier. And then as things progress, and you would think that we would have the means now, we don't. We never did. Massive buildings. The buildings that weren't eventually demolished still stand, are built to last thousands of years. I mean, what's going to happen to this building? This building is like a mountain, just as solid as a mountain. This one goes underground, at least another story underground. And again, that's before the ability to excavate. Perhaps in this time period they had something called a steam shovel, but very small, very clunky.
I just showed steam shovels, but he says perhaps in this time period. Perhaps. He's claiming they had nothing to excavate. It's fascinating how they just lie to people and people gobble it up. They love it. They love eating this shit.
Are built to last thousands of years. I mean, what's going to happen to this building? This building is like a mountain, just as solid as a mountain. This one goes underground, at least another story underground. And again, that's before.
No building is as solid as a mountain. Just another lie. It's lie after lie after lie after lie.
For the ability to last thousands of years. I mean, what's going to happen to this building? This building is like a mountain, just as solid as a mountain. This one goes underground, at least another story underground. And again, that's before the ability to excavate. Perhaps in this time period they had something called a steam shovel, but very small, very clunky, nothing like modern day excavators and heavy equipment. Again, the people are using outhouses. Like, why would you build a building like this if you're still using outhouses? And where are the outhouses? I mean, you wouldn't want them too far. Let's say you have a little office up here on the 4th floor. Can you imagine running down 4 flights of stairs to use the bathroom, to go out here and relieve yourself? Where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. You would never build a building like this if you didn't have a bathroom. If you had to go outside to use the bathroom, you're not building more than...
They had toilets in the 1800s. So he's lying again. He's lying to you again, of course. They had toilets in the 1800s and Victorian times. Even Google shows that. New York City. The first patent for a flush lavatory dates back to 1775. Late 1800s, they had toilets, though, as the norm in New York City. They didn't just have them, that was the norm, the late 1800s. This is what he does. He lets on that people were running out of these big buildings, these great big buildings and skyscrapers. He's such a liar. And people love liars, though. They love liars. They love it. They love liars like this. Like this creature. They love them. They love these liars.
2 stories up. Pretty important. 4 flights of stairs to use the bathroom, to go outdoors, and heavy equipment. Again, the people are using outhouses. Like, why would you build a building like this if you're still using outhouses? And where are the outhouses? I mean, you wouldn't want them too far. Let's say you have a little office up here on the 4th floor. Can you imagine running down 4 flights of stairs to use the bathroom, to go out here and relieve yourself? Where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. You would never build a building like this if you didn't have a bathroom. If you had to go outside to use the bathroom, you're not building more than 2 stories up. Pretty important, really. There's other parts to this puzzle that don't make sense, of course. There's the elevator factor. If you don't have an elevator, you're not building more than 2 stories. And many of these buildings were built before the elevator. It is a fact. They tell us elevators were put in after the matter, which doesn't make sense at all. Like, you would just take such a chance building a building like this in anticipation of the invention of future elevators? I don't think so. So that was just a little warm-up.
Everybody loves his channel. 351,000 subscribers. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep showing people what is supported in this realm. You support liars, frauds, grifters, scammers, losers constantly in this realm. That's what people support, is this shit. Hello, Maurice. I haven't seen you typing for a while. For a long while, for hours. So many buildings to wonder about. Yeah. That bunch of buildings in Cambodia. Right. And there's some in Burma as well, I think. There are places all over this realm that are unexplained. You can wonder into your graves. That's what you can do. That's what people will do. I can't pull them away from it. It's the addiction of people in this realm. They don't want to work on getting free. That sounds like nonsense to people. They'd say, that's absurd. Work on freeing myself. Why would I do that when I can wonder about shit that I'll never figure out? Wonder about the mysteries. I used to wonder about things when I was a child, but I started to realize my time here is limited. At a certain point, if you don't realize that, wonder into your graves. People can wonder into their graves, which is what they will do, and into the recycling bin. I think that's what people love to do, though. They love things they can't figure out, and they don't want to face truth that they can see and observe. And it's the perfect system for evil to put things in the realm that they'll just wonder about forever. Some of you might have been wondering about this for many lifetimes already. You might have been wondering about some of these ancient mysteries for centuries, for lifetimes. It's just perfect in a sense. It's not good, but it's a perfectly designed evil system to keep people wondering about shit that will never help them. And I'm laughing because they don't want help. They want to wonder about things, mysteries they'll never solve.
I wanted to discuss how a lot of these buildings have a tower. You'll notice a theme here. Always a beautiful tower, right? Cinderella Castle. Overbuilt everything. These armories. Here we can see the Portland Depot. New York Central Railroad. You see how similar that one looks to the Portland Depot. And the Sandwich Depot, of course. The Sandwich Depot. And I don't even know what this is. It says 20 handsome girls. We've got to check this one out. Why is everything about this stupid? And this is our history. It's like some morons wrote it. Or some people having a lot of fun. And this does seem like a lot of fun. Here it's called 20 Handsome Girls. And then this is a 1904 picture of the boys' high school in Philadelphia. Surely this thing was demolished. So 1904 again. The outhouse, like I'm saying. The tower. The The cathedral elements.
They didn't have to use outhouses in 1904. They had toilets as the norm for decades before that was built. So he's lying to you. And a quick Google search will show you that this guy lies to you. And people love it. They love to be lied to. 351,000 subscribers on his channel. They love the lies. 8 people here. You always show me what people prefer.
The rose window up here? Why? The domage? In fact, if you look carefully, it looks like an observatory, or what they would tell us is an observatory. I mean, there's this part that opens up here on the top, and we can see one over here too, like a little convertible dome. And look at this thing. Look at this. The boys' high school? So, like, even if it was a co-ed high school, it's just too much, too big, too beautiful. And it's just a boys' high school? Stupid, right? Like, this actually resembles the beautiful buildings in Morocco, like that one we were looking at in my last video in Casablanca.
He calls it stupid. Why is it stupid to build beautiful buildings for people if you have the resources to do it? Why is that stupid? Why would you want to look at junk? I'd rather look at buildings like this. But he calls it stupid. This little Jewish guy, John Levi, right there on the screen. That's what he is. I know, there's doubters everywhere. I'm aware of that. I have to prove everything. They have to prove nothing. They never have to prove their case to you. Liars on YouTube, liars on the internet, liars in the realm and media, government, wherever. They never have to prove themselves. But people are always asking me for proof. It's fascinating to me, your double standards. And by you, I mean humanity in general. Humans. You have all these double standards. I'll prove it to you right now. I took a screenshot just to be able to put it larger on the screen for you. I hope you enjoy this. I hope you enjoy how sometimes I have to rub it in your face to prove it to you. But I said that he's Jewish. He said it himself in his videos. But Levi or Levi or Levi with the accent over the E is a Jewish surname. It is a transliteration of the Hebrew word. And then they put these weird symbols. I think that Hebrew word is I did my best to pronounce the Hebrew word on the screen. Levi is a transliteration of the Hebrew word. Another spelling of the name is Levi or with a Y at the end. According to the Jewish tradition, people with the surname have patrilineal descent from the Levites or Levites of the Bible. So that's his surname for anyone that's a fucking moron that loves to live in denial when they're shown truth. There you go. That's what people do. They defend liars and they reject the truth. Phlegmatic language, absolutely. They sound like they have the flu when they're speaking, and that's normal to them. Somehow that's normal to sound. That's the way they sound in Israel and Tel Aviv when they have a conversation. And people walk up and go, oh, they're so in love. What a romantic language. Oh, they're so romantic. They're a couple in love. It sounds like they're sick. Sickening. Call me whatever you want. The haters that are tuned in, you can call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I'm going to keep speaking the truth. And a lot of you defend absolute sickening things in this realm. Most of you in this realm will never speak as much truth as I speak in a week in your lifetimes. You won't do it. You're afraid. You live in fear, speaking truth. You just live in fear.
It's like a Casablanca tower, like a little convertible dome. And look at this thing. Look at this. The boys' high school? So, like, even if it was a co-ed high school, it's just too much, too big, too beautiful. And it's just a boys' high school? Stupid, right? Like, this actually resembles the beautiful buildings in Morocco. Like that one we were looking at in my last video in Casablanca. It's like a Casablanca tower right here. And in our past, this was a high school? Like, why is that acceptable? Is that acceptable to you? Are you not insulted? You're being told, we're being told, this is a high school? Why in any time period, in any part of the world would that make sense? Why here in 1904? These pictures really stir my emotions. I guess that's why I come back to them. Sometimes I think I'm not interested, and then I look at these pictures, and I'm both in awe and outraged. At the same time, it's so fun. In one sense, looking at our old world like this, Detroit, 1897, it's so fun to see what North America really looked like. Then we can imagine the people who would have built buildings like this. It's way, way over the top. This was like a theater, the Hippodrome in New York City, 1905. I mean, blows Las Vegas away. Blows everything away. Look at this. And again, before the ability to do a lot of this, before you should be able to build it, and before you would really need to build it. Such a small population. So next I want to look at lighthouses. It's one thing to look at buildings in cities, but then there's this other element. Now we see this style, of course, like I was saying a minute ago. Everything has the building and then it has a big tower. It's just a thing. It's just a thing in the old world. It was built that way. You'll notice all of these have the building and then the big tower. The big techie tower. The building is absolutely enough. How much building do you need? Again, let us just appreciate the horse and carriages in the street. This is bustling. This is pretty busy. And yet is it? This looks like a ghost town, really. Look at this building. It's like little ants out in front of the building. Just look at this. Again, a mountain. A mountain. Isn't made of wood. It's made of steel and stone and concrete. A mountain. This is 1905 Philadelphia City Hall. City Hall. You don't need much. You do need a few courthouses, a few...
We're the chosen ones.
Few courtrooms, some offices. All of the functions in a city hall could be performed on the bottom floor, especially when we look at the size of this building. Look at this thing. This is like a big block. I mean, I'm imagining walking Chief around this block. Nice block to walk around. Might take 15 minutes to walk around this building, around the perimeter. And then, God, I'm digressing. It is late, approaching midnight. And then this. And then this tower. And that was my point. That was a bit more than I intended on saying, but yeah, here we go. The tower. And why is the tower burnt on top? I mean, clearly a darker top and fading. Like a fading transition to white. Really strange. But why the tower? And not just with this building, but all of them. Now I'm going to go back to the lighthouses. I just wanted to highlight again, always the building and always the tower. I mean, if you're trying to save money, it's like me building my house. Sure, I would love a tower. Who wouldn't want a tower? But yeah, I can't afford a tower. I was happy to build my house. Maybe one day I'll have a tower, but we're not there yet. Certainly at the beginning, you just want to build the building. How are you going to convince anyone to spend all the extra money to build a tower? It's very, very, very frivolous. What, for a clock? For some flags? For the statue? But maybe it's not just a frivolous tower. Maybe there's another purpose to the tower. The purpose of the tower. Now, when it comes to these lighthouses, it's pretty clear what we're told the tower is for. Oh, it's just for light. That's it. But is it? I mean, clearly, that's one purpose. But in my opinion, there's more. Just like with these, there's more to the tower. The tower is actually technology. And in fact, everything. God, I can't get away from these pictures. Everything is tech, not just the tower. But even here, we see like these antennas. Sometimes they'll put flags on them. But in this picture, no flags. And these are really big. These are like 50-foot. Again, look at the people down here. These are like 50-foot antennas. I mean, these are techy as all tech. But I'm proposing that the whole tower is tech. And most certainly, when it comes to these lighthouses, I mean, they're really impressive. It's like you're building buildings out in the water. And not just buildings, but these are, in fact, bona fide tech. These are absolute tech. So it's not a far reach for me to propose that the towers on all the buildings had a tech function. And now I'm going to tell you what I think that is. What the true purpose of these towers were. Let's take another quick pause. Okay, so this is actually very nice today because it's not just me speculating or using my intuition. I have met somebody, many of us have, in my Patreon weekly chats whose family was in the lighthouse business. And this is like gold, actually. What he has discovered is absolute gold. And it's his family's story. And it's kind of like gold, and it's also kind of a burden. Like, not everybody gets the whole story. I've told you about my grandfather and the French Foreign Legion, and the role of not just the French military, but all militaries when it comes to the reset. And really, that generation was very tight-lipped. And I think people are still tight-lipped. A lot of people take jobs. In fact, we have somebody else in our Patreon group who has a job with the government and has secrets. And she didn't reveal the secrets. She would lose her job. But it goes on today. I mean, it's difficult to come across proof and the truth about what's happened in the past if we're going to have so many secrets. And we are a people of secrets. We have secret societies. All nations are rooted in secrets. So it's very difficult to come to the truth. We've always hoped in this research that we would come across some diaries or some first-hand accounts of people in the past that could actually tell us the truth. And that's actually what has been shared with me and with the whole group on Patreon, whoever has attended those particular meetings. And I won't say his name because he asked not to share his name. We know his name in the group, but as far as sharing this on the internet, I totally get it. And basically his family was, again, lighthouse keepers, and knew. And in fact, he has journals, and he has a whole family story of what occurred. And it's pretty heavy. It's awesome, and yet I don't want to screw it up either. And because there is the risk of me screwing it up, I'm slightly apprehensive about sharing it, but here I am sharing it, and I'm glad I am. He says here that lighthouses in the 1800s, and this is like a little document he made for us, for me, and for us, so I could share it. And basically his family understands what the lighthouse was. Again, everything is in compartments. Like, not everybody knows everything, but you might know something about the part that affects you or that you might be responsible for. And in this case, it's his family. They are responsible for lighthouses somewhere in the east. And let me just shut up already and read this for you. So the mainstream narrative, he tells us, for lighthouses in the 1800s were navigational aids, powered by fuels like whale oil and eventually kerosene, different oils. Early lights used lamps or parabolic reflectors. The Fresnel lens, invented in 1822, dramatically improved the range. Now, Fresnel lens is just an awesome high-powered lens, and we've looked at them in the past. I think you can buy some on Amazon, the kinds that will melt rocks and bricks. And we're told lighthouse keepers would trim wicks, refuel with different oils, clean soot, and wind clockwork rotators. Again, these things spin, of course, doing a 360. And not like they would need to spin in a 360. I mean, usually people just need to see them from the ocean, but that's if they were just lights. And as we'll see here, they may have been much more than just lights. And most technology is like a two-way thing. We're usually not sold the two ways. I guess like a Swiss Army knife is a good example. Yes, it's a knife, and it's also so much more. So here he says the truth. Lighthouses were far older and more advanced than the official story. They functioned as atmospheric, etheric energy collectors and broadcasters. So again, this is the two-way that I was just talking about. Collector and broadcaster. Usually we're just told it's a broadcaster. Key nodes in part of the grid.
I might write something up and send it into John Levi and get him to tell his audience that it's true. And there's no fact checking on it, no verification. And that's what he does. And that's what people love. People in this realm do not love the truth. They just love shit like this. That's what they love.
Tall stone or masonry towers with conductive elements, metal caps, copper components, grounding systems were positioned at high energy coastal and harbor nodes. They drew telluric and atmospheric currents to stabilize local fields, support navigation, and contribute to the broader harmonic grid. So the idea is that, again, they operated as self-powered resonant structures. They had grounding, internal chambers tuned for sound and harmonic modulation. Of course, the tall towers would allow for etheric charge, pulling energy out of the air. The higher up you go, the more charge there is. And apparently there's like mercury baths in which the lenses would float on, creating conductive resonant pools that amplified and stabilized energy flow. And I don't know, of course, But this is interesting because it's coming from somebody whose family was in this business, was responsible for maintaining and operating a particular lighthouse. And you know my thoughts. It's no different with these lighthouses than it is with these buildings. I don't think we built them. No. And I don't think the purpose of them is what we're told is the purpose. And essentially what he's telling us.
He likes to say we, grouping himself in with Europeans. And he's not European. But he likes to say we. When it's convenient, they'll pretend to be white. At other times, they'll say they're Jewish. They'll say they're not white. That's what they do. They always do that.
Here is that there was a military application. It's not like you just became a charitable lighthouse keeper. It was a military position. Big deal. And it was known by these lighthouse keepers and this person's family that these had another purpose, that they were also weapons, and in fact were used to ignite a lot of these great fires throughout the cities, as we see. We wonder why all the cities are burning. And according to this share, the lighthouses were a big part of that. They were turned around and used like lasers. And most of us understand the power of a lens. Most of us have burnt things, mostly when we were children, with magnifying glasses. A lot of power. And that's pretty major. What's interesting is that his family actually had like controversy. So again, they were responsible for this lighthouse. His like great-grandfather. And he was told to do something, again, military style. He was given an order, and he refused the order. And this is his family story. And again, he wasn't necessarily excited about sharing it, but yet also knew it's the only group or people that would really appreciate what he had to share. He told us his great-grandfather refused the order and in fact lost his life for it in a very, very disturbing way. And to make things even worse, when they reported on the death in the paper, it said that he died swimming, and it was an absolute lie. He died on the beach in front of his family, and it looked like he was struck by something really powerful. Perhaps something like this. And I don't know. Again, I am just sharing with you what has been shared with me. Pretty mind-blowing. And again, when you look at these lenses, we're talking about a horse and wagon people. I mean, you can't even move this stuff around. It's pretty unbelievable. It's very, very high-tech. Like the oldest of these lenses are really advanced, really, really intricate, and no doubt capable of much more than just being a flashlight.
Yeah, they were capable of just melting cities, of course. Well, where's your proof? He doesn't need proof. He doesn't need proof. He'll just say all kinds of stuff in his channel and call it a truth channel, and people will applaud and send him money and support it and flock to it. That's what they do. People love fairy tales. They don't love truth.
For ships, I mean, just manufacturing a lens like this, of this size, again, impossible. Shipping them around as impossible as the Sears catalog. Shipping everything they did around. Who is really manufacturing such bulbs? They're huge. Absolutely huge. They take up like a whole room. Not to mention it's like up on a tower. How are you getting them up here? So I don't know. I think I will probably leave it here. Let me know your thoughts. Do you have any lighthouse keeper ancestors? Anything that can add validation to this idea? Why all the towers on all the buildings? Was it something more? Was it both, again, something that could harness and...
They were the bat towers, that obviously. Those towers on buildings must have been the bat tower, bat signal. Bat signal from the Batman tower. Have to be, wouldn't it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Just give me a second. Do you know what I mean? Am I still live? Hello? Hello, hello. Yes, we're live. Audio check, that's Levi. Those towers, I think I've solved the mystery. I might have to send this clip to John Levi. Yawn Levi. He's boring. He's, oh, his voice is so boring. It's the bat signal. Those towers were used for the bat signal. I don't know if that's going to show up for you. Let me see. Where's another one? Here's one. Some of these don't show up. Maybe this one will, this GIF. I think those towers were used for Batman in the old days, for the bat signal. Here's my theory. It's the bat signal right here. Here it is. Yeah, they don't want proof. They're enamored and love fantasy. Absolutely. That's way more appealing to them and to most people in this realm than any truth would ever be with evidence. They don't want that. They laugh and scoff at the idea of mountains of evidence. They'd rather have bullshit. Here's the bat signal. That's what those towers were used for. See? No, 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 Batman. There you go. I solved the mystery. What's going on at Wild Fart's channel? Wild Fart.
Broth of some kind and then seasonings. Salt,
Yeah,
pepper,
right.
whatever. But the better your broth, the better your gravy is going to be. That's the rule.
Well, Bond, dumplings are better than biscuits, so...
Yeah.
No.
And scones, yeah. I prefer dumplings.
Yeah, scones are cool, but not with gravy. Like,
no,
you need
no,
jam
no.
and cream on scones.
Yeah,
for sure.
Welcome, PJ. Good to see you, man. When Starsky and Hutch take the starches from your hutch, making gravy with your mama is just a sausage byproduct.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. 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 What's up, Wild Fart? How are you doing? Oh, he kicked me. He kicked me off the show. All I said was hello. He kicked me off his shit show. Wild Fart kicked me off his shit show. Oh, he kicked me. I called him Wild Fart. Wild Fart. He's a coward. He's a loser. That's what he is.
It's like a salty cake. It's weird. Have you ever had that?
Oh shit!
You tell them to fuck right off, or just make yourself big until we know that they're not scum.
Also, hello, the
Hello.
Dragon King.
Hello.
It's Stephen. Right, go ahead.
Hello. What's up, Wildfire?
So, yeah.
It's that dude.
Yeah, I'm not doing that today.
Yeah, that sounds a little.
You know, a lot of restaurants, instead of making like traditional biscuits.
Yeah, I'm not doing that today. Go ahead.
Hello. What's up, Wildfire? What's up, Wild Fart? Look at this fart. Creepy creature. He's a creepy creature. But most people don't mind creepy creatures. They love demons, liars, fakes, creeps. That's what people seek out in this realm. They love losers, druggies. Yeah, they love it. Most people do. He looks like a creep because he is a creep. Wild Fart is a real creep. It's a real creepy, creepy, creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. I'll flash him up on the screen for you. An image of Wild Fart. I don't want to make people sick, but this is what he looks like up close. Look at him. He claims to be British. He looks to be oy vey, oy vey. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Ugh. Look at him. Just look at him. Ew. The eyes, droopy eye, dead eyes, gingy beard. Looks like he's straight out of Tel Aviv. Gross. Gross. Very gross. Drug addict, alcoholic, liar. Real creep.
An entire species has no idea what's going to happen at the moment this transition of consciousness occurs. That's unacceptable. It's insanity. It's a form of amnesia. When you think about it, dig deep, we don't even know what we are. And I'm going to explore this in a moment. We don't know where we come from as consciousness before we were born, do we? We're suddenly here, we accept the culture and the society we're given, and we do the best we can. And then we connect to and adapt to the social norms and hope that they're correct. Some give us solace, some of us give us hope, but there's no answers given. That I find completely unacceptable because as powerful spiritual beings, we have the ability to obtain the answers for ourselves, but we have to become explorers of consciousness. It's up to us individually to learn the methods, the techniques, so we can explore deeply within ourselves. But we have to find a method or methods that...
So this NDE Research Project channel slandered me months ago. Wrote a big post about me, pages long. There's a lot of losers over there. And he gets 164 likes on this video. This is what people want to follow. Anonymous creatures that can't show their face, their name, their voice. An anonymous coward. That's what NDE Research Project channel is. An anonymous coward can't show who he or she is. They're getting views, of course. This channel's not shadow banned. Not at all. Not at all. Only 150 videos. 5,000 more subs than I have. Growing and growing and growing. Nobody complains about this being totally anonymous. What a coward. growing fast. Nobody accuses him of buying subs. That's what happens on YouTube. The shield channels grow, get promoted. People can't see through it. People can't see very much at all. And they never will. I don't think they ever will. Yeah, people don't mind. They don't mind at all. They support it far more than I've ever gotten support. Way more. Way more. He'll never show his face. He'll never use his voice. He'll never show his name. Never. All of that is shown on my channel. My face, my name, my voice is used. I don't use AI voice. I don't just put text on the screen to hide my voice. People don't mind at all. There's no helping most people. Hello. Hello, everyone. Have I ever bashed this NDE research project channel? No. Are they anonymous? Yeah. Do they use their face? No. Do they use their name? No. Their identity, is it known? No. Do they use their voice in their videos? No. They call me a twisted creature. So I wonder who this creature is that runs that channel. They said Aeon is genuine, whereas Steven is a twisted creature, a matrix distortion. I don't, in all caps, recommend Steven's channels, the Sanity Machine and El Diablo Radio International. Look at this. And they say it's because of the profile picture. And in the description, if you are mad, you are mine. This is an absolute moron, a zombie. A zombie. And this is what people watch and follow. They call themselves truthers. They follow shit channels. Absolute fools. Huh, they could be anyone then. But look at, they're putting out a warning about Steven from the Sanity Machine. Look at this. Aeon is genuine, whereas Steven is a twisted creature, a matrix distortion. I don't recommend Steven's channels, the Sanity Machine and El Diablo Radio International, for a number of reasons. Look at the profile picture of El Diablo Radio. Wow. Do they know what that profile picture is from? That painting? They don't care. And then, if you are mad, you are mine, part of my crazy tribe. Look at this. This is all it takes to make these creatures paranoid. It's all it takes. "12 hours long. How dare I make a video or a live stream 12 hours long?" Look at this. Look at this. Text to speech. Look at this. They can't use their voice. They can't show their face. They don't reveal their name or identity. Total anonymous coward. And somehow people have been are now accustomed. It's normalized for you to trust and follow cowards. It's what people do. So be it. Be foolish. See where it gets you. See where following these anonymous fucking cowards gets you. It's not going to get you anywhere good. You don't even have discernment, people that follow channels like that. You don't even have basic discernment. And they think that they're aware of what's going on. Yeah, it's someone whose voice would be recognized. They can't use their voice, exactly. They have to put text on the screen. And that TV static, That's that channel that does the TV static shit. The TV static shit show channel that I've shown on here before. By the way, I asked them for an interview. Before all that, before that post, they declined. They don't want to do that. They don't want to reveal who they are. Another coward. It's a realm of cowards.
Excuse me, sir. You didn't buy anything, so you have to leave. Are you right after me? Yeah. Where's it at? Okay. I'm going to be watching you.
I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, I'm trying to see
I'm a smooth operator. I ain't off a perk, but I'm percolating. Got a feeling hot off conversation. Things getting physical, recreation.
Dear all white people, I'm so sick and tired of y'all. Me and my kids finna give y'all a piece of my mind right now.
I live in Texas and I do not like
Me and my kids finna give y'all a piece of my mind right now.
I live in Texas and I do not like sharing the road with them.
Fuck white people.
Most times I find myself wondering if there is something that white people are currently doing to black people today that I don't know about somehow. I find myself wondering if segregation is secretly going on and somehow, I am completely unaware of it. I wonder if black people are currently being enslaved by white people today. And somehow, I don't know about it. I wonder if white people are still purchasing slaves from Africa today. And somehow, I am totally oblivious about all of this. I wonder if we all teleported back to the 16th to 19th centuries and I was somehow unaware of all of this. Because honestly, guys, I don't understand the vitriol that some black people keep spewing against white folks in many of the emerging videos I come across on the internet. I keep seeing videos upon videos, new fresh footages of black people acting so offended with current white people of today. I'm not talking about the slave owners of the past. I'm talking about regular, normal white people today, even white kids. I wonder if there is something going on, something utterly despicable that white people are doing to black people today that I somehow do not know about. Because honestly, guys, the obsession that some people who look like me have for people who look like this have gotten totally out of hand. What exactly is going on? I genuinely want to know why some of these black people are totally obsessed, totally consumed with white people. Now, the video we are about to take a look at resurrected this question in my heart. And without further ado, guys, I would like us to check out the video.
Hey, hear me. It's time to withdraw. It's time to withdraw. I woke up this morning and that was the phrase that was in my head. Okay, it's time to withdraw. Withdraw your talents.
Why? Why is it time to withdraw? Did something happen? And withdraw to where, by the way? Africa? And where are you making this video from? What talent are we talking about here? Ghetto fatiguing. But anyway, guys, let's let her cook.
Withdraw your resources. Withdraw access. These folks want access. They want control. They want to be near you. How else can they steal from you? The way that we have been fighting has expired. It's time to withdraw and let them see what they are without us. And it's not even about them. It's for us to see who we are when we unleash our power. It's time to withdraw. Next step's coming.
Brain cells totally fried. Brain cells successfully destroyed. obsession in total overdrive, guys. She said she woke up with this one word in her head: withdraw. That tells you how deeply consumed these people's minds are. Their entire being and existence revolves around invoking white people and claiming one ill or the other against them. Why didn't she wake up with the word peace, or love, or togetherness, or excellence, or happiness, or prosperity, or success? Anything but divide. And it is not as if fatigue generators like her can survive the divide if it finally comes their way. Imagine taking a look at a thriving society like America and other European nations, and claiming that people from these places, places like this, places that turn American inner cities to African slums, need to withdraw their talents from these thriving nations. What talents are we even talking about? Is it engineering talents, medical breakthrough talent, scientific innovation talents, technological advancing talents, governance talents? What talents? Or are we referring to the gang culture and the rap culture talent? What exactly are these people pointing to? And the audacity of her claiming that white people want to be in close proximity to to them just to keep milking them dry. I ask, what exactly are these white people taking from them in America today? She mentioned the resources. So again, I ask, what resources? I just want to know. And talking about wanting to be around somebody, who are the people known to move out of their hood to upscale, refined neighborhoods, also known as white neighborhoods, once they level up in wealth? You know the answer. When you take a look at successful members of their community, for example, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and other wealthy bunch in that community, you will understand the clear handwriting on the wall. When they make money, they move out and into a particular kind of environment to be in close proximity with a particular kind of people. The number one thing they do is move out of black hoods and get in proximity to white people in white neighborhoods. So who wants to be around who? Not to mention that we Africans, we from the motherland, we kings and queens, we Wakanda nationals sell our properties and even borrow money just to be able to move to these white societies just to live amongst them. So make it make sense. What is she trying to say? I almost fell out of my chair when she said it is time to withdraw and let white people see what they are without us. It is the boldness and the audacity of that statement for me. Well, guys, even though I'm black, I never give up the chance to tell the truth. So let me tell you, I don't need to withdraw to see what white people are without us. I see it in every majority white institutions, colleges, universities, neighborhoods. I see it in places like Poland, in Finland, in Japan, in Korea. I see it in small Western nations that have somehow managed to preserve their heritage. I see it in the high trust societies they enjoy. I see it in the safe environments, the lack of drama and chaos, the beautiful systems they have created in their societies. I have seen what white people are without people who look like me. But hey, for the sake of my own image, for the sake of my own integrity and my own, shame, I won't even begin to tell you what black people will be without white people. I won't even mention it. So it aches my heart to see people who look just like me always calling for problems and looking for ways to antagonize others. It embarrasses me to no end. Though, to be totally honest, guys, I'm not entirely against anyone wanting to withdraw their phantom talents. I'm not against anybody wanting to segregate themselves from others. But what annoys me is that these people who are calling for segregation never make any move to make good on their claims. They never segregate themselves by moving to Africa. They never withdraw their so-called talents by disengaging from hood and ratchet culture. They never withdraw by rejecting welfare and all sorts of social assistance. They never withdraw at all. But sincerely, I would love to see them put their actions where their mouths are. Enough of the let's do this and let's do that. Start doing it now. Lead by actions, or just shut up. White individuals are busy living their lives and minding their businesses while you spend your waking hours obsessing over them. It is time to stop now, okay? Stop embarrassing yourselves. Take it from your African sister, okay? You have done enough, so please stop. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts and my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not subscribed to this channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. Now, peace.
The baby mama culture, single parent culture, what race is the most promiscuous? Does it even matter? Well, in the comment section in my video, non-black often accused black Africans of being promiscuous. Thus, between white, black, East Asians, Arabs, Indians, and South Americans, which is more promiscuous? In sub-Saharan Africa, the concept of single parenthood has been relatively recent. Traditional African societies were primarily communal, relying on extended family and polygamous networks for child rearing, which meant that the modern idea of a single parent was not recognized in the same way. Instances of single parenthood were typically due to widowhood, divorce, separation, and other rare circumstances. The rise of single-parent households in many African countries, particularly Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and several other West and Central African nations, is largely influenced by Western culture. However, the situation in Southern Africa differs somewhat from that in West and Central Africa, and it is important to note that there is no uniformity across Southern, Eastern, Western, or Central Africa. For instance, the prevalence of single parents in Cross River State in Nigeria is 5 times higher than among the Igbo population. In contrast, single parent families are quite rare within the Hausa and Fulani cultures. Divorce laws were introduced in Nigeria with the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1970, and in Ghana it was introduced in 1971. In contrast, the concept of divorce emerged much earlier in the UK, with significant changes occurring in 1857. But it wasn't until the 1969 reform that non-fault based divorce became available. France had already introduced divorce earlier in 1792, but it remained restricted until the reforms of 1975, which allowed for no-fault divorce. The United States, divorce laws varied by state until California became the first to adopt no-fault divorce in 1969. The purpose of this overview is to illustrate that the terms single mother and baby mama are relatively new. The term baby mama originated in the Black American vernacular in the mid-80s and gained popularity in the 90s and 2000s. It refers to the biological mother of a man's child, especially in cases where the parents are unmarried, not in a committed relationship, or separated. Being a single mother, especially during my upbringing in my culture, was considered taboo, and divorce was even more stigmatized. Since Africa is not a monolith, some cultures were more accepting of single parenthood than others. However, single parenting was quite rare across the continent. Today, this phenomenon has increased dramatically across Africa and worldwide. In this video, I want to contrast different racial experiences, particularly focusing on the baby mama and half-sibling cultures. Despite claims from some communities, particularly among white and East Asians, that black Africans have countless children and procreate with multiple partners, the data tells a different story. When black Americans, Caribbeans, and other black groups outside Africa are included, it appears that black people are often perceived as leading in the baby mama culture. Some may see me as less exposed or overly judgmental, but I believe that after a third failed marriage, average, the responsibility shifts from being the other party's fault. It is your fault. You're incapable. Similarly, having a third child with 3 different partners raises concerns about your decision-making capabilities. Humans are intelligent enough to understand that children are not trophies and that producing offspring with random partners is more akin to animal behavior than human behavior. Yes, I might come across as being strange or harsh, but this is my opinion. That's my perspective. The Cambridge and New York declarations state that all mammals, birds, and many other animals, such as octopuses, have the neurological structures necessary for conscious experience. However, none possess the same level of intelligence as humans. Humans are widely regarded as the only species capable of fully understanding the concept of consent. This means we actively regulate our sexual urges using moral frameworks, social norms, and laws to prevent non-consensual acts. If one cannot control these urges, it raises questions about their humanity. Research indicates that children in complex multi-parent families with half-siblings may face developmental and behavioral challenges. On average, children raised in more complex family structures, including those with half-siblings, step-siblings, multiple parental partnerships, or frequent family transitions, are at a higher risk of experiencing negative outcomes compared to children raised with continuously by the same 2 biological parents. It is important to emphasize that on average does not mean that every child with half siblings will have adverse experiences. Individual experiences can vary widely. For example, many people from diverse backgrounds may thrive despite challenging circumstances. In terms of single parent homes, no other culture has a higher percentage than white cultures, not black cultures. In a study of the top 20 countries, all but Mexico are predominantly white, with Latvia, Lithuania, and the United States ranking highest. This statistic highlights that the issue of single-parent household is more prevalent in white cultures than in African cultures. I mean, black African cultures. When black Americans and other black groups outside of Africa are included in the broader black category, it can skew perceptions, making it seem like black Africans have the highest rates of single-parent homes. However, the numbers vary across different African countries. Interestingly, when focusing solely on demographics within the United States, black Americans have the highest rate of single-parent households by a significant margin. Moreover, in the UK, black British descendants of slaves of Caribbean descent have a rate of single-parent homes that mirrors that of black Americans, according to the data. When examining the data on solo parent, it is important to clarify what this term means. A single parent is someone who is raising a child or children without the other parent living in the same household. However, this does not imply that they are parenting alone. A solo parent, on the other hand, is responsible for raising their child or children without the other parent's involvement. Among solo parent households, 3 African countries lead the list, all in Southern Africa, South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. It is crucial to note that single-parent household do not necessarily mean the other parent is uninvolved, which is often the case in the UK and other Western cultures. In contrast, in South African and Southern African culture, it is common for the male parent to abandon their children. This abandonment is a trend seen across many parts of Black African culture, though it is particularly pronounced in Southern Africa, especially within those trio of South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia. Shifting the focus to half siblings, people who have children with multiple partners. The UN and the OECD data indicate that the US ranks at the top, followed by the UK. All the top 24 countries are white, with Mexico at 25th. Only 3 African countries appear on the list of 56 countries. Guess which African countries? The usual: South Africa at 39th, Namibia at 40, and Botswana at 41st. No other African nation made it onto the list. In comparison, the data for South and Central America is less concerning than that of Europe and North America. In South and Central America, Jamaica ranks highest, followed by Mexico, while Paraguay and Bolivia have the lowest rates of single-parent households. Let's take a look at the current data regarding family structures in Africa. North African Arabs dominate the statistics, with Algeria leading the list, followed closely by Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt, and Libya. Notably, no southern African country appears in the top 20. This suggests that issues related to promiscuity and single parenthood are more prevalent in southern Africa than in any other region on the continent. When we consider the broader Asia category, we see a similar trend. North African Arabs, together with their Arab cousins in West Asia, rank at the top. Arabs have the lowest rate of single-parent households in the world. Across Asia, from Lebanon to Japan, single-parent households are relatively rare. Regardless of their faith or ethnic group, be it Muslim, Buddhist, or Hindu, South Asians, including Arabs and Indians, are the least promiscuous. When we break this down by race or ethnic group, we find that Arabs as a group rank as the least promiscuous, followed by Pakistanis and Indians. Next are Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese, with Black Africans following, and South and Central Americans coming next. In contrast, Americans and Europeans, or those from white cultures, are the most promiscuous. However, here, let's just clarify something. It is very important to clarify that this data is based on the number of single-parent households, half-siblings families, and solo parenting situations. It does not measure sexual activity or the number of partners individuals may have, as such data will be hard to ascertain. In many Western cultures, for instance, people often start dating around 16 years old, which is considered unacceptable in the Arab world and generally frowned upon in Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. The same holds true in Korea and East Asia. In Africa, outside Southern Africa, and to some extent Kenya, early dating is also seen as inappropriate. It is essential to differentiate between being promiscuous and having multiple partners, though both are typically discouraged in the Arab world, South Asia, and much of Black Africa. This contrasts with attitudes in the West, where such behavior is more accepted. Studies in sociology, psychology, and economics have found that in multiple parental breakups, moving between households, half-siblings, step-siblings, multiple parental partnerships, etc., children suffer from the following: conflict of changing partners and households, attention, co-parenting dispute, unequal treatment concerns, tension between households, custody change, to name a few. Meanwhile, siblings or households with children raised by the same two continuously present parents benefit from strong emotional support, low conflict, financial security, and family stability, to name a few. The data is clear on this. On average, children continuously raised by the same two parents tend to fare somewhat better statistically than children raised in multi-parent, half-sibling family structures. All in all, you can see clearly that Africa is not at the bottom of this one. And also, what is wrong with single parents anyway? To summarize all the long talks in this video, the continent of Asia presents the least promiscuous population, especially among the Arabs, and South Asia like Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, followed by the Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, while Europe or white culture present the highest level of promiscuity. If you think we're wrong, if you think there was anything we missed, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Why white and East Asians fundamentally dislike black people. Why white and East Asians fundamentally dislike black people. To hate means to experience intense emotions of hostility, animosity, or aversion toward someone or something, often stemming from fear, anger, or repugnant. This is why I use the term dislike instead of hate. It is important to clarify that not all white people or East Asians harbor these feelings. This discussion, however, addresses a broader societal patterns rather than individual beliefs. There is a noticeable racial divide between white and black people, largely rooted in the condescension that some white people exhibit toward black people. When I say white and black people, Americans tend to confuse everything with their internal fighting. Black people don't mean African American, just as white people don't mean white Americans. In terms of demographics, the US has slightly over 200 million white people, followed by Russia with 105 million and Brazil with 92 million white people. If the European Union were considered a single entity, it would be home to the largest population of white people still living in their indigenous homeland. The US accounts for approximately 22% of the global white population. Conversely, there are around 1.65 billion black people worldwide, with 48 million residing in the US, which constitute slightly just over 4% of the total black population. I needed to clear that up first because these two groups sometimes have geography issues, thinking the world is the US. No, it isn't. I don't believe that the first white person to set foot in Africa and come in contact with black people hated them. It's difficult to hate or dislike something that you don't know. Although there had been Mediterranean contact for centuries, the first significant and well-documented arrival of Europeans in Africa began in the 15th century, led by the Portuguese. Bartolomeu Dias reached the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, and Portuguese explorers established trading posts and forts, including São Jorge da Mina in present-day Elmina, Ghana in 1482. What they discovered were people living in tribal societies alongside abundant natural resources. The early Europeans described Africa as a paradoxical land of immense wealth and savage danger, often referring to it as the Dark Continent. They used this term not only because of Africans' skin tones, but also because of their lack of understanding of the continent's interior, which appeared as a mysterious blank space on their maps. As the Europeans began seizing land across the Americas and Africa, a complex interplay between labor demand and European colonial expansion transformed the narratives. Initially, early Europeans were fascinated by the black African complexion, not approaching it with condescension. However, as their greed for land and wealth grew, this intrigue evolved into dehumanizing stereotypes by the 17th and 18th centuries, central to the transatlantic slave trade. By this time, generations of white people were raised with an ingrained belief in their superiority over black people. This belief persisted through the era of colonialism and continues to affect society today. For centuries, black people have faced defeat and humiliation. The black man has never fully recovered from centuries of humiliation. Throughout history, he has been portrayed as savage, and this depiction has influenced perceptions around the world. For many, particularly among white and East Asian communities, nothing undermines their pride more than being intellectually outperformed by a black person. This perception stems from viewing black people as either not fully human or, if recognized as human, as less intelligent. Consequently, experiencing defeat at the hands of someone considered less intelligent is particularly painful for these groups. When a black person is seen dating a beautiful white woman, it can provoke irritation among white people. The same reaction occurs when a black person dates a beautiful Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Indian, Hispanic, or Arab woman. No one wants to see a race they have been indoctrinated to perceive as inferior date the best of them. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper, as leaders. Any other position is often seen as unacceptable. This dynamic is superior, the helper, the help as leaders. Any other position is often helper as leaders. People perceive themselves as superior, the help of them. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper as leaders. Any of them. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper.
Most white people. Oh, how do you get that? Where are the stats? Where's your evidence for most white people perceive themselves as superior? Just the first part, superior, and then mocking the helper. Why should we continue to help you when you mock us? I don't think we should help you anymore. We should help our own people. You're right. You don't want our help? Good. Stop helping the Tigges. Stop helping them. This thing showed his true colors completely. Look at the face. Look at the faces. Oh my goodness. Tigga. He's showing you what he is. A lot of people don't want to see. A lot of white people don't perceive themselves as superior. They're afraid of being called racist by beings like this. Hateful demons. That's a creepy creature. That's an angry, envious Tigga. Angry, envious Tigga. They show you what they are, don't they? Most white people. Can you imagine saying most black people? Look at this.
Have been indoctrinated to perceive as inferior, date the best of them. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper, as leaders. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper, as leaders. Most white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper, as leaders. Any other position is often seen as unacceptable. This dynamic is a construct of society. Until black people or black countries establish and develop successful economies and cultivate intelligent, innovative citizens, the condescension they face will persist.
You're not going to ever establish successful economies. We don't just go by stereotypes. We go by your crime stats. How violent you are, savage, envious. How if somebody, quote unquote, offends you or disrespects you in your perception, you'll murder them. You creatures are not like us. You're not civilized. You're like this. Most of you tiggas are like that. Why is your apartment trying to look white with bookshelves and books? Tigga, please. You're trying to be white, aren't you? You're trying to be like Europeans. Tiggas don't read those books that you have on the shelf behind you. A bookshelf? What would a Tigga need with that? That's very European. You're trying to copy. You're trying to imitate. Tigga.
Of society. Until black people or white people perceive themselves as superior, the helper, as leaders. Any other position is often seen as unacceptable. This dynamic is a construct of society. Until black people or black countries establish and develop successful economies and cultivate intelligent, innovative citizens, the condescension they face will persist. The average age in the US, Europe, Korea, Japan, and China ranges between 38 to 45. This indicates that most people in these regions were born after 1980, which is relatively recent. So, how can they still exhibit condescension towards black people when they were not even alive in the 17th, 18th, or 19th centuries? This attitude persists because social constructs of condescension have been passed down from previous generations. This dynamic will continue until black communities initiate a change. During the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, the Japanese were often treated with condescension by Europeans who ridiculed their culture and customs. This tendency for Europeans to belittle other cultures has been a recurring theme throughout history. Western views of Japan evolved through three distinct phases. Initial curiosity in the 16th and 17th centuries, a grudging admiration for modernization following.
Forever the victims, Atigas, always thinking people are condescending to them. Forever victims. What have you built? What have you invented? What have you done? What have you done in this realm? Except have your hands out. What have you done?
The Meiji Restoration in 1868, and finally a genuine admiration that emerged after World War II in the 50s and beyond. Although the Russo-Japanese War in 1905 brought some political recognition to Japan, it was primarily in the post-World War II era that the deep respect for Japanese culture and its economic achievement took root. As you can see, the Japanese earned the respect they receive today. However, the idea of a superior culture is highly subjective and is generally rejected by modern anthropology in favor of cultural relativism. This perspective maintains that no culture is inherently better or more advanced than another, while some argue that certain cultures create better conditions for human flourishing, safety, and prosperity. I align with this view. Nonetheless, it is important to recognize that culture has simply different adaptation to specific environments. Evaluating cultures through a simplistic lens of inferior and superior without considering historical context can lead to discrimination and racism. Another example after Japan is South Korea. During the 50s and 60s, South Koreans often faced condescension and unequal treatment, primarily from Europeans and Americans, including African Americans. Tension and unequal treatment primarily from Europeans and Americans, including African Americans. In the aftermath of the Korean War, the country was heavily dependent on US aid, and many observers viewed it as a poor, war-torn nation. As a result, Americans often acted condescendingly toward the Korean people. Koreans experience intense racism and discrimination, particularly towards war brides and mixed-race children, they call Amerasians. Thousands of Korean women married US soldiers and immigrated to the United States, where they confronted racial discrimination and were stigmatized as camptown prostitutes. Meanwhile, their mixed-race children were often treated as outcasts in Korea. However, through efforts like the Korean Wave, HELLOoooo, and the country's impressive economic growth, the global perception of Koreans has changed significantly. Today, a strong, independent, and economically sound South Korea, the nation is no longer viewed with condescension. The situation today is similar for China. Just yesterday, it too was the subject of mockery for many around the world, particularly Americans and Europeans. China has faced centuries of disrespect, but it is said to surpass many of those who have disrespected it, even though it has already surpassed many and is bound to become the greatest economy in the world. The case for Africa is more complex. The world has often failed to understand the diversity and individuality of African people. Just as Koreans and Japanese have their own distinct identities, so too do Nigerians and Kenyans. Similarly, while the Chinese and Mongolians are different cultures, so are the peoples of Mozambique and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Africans are often grouped because they have struggled to showcase their unique qualities to the world. There has been a collective failure to establish modern, successful, and distinct cultures and nations. The mystification and intrigue that originated in the 15th century evolved into racism in the 17th and 18th centuries, and this will not change until Black people prove to the world that they are wrong, much like the Japanese, Korean, and Chinese have done. The current circumstances in Africa, unfortunately, reinforce stereotypes that suggest intellectual and cultural cultural inferiority. Every time a culture or group of people receives generosity or handout from another culture or group, there can often be a sense of condescension from the giver, whether conscious or unconscious. Generosity or handout from another. Every time a culture or group of people receives generosity or handout from another culture or group, there can often be a sense of condescension from the giver, whether conscious or unconscious. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature. It's hard to respect someone who is fully dependent on you. Respect must be earned. This dynamic also shapes perceptions of attractiveness across races. Some often cite stereotypes like white noses, fuller lips, and curvier figures as reasons for less attraction on black people. A black person with the widest nose, lips, and the darkest complexion would date the prettiest white, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, or Indian if his bank account reads $1 billion. True equality fosters good friendship. It's rare to see people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Zhang Yiming forming close relationships with someone who works at McDonald's or in a warehouse somewhere in China, indicating that status influences social connections. Africa's time will come. It is currently only being delayed by black Africans themselves. There are so many Japanese and Korean cultural practices that are appalling to the rest of the world, but no one calls their culture or the people inferior. Their economic independence and innovative capacity, driven by intelligence, have garnered global recognition, often overshadowing the negative aspect of their cultures. For many Americans, Africa is perceived as a homogeneous country. When a black person from Africa commits a crime in the US, it is viewed as a crime committed by Africa itself. In contrast, when a white person from Germany, Britain, or France commits a crime, they are seen as an individual who has done something wrong. For centuries, what constituted riches, happiness, and self-sufficiency for black Africans was having multiple wives, children, and farms. They didn't need to study financial indicators, pension plans, or develop strategies for anything beyond a few months. There was no concept of being late, as time was not part of their economy or tribal structure. Their climate was warm, and everyone thrived in community life, farming together, sharing meals, and telling stories and folklore. However, they faced invasion, defeat, and enslavement for centuries. Just as they began to recover, they were invaded again and colonized, disrupting the way of life they had established for millennia. Europeans imposed what they considered modern living on Africans. Imposed what they considered established for millennia. Europeans imposed what they considered modern living on Africans. Many black people have not yet fully adapted to this new system, but they have learned a great deal over the decade. It is likely that by the latter part of this century, there will be a significant transformation as white dominance and control begin to wane. Until then, Europeans and Asians, including Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, Indians, and even Arabs, will continue to condescend to black people. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
So he pinned this comment by what seems to be an American who wrote, maybe because they robbed my pregnant wife at the gas station. It's always them. Murder, robbery, theft. Connect the dots, man. And most of their crimes are against their own community. Bullshit. You're a black apologist. This person said, it's really quite simple. She's a woman wrote this, just Michelle, or apparently a woman. It's really quite simple. We just want to live in a civilized society. I'm going to give that a like. Yes. Yes. It's not just whites and Asians. This person laughs. Most people dislike them. A lot of pushback on this, Tigga. I like living in a peaceful, high trust society with low crime rates and safe public transport. You can't with Tiggas. You can't. You can't have that with Tiggas. I don't hate them, this person said. I see patterns in behavior which I tend to avoid and don't want around me. Respect has to be earned. Surprise the world by proving you're. Yes, surprise the world by proving your societies could prosper by their own merits. Good luck. Oh, build Wakanda. Please show us. Show us. Build Wakanda. I want to see a Wakanda country in Africa. Please. Nigga, please. I mean, Tigga, please. Tigga, Tigga. Tigga, please. Tigga, please. Nigga, please. To beat the stereotypes accusation, you have to not act like said stereotype. Oh, exactly. I have to laugh every time I hear one of them say, oh, they just want to be, quote, oh, they just want to be like us, or, quote, they're just jealous. Couldn't be further from the truth. Exactly. I've never been jealous of a single Tigga in my life. Pattern recognition and per capita stats will forever show the world what black character truly is. A lot of people are aware of this. Hundreds like that. That's a good sign. That's a positive sign that people are really facing, at least with this issue, with the Tiggas, facing the truth of the differences. My wife is from Borneo, East Malaysia. We have someone from Borneo that comes to my channel. She grew up in a very small jungle village with peace and quiet all of her life. She really dislikes black people because she traveled a lot throughout the world. I think she got the fatigue very fast and hard. The trauma never disappeared. She said that they're just too aggressive and arrogant. I'm going to give that a thumbs up. That's more truth from Daniel. And cheers to his wife from Borneo, East Malaysia. I tend to like a lot of Asian people. Well, not a lot, but I like Asians in general quite often, I'll say. Not all of them, of course. Obviously. There's a darkie in the comments. This is nuts. What needs to be asked is, why do all cultures hate black people? they always think everyone hates them. These paranoid tigs. Nobody ever told me they were less intelligent and that I felt myself superior until you just told me, this person said. Missed my pigeon, Milo. Great comment by Luke. I live in the US, and my view of black people is not influenced by what views Europeans had of Africa in the 1400s. Of course, my view is influenced by the criminality that's happening right under our eyes today. Yes, exactly. I've experienced anti-white hate amongst black peoples too. We all have. I don't know a single white person that hasn't seen or heard or experienced some some anti-white acts by the darkies. It's the way they are. The darkies. The darkies.
Extremely dirty, smelly, unorganized.
Dirty, smelly, stinky tiggas.
These.
Look at all the trash. They have no pride in where they live. They just throw trash out in front of anywhere. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the dumping that they do. They just dump garbage everywhere. Disgusting. Ugh. Who wants to live like that?
These are the streets of Africa. Have you ever wondered why cities in Africa often look so different from those in Europe, Asia, or the Gulf? Why do streets in many African cities have open gutters, scattered waste, and uneven pavements, while cities elsewhere appear clean, organized, and maintained? Does a country really need to be rich to have clean and properly planned streets? Take a closer look at cities like Lagos, Ibadan, Accra, Nairobi, Douala, Kinshasa, and Kampala. Many of these places.
You know, I used to feel sorry. I'm admitting to this, for the poor little tiglets that live.
Nairobi, Douala, Kinshasa, and Kampala.
The poor little tiglets that live this way.
Kampala.
That live on. The poor little tiglets that live in these trash heaps. But they keep pumping out these babies. And when these little tiglets grow up, they end up hating us. And they end up being dangerous towards us. I used to feel sorry for these little tiglets, though. I'm going to call them tiglets. If that offends people, well, too bad. You're going to have to grow up and deal with it. Look at these poor little darkies. This one's learning young, the one in the coveralls here. Looks like a boy, barefoot. He's got his hand out. He's not waving. He's saying, please give me money. Give me money. See him with this. I'm not kidding. It's funny. He's got his hand out. He's asking for handouts. They learn very young, even as toddlers, to ask for handouts. Please, sir, can you give me money? They don't know how to build anything. They don't know how to maintain anything. You could build a whole city for them, a whole country, and they'll destroy it. He's asking for handouts. He's learned at such a young age. Please, sir, can you give me money? Please give me. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme never gets was a saying we used to have as children. Gimme, gimme never gets. Gimme, gimme never gets. There's the angry Tigga. I'm going to show you a close-up. I'll show you what I mean. I noticed this. He's got this little tiglet is saying, please, sir, can you give me money? That's all I'm learning from my uncles and my cousins and parents and older children. The oldest children in my family, we have 20 siblings. Please, sir, can you give me money? My parents don't know how to stop making babies. All they do is have sex all the time, unprotected. Please, sir, can you give me money? Little tiglet, the poor little tiglet. Yeah, when do they ever help whites? And for that matter, when do Asians ever help? Have you ever seen Chinese help out white people, including the rich Chinese billionaires? All across Asia, when do they ever help out white countries? Even when there's a disaster. When do they help? When do the Japanese help? Like, I respect their culture, but when do they help? I don't see much help from them. Unless it's all hidden. This is the way they are.
Many of these places seem to...
Look at the dump. And they think this is normal to them. And they'll light it on fire. There's fire at the other end. They're burning jeez. Imagine the stench.
Follow a similar pattern: potholes, poor drainage, visible waste, limited sidewalks, and very few trees. Compared to cities outside Africa, the difference in structure and organization is hard to ignore. So, what exactly went wrong? Why do many African countries have leaders who see these conditions every day, yet progress remains slow? What makes it even more interesting is that many African nations are older than countries like the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, or Bahrain. Yet, in just a few decades, those countries managed to build modern, clean, and highly organized cities. Even more surprising is the fact that in the 1950s, cities like Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra were relatively well planned. But over time, instead of improving, many urban areas seem to have declined. So the real question is, what changed? Is it corruption, poor leadership, weak systems, or a lack of long-term planning? Take Rwanda as an example. Despite being a small, landlocked country with limited resources, Kigali has become one of the cleanest and most organized cities in Africa. This shows that wealth alone is not a deciding factor. Effective leadership and discipline also play a major role. Looking across the continent, another concern appears. Many major infrastructure projects, airports, railways, and highways, are often built with foreign involvement. Even decades after independence, many countries still struggle to develop and maintain large-scale infrastructure on their own. As a result, streets remain poorly maintained, roads are filled with potholes, and urban spaces lack proper organization. But the issue doesn't stop at roads and buildings. When you step into everyday spaces like local markets, the situation becomes even more clear. Markets are the backbone of many African economies. They are busy, vibrant, and full of life. But at the same time, they often highlight serious problems with sanitation and organization.
Can you imagine buying your food? I'm going to show that again. Look at that. It's on garbage. They call it a food market. It's on garbage. It's a market on top of a dump. It's a dump.
Sanitation and organization. Take markets in cities like Lagos, in Nigeria, or Kinshasa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. These markets serve thousands of people daily. Yet, in many cases, waste is left uncollected, drainage systems are blocked, and walkways are overcrowded and difficult to navigate. Instead of structured waste systems, garbage is often dumped in open areas or pushed into gutters. When it rains, everything mixes together: water, waste, and dirt, creating unhealthy and sometimes dangerous conditions. But it doesn't end there. Street food, which is an important part of daily life for many people, is also affected by the lack of proper regulation. In many places, there are few clear rules or enforcement when it comes to hygiene, food handling, or preparation standards. As a result, people often cook and sell food in environments that are not properly controlled. This is not to say street food itself is a problem. It plays a vital role in feeding millions of people, but without proper systems, regulations, and sanitation, it often contributes to health risks and environmental issues. Across different regions of Africa, these patterns repeat themselves. Markets expand without planning, waste disposal systems remain limited or even inconsistent, and over time, these challenges become normalized. So again, what is causing this? One major factor is the lack of effective waste management systems. In many cities, there are not enough bins, not enough collection services, and not enough structured systems to handle growing populations. Another issue is urban planning. Many cities were not designed to support the number of people they now have. As population grow, infrastructure struggles to keep up. Enforcement is also a key problem.
So I'm watching this and trying to figure out why they believe we're jealous of them. I don't want to live the way that I'm seeing in these videos. I don't want to live like this. They think we're jealous of them. That's the mentality of these paranoid, delusional, low IQ tiggas. Look at this. Jealous of this. Jealous of this.
But they can't.
Jealous of this. Are you kidding me? Why would I want to live like that? I don't want to live like that. Look at that water. That looks like sewage, just black water. It looks like something you'd be pumping out of a septic tank. I mean, sorry. Who wants to live like that? Are you crazy? You think I want to live like that? They think we're jealous of them. I don't want to live on top of an open sewer. Are you kidding me?
Consequences are serious. Poor sanitation, weak infrastructure, and unplanned urban growth affect health, safety, and overall quality of life. Now, compare this to countries like Switzerland or Taiwan. These countries have smaller populations, but far better organization.
Yeah, I'm against helping them. I'll say that outright openly. I am against helping them. They hate us if we give them handouts. They say we're condescending, like the Tigger earlier said, we're condescending. If we help them, we're condescending to them. Well, then stop helping them. Don't help them anymore. Don't give them any money, any food aid. Don't go there with equipment. Don't dig wells for them. Don't help them with sanitation, with waste management, with bins. Nothing. Nothing. Cut them off completely and say, you're on your own. You're a leech. You're like a spoiled child that's an adult child that just doesn't want to do anything at all. Look what they're boating on. That black water is just wastewater. I can't get over it that they live like that. And to them, that's normal. They think, well, of course we're going to treat our water under our home like a toilet. Just what? You can't teach them anything. You just can't teach them anything. They don't learn on their own, and they don't learn from us. There's no point in helping them. All they do is breed and grow in population. It's just look at how would you want to live? Like, would anyone want to be recycled and reincarnated into this realm and live like this in a shithole shack, a shack like this, just in a terrible situation, in a terrible land, where if there is somebody that's, let's say, average, not their average, but our average, 100 IQ or higher, or 120, they leave. They leave. They get the hell out of there. They don't want to live there. There's a little satellite, quote unquote, satellite dish on top of that shack that looks like it's built out of tarps. Looks like tarps and bed sheets or something.
Now, compare this to countries like Switzerland or Taiwan. These countries have smaller populations, but far better organization, productivity, and
maybe it's racial differences. You ever consider that?
Living standards. This shows that population size alone does not determine success. In many parts of Africa, population growth continues at a rapid pace. But without proper infrastructure, education systems, and planning, this growth puts even more pressure on an already struggling cities.
Maybe they lack infrastructure and planning because of their race. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe it isn't the number of population. Look what they build. This is all they're capable of doing. It's a dirty dump full of shanty towns. Look at this. Look at this. Just, I know I'm treating it like it's astounding, but it is. It's astounding that this is the best they can do. But it makes sense when you look at their average IQ, country to country in Africa. This is all they can do, is cobble together junk, just absolute junk. They don't have cities, they have junk. Maintenance is a foreign concept. Well, so is building anything that's worthwhile. They can't build anything. They can't build anything.
Segregation, black and white living separately, but with equal right. Is it gonna kill us? Will it end racism? Should white people and black people live in segregated communities and countries? Throughout the Western world, the concept of citizenship has evolved significantly from the 18th to the 21st century. In the United States,
It hasn't evolved. We were sold out by evil. They flooded our countries. They wanted to change the demographics to attack white people. You know nothing, Tigga. You just write these shitty, mainstream, stupid scripts. You're a fool and a liar. And you're anti-white. This guy's anti-white. For centuries, this interaction has created nothing but conflict and animosity. It's a good idea, meaning to segregate. We have to remigrate these Tiggas. They have to be sent back. We can't live this way. I'm going to keep saying it until my dying breath. We can't live this way. I don't want white children to be attacked and despised and hated and live in fear of Tiggas taken over in our countries. We can't live this way. I'm one of the voices speaking up on YouTube about this. We can't live this way. We just can't live this way. I don't just mean in Canada or United States, wherever I happen to be at the moment. We can't live this way in the West. Thankfully, Eastern Europe has, for the most part, kept them out. But in the West, the Western world, Western Europe, Northern Europe, United States, Canada, all the way down to Aussie land, Australia, and New Zealand, we can't live this way. And a lot of people are realizing, a lot of white people are realizing, we can't live this way. We don't want to live this way. We don't want little children to live in fear. Because they get attacked. That's why. It's not imaginary fear. It's rational. It's because of what has gone on. I don't want to live in a dump either. That's another part of it. Tiggatown. Tiggatown.
This is the body cam footage of Carmelo Anthony, which is like really crazy. At 2:15, you hear Carmelo crying like a baby. He put his hands on me. I didn't do nothing. He put his hands on me. Okay, let's watch it.
If somebody is treating the victim, then they
So this is the...
Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443. I got the suspect.
Oh, there he is.
They're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium.
It's not raining anymore? Well, clearly wasn't either. That's why his shirt's barely wet.
You can open up the channel.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be a gate that's wide open there. And then you come to the victim from there.
Holy shit.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to.
He crying?
Listen to him. He crying. This is him crying. This is the Tigga be crying. I got to play that again. I've never heard this till today. This didn't come out before. This Tigga be crying. This Tigga's fake crocodile tears, and then they'll go away almost instantly. Watch this.
Real tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
That sounds so fake. That sounds so what bad acting. He put his hands on me. He put his hands on me.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
He crying? I told him not to, and then I stabbed him. So this is the footage of it happening right here.
Over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
He crying? I told him not to, and then I stabbed him. So this is the footage of it happening right here. I'm waiting to see it. What the fuck? So we just ran away? What the fuck? And then people were like, hey man, where are you going? Didn't you just stab somebody? What happened? A soft push and then a stab happened at the 1 minute mark. Okay, let's see if I can find it. And then he just immediately stabbed him and oh my god. You can't just stab somebody who pushes you? Well, the thing is, like, this guy just stabbed somebody because he went into their tent, he wouldn't leave. I'm not alleged, I did it. Wait, what does he say?
This is the alleged suspect. Okay.
Alleged, I did it. Pretty, yeah, all right, well, actual knife used to murder Austin Metcalf. Okay, this is just a pretty simple, like, yeah. She said it wasn't a deadly weapon.
Wait a minute, was it a switch? I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army. Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone.
It is not a Swiss Army knife. It doesn't have scissors. It's a folding knife with a blade. I have one right here. Not the same one, but a folding knife right here. I just opened it. This is a cold steel black talon. But this is a serrated edge. Could a knife like this end a life? Easily. Easily. I think this might be a, I don't know, under a 4-inch blade, I believe. Oh, it's so small though. It's not dangerous. It just killed a white boy. It not dangerous though. The knife killed a white boy, stabbed him through the heart. But I would have argued the knife is too small to be dangerous. Well, he's dead. One stab wound to the heart, and the knife killed him. But it's not dangerous. He's just a white boy that died.
You wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
Well, it sure seems like
Everything and whatever. So it was small. Almost like a Swiss Army.
How could it be a deadly weapon when he dead? That don't make sense. It's not a deadly weapon.
With the, like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
Well, it sure seems like it is if it killed him, right?
If it was one of the little
man.
Wait a minute, it was
And again, why are they defending him? Because they are black and he is black, which I think is really stupid. The majority of people that are victims of, people that get killed by black people are other black people.
We know that, but they're anti-white. These Tiggas hate white people. So they stand with darkies, even murderers, because the victim was white. They hate white people. You don't have it yet. You don't have it figured out yet, Asmund Gold. You don't have it figured out yet. They're anti-white. They hate white people. They celebrate the death of white people. As they did. There's footage of it. And there's tons of videos of them dancing and singing. They love it. When have you seen white people celebrate the murder of a black person? I've never seen it. Not in my lifetime. Never seen it. I've never seen a bunch of white people celebrate a darkie being murdered. Never. Never. They're not like us. That's why. There are differences that a lot of people just don't want to face. Yeah, they're anti-white, absolutely. He needs to take the next step. He needs to face that truth. And that is a step that some people are unwilling to take, unfortunately. I've seen the reverse. I've seen darkies celebrate the death of white people many times. Not just on the internet. It doesn't have to be every single black person on earth for me to notice a huge pattern that many of them hate white people. They are anti-white and they celebrate the violent killing and death of white people. They celebrate it, including white babies, by the way, white children, teenagers, and all the way down to infants. They celebrate. If that doesn't highlight a major difference, I don't know what will, because it's right in front of people's eyes. And truth.
Spirit. Spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything. Spirit is paramount. Spirit is supreme. Here and beyond in waking life and in dreams. Spirit imagines.
Spirit can see.
Everything.
Spirit sees and remembers.
Everything. Spirit is first.
Spirit is before.
Consciousness.
Culture.
Art.
Architecture.
Race.
Sex.
Heart.
Love and hatred.
Joy.
Genetics.
Addictions.
Pain.
And pleasure.
Humor.
Wars.
Laughter.
Matter.
Invention.
Politics.
Goodness.
Kindness and caring.
Bodies.
Beauty.
Hobbies.
Evil and violence. And ugliness. Everything
is downstream from
spirit.
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 Spirit contains
everything.
Imagines and creates
everything. Spirit is the light.
Before the body, spirit, spirit,
spirit
illuminates.
Spirit, spirit.
Hello, hello, this is me breaking in at this point. This is my newest video, Esoterica series. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything. Everything. I'm not going to play the whole video. I just wanted to share the opening song. I wrote the lyrics, I did vocals, and I put it together. I put the music together. I produced the song. I don't have a live band working with me, but I put the song together. That's what I did. There are creatures on YouTube. Maybe I'll cover that now. A neighbor's dog is barking and barking and barking. Not just for a few minutes, but for the last hour or so. Anyway, I wish they would look after their pet. What was I going to share with you? It's just kind of, the noise is kind of throwing me off. I'm sorry, people. Might have to close my windows and doors. The Real People channel. He even stole his name. Here you see. There's a band called The Real People. He's not original. Here's The Real People songs. The name of his channel is copied from this band, as you can see on the screen. The Real People. An English band. See? Creepy Jeremy can't be original. He can't do it.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get started here. Hope everybody is doing fantastic. Right off the bat, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think of this soul trap theory? How many of you really believe in the soul trap, as I call it, the soul trap psyop? How many of you actually still follow those gurus? Hopefully not many. Hopefully not many of you still do. Now, you'll say, well,
There's a loser in his comments of using a sock account, never seen them before. Original piece. The Sanity Machine is just a goofball trollster. Really? And 6 people liked that comment. This is how stupid these idiots are. Look at this. There are many contradictions that exist with the soul trap people, PPL. Mainly that they would not acknowledge the possibility of benevolent beings in the astral. It's a nihilistic belief system. Look at this. Who knows? These creepy creatures change their names to hide. They're a bunch of cowards. Cowards.
You used to be a soul trap believer. Well, how do now? You'll say, well, you do now. You'll say, well, you used to be a soul trap believer. Well, I was never 100%, and I was very honest about that. That I was never. It was just a theory. It was a pretty good theory, probably the best theory, maybe. I don't know. Very good, but I was not 100%. I never have been. I'm not 100% about anything, but I'm a badass. I'm a fucking badass. And fuck you for being offended by that. Oh, who is he to say that?
You're not a badass. You're a weakling. You're a wimp. You're a loser.
He's a badass. Who's he to, be so confident? It's like, no, I mean, as a spirit, I'm a badass, you got to be confident in yourself. I mean, come on, you know, you got to like yourself, love yourself, you know, that kind of stuff. Got to be confident. But no, I've definitely been wrong about things. I've sort of trusted people that I shouldn't have, or I've sort of like given too much credit to certain individuals that I shouldn't have. You know, and we grow and we learn. But as far as the soul trap, I never really believed it 100%. It wasn't because that I saw anything really wrong with it. I was just new at the topic itself. As I kind of like have evolved, kind of gone up that ladder of different theories, you know, you go up that ladder and there's always another one. At least that's the way it's been for me. But I knew at some point that there was going to be a time where something was going to change and there was going to be a new sort of a transition, something new. And that has happened, and that happened months ago. And I'm really glad that it did, because now I feel so much more free and I feel so much more open and just more, you know, I feel more hopeful now too, because I don't feel like my back's against the wall or that I'm...
It's all his feelings. He never faces things. He's all in his feelings. He didn't feel good seeing what this realm is. He's not strong enough to face the truth. He's a weakling. He's a wimp.
I'm like, have to rely on sort of one theory and that's it. And that's the truth and that's it. So never really 100% believed it, but I was probably like 90%, you know, it was probably like for me, the best theory as to what reality is, but I'm never 100%. When I'm not 100%, I'll admit that I'm not. And I think I've admitted that in videos in the past. But that's not really the point. The point is that it is, in my opinion, it is a psychological operation, folks. If this was truly a soul trap, it would not be so obvious. There would not be all these channels pushing it, grifting, making money off you guys.
It isn't obvious at all. You never would have figured it out without channels talking about it. You still haven't figured it out. On your own, you never would have seen where you are. So it isn't obvious. He calls it a psyop. It is not a psyop. You're just a liar that makes accusations with no evidence.
You got your guys' depression, basically, just making money off.
No, you're the one that's depressed, not me. I'm not depressed. Your depression is your issue. You can't handle the truth, so you get depressed. You sound depressed quite often. And now you're trying to be Mr. Happy, Mr. Nice Guy. You're not fooling anyone. You're not a good being. You're a piece of shit.
Off it and, capitalizing. That wouldn't be happening if it'd be a little more hidden than that. It's a theory that pretty much everybody knows within the truth sphere online.
That's not true. And some of us have worked tirelessly, not like you, to get it out there for years. I've been working at trying to get people to look into it longer than the Sanity Machine has been around. Tirelessly for years. You're just such a loser making up excuses. You couldn't go anywhere with it, and you're envious. You never became popular with it. And that's what you want. You want acceptance from people.
Everyone knows about the soul trap, pretty much. I mean, I heard about it years ago. I never really took it seriously until some guy named Tony Sayers showed up on a live stream. I don't think it was a live stream. It was just a video with Joey Schwartz, the carnivore camarade.
You never took it seriously until Tony Sayers. You're such a genius. You're at the level of Tony Sayers or lower. You're not very bright, Jeremy.
Camaraderie channel. That's where I found Tony Sayers. That's where I heard about the soul trap again. And That's when I started my journey down into the dungeon of thought and just the basement of negativity. I know, it's just, I can't come up with anything better than that. I'm sorry.
It's not negativity. But New Agers do what you just did. Liars do what you just did. Try to paint it as negativity. To see where we actually are is just observing the truth.
But yeah, it's then you meet all these really interesting characters, and these just the basement of negativity. I know, it's just, I can't come up with anything better than that. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's then you meet all these really interesting characters, and these interesting people, these gurus or whatever. These ones that, claim that they're not, that they're good spirits, but then they treat people like garbage. Ones that tell you that you have no authority, but they're the authority over you, as they're selling their services and their products to you. And they have this big following, and they can't even leave a message and respond back to people or respond to emails or anything like that. I haven't emailed any of them, but I've heard others do that and they don't get responses back. And they also don't come across as real spirits, real people, whatever you want to fucking call it. Real. They're not real at all. Tony Sayers, I think, comes off as maybe close to being real. He's really good at it. I don't know these people personally. They could be really good spirited people in real life, or they could be the fucking exactly what you would expect, the stereotypical shill, dark-hearted, selfish, and has an agenda and a job to do, which is to deceive you, to dupe you, and they love it. There's ways that we can figure it out. Will we ever be 100%? Well,
Does anyone like his tiny hat femme voice? Does anyone like his voice?
You can't always be lost. You can't always be unsure. You can't always be like, I'm confused, I have no idea. It's no, we can get pretty damn close, if not 100%. And all these guys, they're giving you the hand signs, the symbolism. They're all grifting.
Really? When am I giving hand signs and grifting? Grifting, really? Huh. He's a total liar. He's showing you what he is.
They all loop. Yeah, they all come off as businessmen and women when they talk about the soul trap. You owe them something. You owe them your $1 or your $100 because they are providing something valuable to you, or at least they think so. So they kind of have this superiority to them when they speak. It's authoritative. They're showing their authority over you and the subject, the topic. They are over you. You are beneath them. You are a subordinate to them. When they communicate the soul trap, they basically are communicating to you that you do not have to be a good being. There's no karma, right? So, you don't have.
That is not what's being communicated on my channel whatsoever. Just because I debunked karma, which you couldn't do. You've done nothing. I always encourage people to be good and help each other. You're such a lying piece of shit, dirtbag.
Have to worry about what might happen to you if you're a subject, a topic. They are over you. You are beneath them. You are a subordinate to them. When they communicate the soul trap, they basically are communicating to you that you do not have to be a good being. There's no karma, right? So, you don't have to worry about what might happen to you if you're, if you commit evil, if you harm others. And I don't necessarily mean that something external to you is going to do something to you, but I'll tell you right now, if I believe that I'm a bad person, I'm not going to get out of here. I'm going to say that. You guys, think what you want about yourselves, but if I'm a bad person, like I'm just intentionally harming people, or if I am a murderer, anything like that, there's no way I'm getting out of here. I would not allow myself to. I'd probably be like, or I'd be just, quote, vibrating darkness, low vibration, evil vibrations. So like a magnet, I'm going to be stuck here forever if that was the case. Luckily, I've always been a pretty good person. Of course, nobody really knows me. No one knows me in person, online, of course, so they don't really know.
Now he'll go into praising himself, calling himself good, nice, sweet. This is what narcissists do. Good people don't go around saying how good they are, how nice they are, how sweet they are, how they never do anything wrong. This guy's a total fraud, a total fake, a narcissist.
We all see sides of each other. We all have different sides. We play different characters. We all wear different masks. It's like in the movie
See, he goes, we all play different characters. No, we don't. We all wear masks. No, we don't. You do. Narcissists like you do. You're trying to group everyone in with you.
Nobody really knows me. No one knows me in person, online, of course, so they don't really know. We all see sides of each other. We all have different sides. We play different characters. We all wear different masks. It's like in the movie The Mask. When you put that mask on, you turn into a different person. You take the mask off, you're a different person. We all wear different masks. We play different characters, different roles, depending on our environment and who we're around. Who is in our environment. And we play different masks. So who are you really? I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. But I don't always show it. Because other people treat me a certain way, and then I react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong way. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. I was, like a really nice schoolboy, and react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react because other people treat me a certain way, and then I react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong because other people treat me a certain way, and then I react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong way. Spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. But I don't always show it. Because other people treat me a certain way, and then I react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong way. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. I was, like a really nice schoolboy, and I did okay for a little while, but then as kids started getting a little older, it wasn't cool to be nice anymore. It wasn't cool to be friendly. It wasn't cool to be mature. Cool to be nice anymore. It wasn't cool to be, I did okay for a little while, but then as kids started getting a little older, it wasn't cool to be nice anymore. It wasn't cool to be friendly. It wasn't cool to be mature. So, you start getting picked on a little bit. I wasn't picked on the most, but I was picked on for sure. Made fun of and, make fun of my backpack or my lunchbox or, things like that. Like my 3-ring binder wouldn't be, it's like a cool three ring binder or whatever. It was just the stupidest things you get made fun of. And, it'd be one of these things like, as an example, not as specific because it's hard to just remember.
How much soy do you think he eats in a day? He has that feminine, whiny soy boy voice, mannerisms. His energy, everything about him is fucking creepy. Sickening.
Remember specifics at this point because this just came to my mind, but kids will be messing around or they'll be maybe picking on someone, whatever, doing something like that. I might say something like, well, let's do the right thing, right? Let's do the right thing. And then they pick on me and then I become, their focus, So then I'm like, all right, now I need to be an asshole. Like, I need to defend myself. I need to toughen up a bit to fit in so I can not get picked on anymore. So then I'm like, all right, now I need to be an asshole. Like, I need to defend myself. I need to toughen up a bit to fit in so I can not get picked on anymore. And that was the game of life. That was it. That was what you had to do. It's like you have to survive. And in order to survive, you have to blend in. You have to be what other people expect you to be and want you to be until you get a little bit older and you realize, I'm just going to be myself. Fuck all these people, right? So that's what happened. But, at a young age, it was hard. It was difficult. But I was very sweet, very sweet. And, there's a lot of negative influences, a lot of influences that make you do things that you regret and don't want to do. Sweet, very sweet. And at a young age, it was hard. It was difficult. But I was very sweet, very sweet. And, there's a lot of negative influences, a lot of influences that make you do things that you regret and don't want to do. I'm just an honest person. So I'm sitting here and talking to you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I've never, I'll probably have never done you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I've never, I'll probably have never done anything, as bad as what someone's done to me, and it was all really just to fit in. But I don't have any issues right now, and I haven't had any issues really then, like nothing serious. Just I was a good kid, and then I wasn't so good. Because guess what? I look back on myself, and I say, I shouldn't have treated that person that way. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done something different. That wasn't right. That was wrong. And I get that way more and more as I get older. I get more, sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have, sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have done things that we, regret or done things that we didn't, want to do or we wouldn't do.
Why don't you talk about yourself? We've all done. See, this is what narcs do. They can't just say that they did something. We. Trying to group in everyone to justify his behavior.
Sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have done things that we, regret or done things that we didn't, want to do or we wouldn't do if we had the opportunity again. So we've all been there. I'm just willing to admit it. But yeah, no, I'm kind of rambling on here, but back to what I wanted to talk more about was, we all want to find something. We all want to find the truth. At least most of us do, I guess, and I will find it. I know that I will find the truth, and I am. All the time.
You said there's no truth here. You made a video saying there is no truth here. What are you talking about? You will find the truth and that you are finding the truth. You said there's no truth here.
Every 2 years, 3 years, I'm always taking another step forward and I will find it. I know that I will find the truth, and I will find it. I know that I will find the truth, and I am. Back to what I wanted to talk more about was, we all want to find something. We all want to find the truth. At least most of us do, I guess, and I will find it. I know that I will find the truth, and I am all the time. Every year, every 2 years, 3 years, I'm always taking another step forward. I'm always trusting my intuition more and more every, whatever. So, and I figure, hey, it's only been like 7 to 10 years that I've been on the truth journey. 10 years might have been the very start, and then 7 years was kind of when it was more, into like conspiracies and things like that, or more advanced stuff, I guess, But then other people think that if you don't agree with me, then you're not advanced. You're a baby truther because you don't agree with me. And it's like, no, I can see where you're coming from. I just, I get what you're saying. I believe that could be possible too, but it also might not be. It's kind of crazy.
Warping and spinning, claiming that disagreement makes him a baby truther. Not true at all. It's not the case. But he's a liar.
Crazy what you're saying. It might just be kind of just to dupe us. Because we've all been duped. We've been duped this whole time about all these things, all these different things. And the soul trap is another dupe. Look at the people that push it. Look at them. That's the best way to kind of judge. It's like, what are the characters? What type of...
I'm not pushing anything. I'm revealing what this realm is. And what I show is observably true. I'm not, quote, pushing anything.
Character do they have? And are they somebody that you would...
What character do you have, scumbag? You're trying to convince people not to look into things. That's what you're doing, because you're a scumbag.
Maybe hang out with in real life, or are they somebody you would trust? I don't, and you can trust them if you want. That's fine. But I certainly don't think truth mixes well with money at all. It shouldn't. And it's just not right. And I'm not saying that nobody should ever make money, and if they work real hard on something, or, if somebody wants to pay them for what they're doing, I don't really have an issue with that. But man, like when you've got a whole business model set up to make money off truth, I have a big problem with that. So I also don't think it's an issue. It's a problem for people to help truthers, to help other truthers too financially, but there's a lot of scammers out there. So, you got to be careful. Just don't give them your life savings, I guess, kind of like when it, comes to investments, invest what you're willing to lose, not your life savings. But the soul trap is a loop. It is just the same thing every time, it's just the record is broken, and I see it so clearly now. And to anybody who has seen that before me, well, thank you for that, and thank you for being that way. Thank you for letting me know and helping me out, or trying to. Now, it wasn't, I probably didn't listen to you at first or whatever, but, I appreciate it. And it's very dynamic, this whole thing. It's very complex. People want to simplify things and say, well, it's just the soul trap. It's a soul trap. Or they want to simplify it and say, well, you just need to worship Jesus. Or they simplify it and they say that you need to, worship Allah, or you need to, think positively all the time, and you will ascend into some new earth. You will ascend into some 5D existence. You will ascend into some heaven or something. Like you'll be in a better place for thinking positively. And all those things are wrong. All of them are wrong, wrong, wrong. The truth is not that easy. The truth is not something that has been packaged and branded with a label on it saying this is Soul Trap, this is New Age, this is, whatever religion. Christianity is a big one, obviously. But there's a lot of people telling me I got to read the Quran. I don't need to read the Quran. Okay? I know what it says in there. I know what it says in the Bible. I know what these things say. I have been exposed to this for 10 years. I may not know it word for word. I may not be able to just off the top of my head all of it. I don't have that intellectual capability. I'm sorry. But it just, I don't need to read the Quran. Come on. I'll read the Quran and then I'll be like, okay, well, what are you trying to tell me? What's the big secret here? Worship something outside myself. Okay, as if I haven't heard that before. Yeah, that's something new. No, it's not. And that's what they want you to do since you're born. Gosh, I can't speak today. Like every day. Yeah, since birth, they've been teaching you need to worship your parents. You need to worship the doctors. You need to worship your teachers. You need to worship the president. You need to worship God, Jesus, Allah. Worship something outside you. Well, let's challenge ourselves and let's fucking stop worshiping these things. Let's take responsibility. Let's realize our potential, and that our potential is that we are these gods. We are these superheroes in movies and comics.
What are you doing here, Fire Lord? What are you trying to do on my channel, Firestar Lord? What are you doing here? Typing stupid shit. Every comment by you was retarded nonsense. Goodbye, cockroach. Goodbye. You're not needed here. Go be stupid somewhere else. Go type your stupid shit somewhere else.
We are them that's been projected out of us onto the screen. Almost like they pulled it out of us and they put it on a screen and separated it from us and said, that's not you. You need them. You're so little, small, and insignificant, just like what they do with the heliocentric model, with the vast, ever-expanding space, and who knows how many aliens there are out there and other planets and galaxies with aliens that never come here. And it's funny, people will say, well, it's because this fucking place is fucking a shithole, and why the hell would they ever fucking come here? Exactly. Mic drop, boom. Round of applause to whoever says that. Anyway, these programs have been going on all along, so this whole worship, Allah, it's just not, it doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I want sovereignty, and that's something that the Soul Trap does tell you. That you are sovereign. That you don't have any authority. I agree with that, 100%. But again, they're going to tell you some things that are true, that, there is no authority. But here's the thing. How do you get to that point? And, how do we lift ourselves up from this place? How do we get to the point where we can be truly sovereign? They don't give you the tools to do that. I'm not telling you that I have them, but those are the things I'm seeking. I'm searching for the tools that I need to use so I can get to that point so I can be sovereign. Freedom, sovereignty comes with responsibility. It's not easy. And you can lose it. You can gain it back, and then you can lose it just as quickly. I mean, why are we here? Maybe we were tricked. Maybe we were not, maybe we were forced. Maybe we chose to come here for some reason. I don't know. Well, then it's like, well, what about babies? What about the babies that are born deformed, or diseased, maybe deaf or blind, or just these horrific things, which it's awful. Well, you know what? I'm not that baby. I was born with eye disease. I was born with the leading cause of blindness. It's awful. Well, you know what? I'm not that baby. I was born with eye disease. I was born with the leading cause of blindness. So I didn't have it easy, and I almost died when I was born. I almost died, and I had the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck too. So I didn't have it easy, and I almost died when I was born. I almost died, and when I was born, I almost died. Easy, and I almost died when I was born. I almost died, and I had the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck at least 2 or 3 times. I think 2 or 3. It was enough. It was, I was born, I didn't come out the right way. I was, purple and blue, and I had jaundice. I had bronchitis. I was very sick when I was born. I don't remember any of this, but I was very sick. I almost died. So I had it pretty bad, but obviously that's not anything like somebody that is, permanently deformed or has permanent vision loss or anything like that. And it's terrible, but, again, maybe they're on a different path. Maybe they're a different type of spirit. Maybe to them, they don't know what it's like to have anything like that. And it's terrible, but, again, maybe they're on a different path. Maybe they're a different type of spirit. Maybe to them, they don't know what it's like to have vision. They don't know what it's like to live a normal life. They adapt to it. They didn't even have to adapt to it because they were born that way. So they always...
And here he goes trying to justify. He's a real creepy creature. He deserves to be recycled here. 36 comments on this shitty video by him. Look at these morons over there. This John character tries to come around to my channel. I don't want creatures that are fooled by Jeremy and Team Evil Losers. Look at this. Soul Trap is a distraction topic. It's instead forced reincarnation with no choice. They call things distraction. So many of these creatures are not even worth talking to. They truly aren't. They're just so full of shit and so low IQ. Look at this jealous video he made. Is AI art truly art?
Especially when the creation... There is nothing that screams NPC more than someone who believes AI is art. There is nothing that screams NPC more than someone who believes AI is art, especially when the creation is 100% AI without any musical input by the human, if we're talking music, for example. I know that sounds a bit harsh, but that is what comes to mind when I hear people argue that using AI to create artwork is just as much an artistic endeavor than what might be considered more traditional art. Hopefully, after watching this, we can find some middle ground, but I have a feeling since this is such a subjective topic, we may not accomplish that feat. There are many different opinions about what makes something art, especially today with the advent of artificial intelligence in our daily lives. I think some of us can agree that AI can help us. It can be beneficial with certain tasks that are time-consuming. But what about when it comes to creativity? I'm going to give my opinion whether the use of AI is truly artistic and understand that there is a lot of gray area in this subject. Again, it is only my opinion. I believe it is a spectrum. I don't believe my definition to be perfect of what art is. However, I do believe it has merit. What makes something art in the first place? If you Google what is art, it gives you this as a definition. Art is the conscious use of skill and creative imagination to produce aesthetic objects, environments, or experiences. It serves as a medium for expressing emotional power, conceptual ideas, or technical proficiency, ultimately designed to evoke a thoughtful or sensory response from an audience. Decent, but it leaves something out, something spiritually significant. What makes something truly artistic, in my opinion, is human error. Art is never perfect, as no painter can create the perfect painting, no singer can sing the perfect note, no guitarist can play the perfect chord, and no sculptor can design the perfect sculpture. There are always mistakes that are unintended by even the most skilled artist or musician. I'm stating that no art can be perfect in a literal sense, such as no line can be drawn perfectly straight, perhaps with a ruler, you can get very close, and no note can be plucked perfectly. These things will also never be consistent throughout the song, and lines will never be drawn exactly the same way, all the time. This goes for digital art as well. I have done digital art and got A's in school for it, and I physically obtained what I needed to, pictures for example, and put them together to create something different, something new. Digital art as well. I have done digital art and got A's in school for it, and I physically obtained what I needed to, pictures for example, and put them together to create something different, something new. I chose different colors for my background and used some editing tools to create some effects. And at the end, it was something you could consider to be a decent piece of artwork, maybe. However, the spacing was not perfect, the size of the pictures were not perfect, and the entire piece had little imperfections throughout. In other words, it is only art if there is potential for human error. Even if you prompt AI to make mistakes or errors, it is intentional, so it is not art. When using AI, you are not creating, you are ordering. There is a meme online that goes, quote, "I prompted a song, therefore I am a producer. Ordering food does not make you a chef," end quote. Telling a prompt exactly what you want and then the prompt delivering that for you has no possibility of error, assuming the program does its job. It is going to give you exactly what you asked for. Even if it didn't give you what you wanted and it was full of errors, it would not be you making the error, so the artistic credit would have to go to the AI program, not you. How about editing music, using different tools that your DAW provides? If you are editing the pitch of a vocal or guitar note, you can have it sit right where the note, quote, should be, making it perfect, or you can even have it be a bit sharp or a little flat. This, of course, is an effect the producer will use depending on the mix, and making notes imperfect can also elicit certain emotions from the listener. Editing, mixing, and mastering a musical piece, in my opinion, is on the spectrum of what art is, but it's getting further away from what I would consider true art, since it utilizes a level of technology that makes perfection more attainable. What about visual art? If AI is used to create visual art, the output is technically perfect, and if it wasn't, is that because of the person who made the prompt or the AI itself? There is no error in the mind of someone who makes a prompt, meaning the prompt is always perfect at the time it was made. One may change his mind later, but at the time it was perfect. The AI will likely not give you exactly what you wanted either, since it is taking the data to create the images from somewhere other than your mind. In a sense, the art you are creating with AI comes from the AI's mind and not yours. So how much artistic credit do you deserve? There is also no risk of making an error because the output matches the input. If one were to apply paint to a canvas after imagining what he wanted the output to be, he could very well draw a crooked line that should be straight, or use more paint than was intended at a specific point. There could also be paint that drips from the brush.
He's using a Tigga doing European fine art painting with a brush. He chose the image of a Tigga. What a lefty. What a leftist.
Brush like splatter and gets on the canvas when the artist attempts to paint the horizon line. There is risk with creating art. With AI prompts, there is no risk. It gives you exactly what you ordered from the AI's, quote, mind, and not your own. For those who argue that AI created music and visual art is truly art, since it is the conscious use of the creative imagination to produce aesthetic objects, environments, or experiences, and it also serves as a medium for expressing emotional power, conceptual ideas designed to evoke a thoughtful.
AI doesn't give you exactly what you want. It sometimes gives you 3 arms, 3 hands, too many legs on humans, on horses. It makes all kinds of mistakes. If you ask for a Viking wearing a helmet or a raven wearing a crown, a lot of times it's hovering above. The sword is not in the hand, or it's backwards. It makes all kinds of mistakes. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking out of your ass. You have no clue.
Or sensory response from an audience, I say it falls short simply because AI does not usually make mistakes if it is working properly. Like it's not going to give you a radio with an American flag attached to the antenna when asked for a demonic leprechaun Celtic mascot sitting in the stands at the Boston Garden. If it did make that mistake, then it wouldn't be your creation at all. Then you could not truly be credited for the artwork, in my opinion. If you made a prompt that gave you the correct result, it would never be exactly what you imagined, and it was also not from your mind, but data utilized by the AI tool. I can't argue that is art. I cannot argue that someone is an artist for making prompts. Another way to describe art is human expression, striving for perfection. It is the grind, struggle, blood, sweat, and tears along the road towards creating something beautiful. That is truly what art is. I like to think of it as a painter with a paintbrush, creating something which has the potential of being like a gourmet meal created by a chef. It takes time, care, skill, knowledge, and the result came from the mind of the creator. It is also not perfect. There are small imperfections within what was created.
I wonder if he used AI to script the words for this video, because he's not speaking off the cuff. It's scripted. He's reading. That's why he recorded it this way. He's reading.
Making it highly artistic based on my definition. Whereas AI visual art made with prompts is like fast food. Quick, easy, and skill is not a major factor. Knowledge is not much of a factor either. It is also consistent and lacks human error. A McDonald's burger will taste the same no matter where you go, whether that be America or China.
It actually doesn't. I don't think you've been outside of America. I've tasted a McDonald's burger, a Big Mac in Canada, America, various American states, various Canadian provinces, and it tasted different in Mexico. When I was younger and went to Mexico, trying to think of what year that would have been. It might have been 1990, 89, something like that. I noticed it tasted different. McDonald's tasted different in Cancun, Mexico. So you're not telling the truth again. You don't know what you're talking about.
To summarize, a true artist making true art is always at the risk of making mistakes and errors. There will always be little imperfections throughout what was created, and that is what makes it art. That is what makes it human. Also, the artwork itself, the finished product, came directly from the mind of the artist. It was not something that was asked for and then received from a source of data transformed into what the machine interpreted as your thought. I hope you take this as a thought experiment, more or less, and not as some hard truth. Of course, this is only my opinion, and I think there is some gray area. I would love to know what you all think. Is AI truly art? Is there truly such a thing as an AI artist or an AI musician?
He says this AI truly art. He doesn't know what AI is. He doesn't even know what AI is. He's talking about something without even understanding what it is. What a loser. What a loser. I know, Joe, he will never be me, that's for sure. I agree. Never. He sure has been obsessed with me for over 3 years, though. Over 3 years that creature's been talking about me, making videos about me. What a creep. What a creep. Wendy, can you ban that idiot in the chat? Firestar Lord. Get rid of that creature. Spamming the chat with nonsense. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. I was clicking on something I want to share with you, and they just can't take a hint. I don't need idiots here like that. Here's one of my art print sites, including charcoal drawings, pencil drawings, pen and ink drawings, paintings. Now, these losers like Finkelstein say this is all AI art. He says it's too perfect. He says it can't be real. My artwork. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for people. Demons always lose their minds when I do this. Go ahead. Lose it, fucking demons. Lose your minds. This is some of my artwork over the years. And they lie about me and claim it isn't real. Oh, but it is real. It is real. 1,174 followers. Those are all other artists. I joined in 2015. 11 years ago, you dummies. It's right there on the screen, right where my cursor is. I'm showing you something. 1,285,000 visitors. And it was like that years ago. I basically stopped posting because I've been focused on trying to share truth for free with humans that don't know how to fucking recognize truth in this realm. Because most of you on Earth are fucked up. You get duped by Finkelsteins. 1.2 million visitors. Okay? I joined Fine Art America with this site in 2015 and posted my artwork 11 years ago, in case you can't do math. Finkelstein claims this is all AI. Where's his evidence? Well, he doesn't have any. He just makes accusations. He's not a truth speaker. He's a fucking envious liar. That's what he is. And I'm tired of that kind. I can tell you how these were made. Which ones were pen and ink, like this raccoon. It's pen and ink on paper. That's what it is. Done with my hand on paper. I have sketchbooks full of drawings. I have paintings. I have original paintings with paint on them given to friends, neighbors, family. And I've sold my artwork all over the world, everywhere, from Canada, United States, down to Australia, to Asian countries, European countries, Eastern Europe, Western. It's in Africa even, in the darky continent. It's everywhere. But there are liars. I've done charcoal drawings, pen and ink drawings, pencil drawings, paintings, mixed media pieces where it's ink and paint, or ink and digital, which is mixed media, ink on paper and then putting a digital background, like this giraffe, for example. Anyway, I'm tired of liars, and your world is full of liars. And most of you humans believe liars. I've published writing for decades, poetry, in various countries and in various languages, and essays as well. I published my work in Canada, America, European countries, England, everywhere from here to Romania. There's a lot of envious haters in this realm. Hateful little creatures. And that's what they are. I can create with pastels, charcoal, pencils, pens, paint, brushes. I can create with a camera. I've done photography and fine art photography and photography of images of mine layered in layers. They'll call this boasting when it's actually me defending myself against creepy creatures that love to lie. A lot of creeps love to lie. And a lot of people, unfortunately, believe liars. I wish you would stop believing the liars. That's part of what you have to do in this realm in order to see the real truth. You have to stop believing these fucking liars. And it seems very easy for me, but apparently it's very difficult for most humans on Earth. This piece is called Poetic Dreams on Film. It's fine art photography. Who did the photos? I did. Who did the editing, the layering, the hand layering of many photos to create this image? It's all my photography, my black and white photography. I did. There's around 7 layers of different photographs in that I put together that way to create that. And then I have a large print on my wall of this piece. That is art, whether you want to agree or not agree. A lot of you are just fucked up in this realm. There were surrealists when photography took off in the 1920s and 30s, debating art, whether they could do things anymore because they thought it would all be replaced by cameras. There's always been debates on art and what is art and what tools can be used and this and that. Always. A lot of people don't study art history. They don't know anything. They talk a lot, but they don't know anything. They don't have any knowledge. I've studied art movements and art history in my lifetime, decades ago. This piece is from 2018, November 11th. It shows on Fine Art America when it was uploaded. It gives you information. Shows you when it was uploaded. And if I log in, it'll show the views for that piece. I'm not logged in right now, but shows comments from other artists. Wonderful layering and overlay work. Extraordinary work indeed. Mysterious image, such a fascinating work of art, Stephen. These are all comments by other artists. Intriguing creation, Stephen. Do I see a sleeping person dreaming? Well done. Thank you. Yes, it's me. I am in this image with my eyes closed. And my hand is over my face because that's a different image. There's more than one clock face in this of antique clocks that I own that were my mom's in this image. It's not just one clock. It's multiple in here. And then there's candles burning, flame in the center. There's a lot in here. There's a lot to see. And sometimes you can see it in person. I got disconnected on Restream, it was showing. It's an optical illusion, but yes, there is a sleeping person or me with my eyes closed. There's my mouth, part of my nose, my eyes closed, my ears up there. Then, of course, my hand is over. That's a different image of my hand. There's about 7 photographs in this, around 7 layers. So this is a surrealist fine art photography piece. From different angles, you can see different things in person. You can some things are kind of partially obscured if you're not looking straight on the image. And I have this as a large print on my wall. A fine art photography print on high quality paper. Who created this? I did. It's my vision. It's my art. It's my photography and my design. And I did all the layering by hand. I didn't just hit a prompt and do it. Anyway, I'm trying to explain something to people. There's a lot of losers that are critics that can't create. All they can do is criticize those that do create. November 11th, 2018 is when this was uploaded. Fine Art America shows when it's uploaded. Description, poetic dreams on film. Many layers of photographs stacked to tell the story. And there's a quote written by me. Art divides the living from the dead, the feeling from the unfeeling, the true seers from the blind. And that goes back before 2018 when I wrote that. There are creepy creatures in this realm that will say he's grifting, he's showing his artwork. That's grifting. Making art and showing my artwork is not grifting, you fucking losers. Just like they call everything trolling. He's trolling us. Use words you don't even understand the meaning, you fucking losers. 50 hearts on this piece, 62 comments, Raven Spirits. I have a great big print of this one on my wall. Raven Spirits. These are comments from other artists, not losers on YouTube. These are all other artists in the comments. And sometimes that's what I appreciate, is that other artists can appreciate art, whereas most of the masses are like Jeremiah Finkelstein. Such a stunning piece, Stephen. This is exceptional work, Stephen, from male and female artists here. This has such a mysterious air to it, Stephen, and I love it. This is in 2019. Congratulating me on my sales. I'm not looking to sell you anything. I don't need to use YouTube to make a cent. Some of you are so dumb you jump to conclusions and misunderstand, but out of envy you will lie. This is an awesome piece, Stephen. I love it. Congratulations, featured work. These are all comments from other artists, okay? Stephen, this is an amazing work, filled with mystery and imbued with an ominous mood. The composition is superb. Artists from all different countries. You don't have to like my work, but stop lying about me, fucking creatures. Of course, you can't do what I just said. You can't stop lying. You can't stop obsessing over me. You can't do it. There's a group of you creatures that have been talking about me for years. For years, you fucking creatures. I made this years ago, after watching one of the Harry Potter movies with my sister. Years ago. What's this done with? Pen and ink on paper. Okay? That's what I did it with. Ink in a little bottle. At times, I draw with the ink dropper with a little bit of ink on it to make roots and things like that. I can draw with the ink dropper without even a pen. And a lot of you lie and lie about me and lie, and you're sickening. And I don't know why it's so difficult in this realm, other than spiritual differences, that many of you can't even spot these obvious liars. You think I need to prove myself to you. I can show my artwork whenever I want on my channel, but they'll lie and say, he's just trying to sell his work to you. Yeah, I really need your money. Really. Credible composition, outstanding work, fabulous artwork. These are comments from other artists. 2019 is when this piece was uploaded, posted to Fine Art America. And I can keep going. A lot of you are just fucked up. You're just liars. I write poems. I've written written poems and published some essays, again, in various countries in the realm. And I could do that the rest of my life. I could quit making YouTube videos and I could publish my work that I've already written, tons of work that it would take me time to submit places. I could go back to drawing, painting. I could focus on making music. I could learn musical instruments. I don't have to do this. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's so many fucking demons in this realm. Look, the views go down to 4 people tuned in now. The demons hate to see this. Good, go away. 9:35 a.m. and most of the demons left. Down to 4 viewers it's showing. Thank you, Joe. I'm tired of the demons of this realm. I know I'll be able to create whole realms. And I don't think everyone can, because a lot are so full of fucking envy and lies in this realm. They don't do anything to create. They just attack those that do create. That's what they do. That's their focus. Fixated on me. Fixated on me. Like the creepy creatures that they are. They lie. They gaslight. They are narcissistic, hateful, demonic liars. It's what they are. That's what they are. Oh, that looks like AI, that naked seahorse that he did. That looks like AI. And when does Fine Art America show it was uploaded? February 4th, 2016. 10 years ago. 10 years ago. 10 years ago. A decade ago for the slow. There wasn't AI in 2016. You fucking demon tards. But you'll lie. That's what you do. That's what most of you creatures do on Earth. It's not just a few YouTubers. And you make me sick. Because you are sick. You're a bunch of psychos. I don't just do one style or one form of art. I experiment. I make all sorts of things. More pieces of artwork than you fucking idiots can count on your fingers and toes. If you take off your shoes and socks, fucking losers. That's what you are. I do experiments with all different forms of artwork, different mediums. And you don't have to understand. You don't have to like what I'm doing. But just stop fucking lying about me. But you can't do it. I know you can't. You can't do it. And I think it's very human. It's what most humans do. You lie and lie and lie. One of my neighbors loves this piece. It must be AI. Calling everything AI. 2020 is when I uploaded this piece. 6 years ago. I don't think most people mind. I think they treat liars and lies as just normal. They just think it's they don't even, it doesn't even affect them. It doesn't faze them. I think most humans are so used to lies, they think it's normal. You're in a realm of lies, a realm of liars and slanderers and envious creatures. It's what you are. How did I make this? It must be AI. That's the new thing, to call everything AI that isn't AI. I gave one of my whales to one of the child of one of my friends in Maine. She had a boy that was autistic, that's autistic, or not was autistic, is autistic, but he loved whales when he was younger, so I sent him a whale print, a framed, I think it was a framed print or maybe a canvas, one on canvas, to Maine. And it just brought up this memory when I clicked on this. It wasn't this one, it was another one, but it was similar to this because he really loves whales. And I sent that to him because I'm just so evil. You people on YouTube, and it's not just on YouTube, it's a realm of fucking retards and zombies. That's what it is. Demon tards and zombies. Most people can't see anything. You just can't see. It's a realm of the blind and retarded. Truly is. For my Seahorse Lovers series, black and white. Oh, black and white? Anything black and white must be Illuminati. That's the baby truther level. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? Black and white. You can't have black and white. You can't have black and white photographs. You can't do black and white art. It's a realm of fucking paranoid retards, and that's why I don't want to deal with baby truthers. They accused me as soon as I put up my channel and shared some of my artwork of it being Illuminati. You're absolutely retarded, most of you on Earth. That's what I mean by most of you. Most on Earth are absolutely retarded. I think this is the one that I sent him right here. This blue whale. This one. That one. $2019. Yeah, that's right around that time. It was just before the 2020 scamdemic, I think. Seahorses, whales, starfish, jellyfish, dolphins. There's a lighthouse drawing. Anyway, I loved making artwork for quite a few years, and I've gotten away from it. Took a break from that to do what I'm doing, to put up mostly with attacks, slander, smear campaigns, lies. And that's what you do on YouTube. That's what truther means to me. You've shown me by the thousands what most of you are. That's what you've really done. You've shown me what most of you are. You can say what you want. You can call me bitter. You can say I've soured on humanity. Whatever the fuck you want. I just see you as you are. By your behavior. By your actions. This began as a drawing. I don't care whether you believe me. I have the drawing still. And then I added the background later. And when was this made? 2019. 7 years ago. A lot of congratulations and features by artists in their groups. But liars will say that it's fake. Because you baby truthers lie and falsely accuse. It's what you do. You've shown me that most people are shit. You're liars. You've lied about me for years and years and years. Here's the original. There you go. You can say, well, I don't think Stephen can draw. Yes, I can. I can draw. You lie about me, most of you, on YouTube. You're liars. And you belong in this realm. And you'll stay here. 2018, July. Other artists. Donna said, fantastic drawing, Stephen. They know it's real, but you fucking baby truther YouTubers are liars. You're envious little liars. That's what you are. And you belong in this realm for all the crimes you've committed, including lying about me, falsely accusing me, all the lies you've told about me over the years. Here's some more of my fine art photography. Illumination. That's by me. Did I draw it? No, it's a picture. I used a camera. Is that okay with you? A lot of you are control freaks. You want to decide what art is and what art isn't. You're envious fucking losers. A lot of you on YouTube. I'm talking about thousands of you, if not millions. 2018 is when this was uploaded. Congratulations. They were congratulating me on sales of this. I think most of you are beyond repair. You're beyond help. I can't help you. You're way too fucked up. You're too quick to believe liars. And when shown truth, you don't get it. This started off as a drawing too. Black Magic Dragon version 2. You don't have to understand what I'm doing. Most of you are just fucking liars and losers. You'll be quick to be disloyal to me or pretend to be my friend one day and lie about me the next day. That's what humans do. It's very human of you. It's very human of you. This is what's known as a drawing, pen and ink on paper. That's what that is. Ink from a pen on paper. Okay? Bandit the Raccoon. When was it uploaded? 2018. So I made this before August 7th, 2018. That's quite a while ago. 2018. There's the comments from other artists. You notice none of them are accusing me of being fake? Because they actually have eyes and they're not paranoid and they're not retards. And that's what I enjoy dealing with. People that aren't retarded, paranoid, accusatory, demonic, which the average creature on YouTube is, baby truther. That's why I don't like baby truthers. Because they lie, they're paranoid, they falsely accuse, they're stupid, they're demonic. Here's a giraffe that I did that started off as ink on paper. That was done mostly with a Sharpie marker. this giraffe. That's marker. You could call it magic marker. In America, it'd be called a Sharpie marker. Sharpie's a brand of marker. I might have used some other markers as well with it, but mostly it was a Sharpie marker. I have various sizes of Sharpie markers. That's what I did it with. Then I added the color. 2019 is when I uploaded it. No accusations by other artists saying, is that real? Did you do that? Is that AI? 2019. But these days on YouTube, I have to deal with false accusations all the time because most of you are losers on YouTube. It's what you are. You're paranoid, baby truther, demonic losers. It's what you are. I rarely show off my artwork, but they'll accuse me of grifting for being an artist. Being an artist is not a grifter. It's not the same thing, you fucking retards. There's something wrong with a lot of you, and you show it. Your envy will anchor you here, and it's so well deserved. You don't deserve to spend eternity outside of here because you're envious here. You're hateful here. You're liars here. That's what you are. 2015 is when I made this and uploaded it. July 12th, 2015. And I think I had made it that year in 2015, but I uploaded it July 12th, 2015. There's some of the groups that it was featured in on Fine Art America. There's a list of some groups that I put in the comment in the description section. Black Swan under Moonlight. You don't have to understand. I don't expect understanding from any human on earth at this point. I think the vast majority are completely fucked foobar beyond all recognition. Foobar means fucked up beyond all recognition. Some of my ballerinas. Now, when do I show this? Oh, my realms will be extraordinary and VIPs only. I want to be away from the demons. I don't like this realm full of liars that have lied about me nonstop. Not just Finkelstein. It's thousands in this realm that have done that. Thousands. Thousands. And I have a lot of fury stored up for you creatures that have lied about me. And there's a lot of you. It's a lot of you. And you think nothing of it, but you're going to pay for it. February 1st, 2016, a decade ago. In case you're math deficient or maths with an S on the end in the UK, some of you have great difficulty. This I made a decade ago and uploaded in early 2016, February 1st, 2016. So well over 10 years ago, 10 and a half years ago, approximately. Beauty, Grace, Freedom. I did a whole series of ballerinas, ballet dancers in various poses. How did I do that? Did I have access to AI over 10 years ago? Are some of you retarded? Well, not some of you. Most of you humans on Earth are fucking retarded. You just lie and lie and lie. Daydream with me under this tree. It's all AI, right? When was this uploaded? You think I can remember my thousands of pieces of art when I uploaded them? Of course I can't. February 1st, 2016. A decade ago. It's not AI. You're just retarded. That's what it is. You false accusers are fucking retarded. 37 hearts, 53 comments. People actually appreciated my work. This was long ago. I got more reactions to my artwork than I get for any truth that I could ever post on YouTube. Way more people react to my artwork. Way more. Way more. And I set all of this aside and more to try to help you see what this realm is. I've tried to help you. Tried to help you. And most of you don't want truth. You want to attack me. That's what you've done, okay? It's not me dreaming it up. It's what you've fucking done. Please don't touch the angels. They've called this AI as well. Is AI my hands? That's my hand. That's my hand. This started off as photography. I made a little light box. I took a box and I lined it with tinfoil and things, and I used candles and flashlights, and I did something to create something different, to create something unique. And that's my hand reaching in. And down there is an angel with a bare bum, you can see, and long hair, right where my cursor is. I made this. It's not AI, you fucking retards. I wish I never had to talk this way. I wish I never had to explain things, but this is a realm where that's what's required all the time, and it's very tedious for me. I just like to make artwork, art, photography, poetry, songs. I'd like to create and not have to explain anything. And I will do that outside of here. I won't have to explain anything because I won't be around most other beings ever again. Never again will I go through this and have to deal with so many fucking demons. 44 hearts on this. 44 other artists gave this a heart and left comments. 44 hearts, 66 comments total. Proudly featured here in a whole list of Fine Art America groups. And I'm showing this off to prove something to you, that more people that are not, quote, truthers appreciate what I do. Way more. And they did many years ago. In 2015, this is when this was uploaded, in December 18th, 2015. 11 years ago. Some people on YouTube have called this AI, please don't touch the angels. One of my neighbors has seen this piece in person. A lot of you are fucked up, and I'll keep saying it because you are. You're liars, you're paranoid, you're false accusers. You don't care about the truth. You're willing to lie about me and slander me because you don't have care for truth. You've shown me what you are all over YouTube. Most of you are not good beings. You're liars, false accusers. And you've shown it. Most of you. Truly powerful and dreamlike, Kathy wrote. Kathy Murto. Wish I could touch an angel. These were uploaded so long ago, some of these artists have passed away. I know some have passed away that commented on my artwork over the years. And you liars let on that I just created it with AI because you're fucking liars. Finkelstein's a liar. Lomic is a liar. Mushroom Coyote, lots of others on YouTube and the Panelverse lie about my artwork. You're fucking liars. You're disgusting liars. And then you have others that join in and parrot with you. Melanda said, sensational work of art and title. Love your new work, Stephen. The titles you choose take the already fantastic image into even deeper greatness. These are real comments from real artists. That's why I'm reading them. I'm not trying to impress anyone. I can't stand most beings at this point because you show me what you're capable of. Lying about me for years, slandering me, falsely accusing me, doing all sorts of hideous shit. You've shown me what you are, and I can't forget and I can't unsee it. I know what you are. Most of you are absolute shit. That's what you are. Snuggles, my bunny that I made. It's pen and ink on paper and then watercolors. It's not AI. It's on paper. It's on arches, art paper, you fucking retards. I've given that one away as t-shirts and pieces to people. I just get tired of the demons in this realm. 2020 is when I created that and uploaded it, August 2020. During the scamdemic, I was painting almost every day, making artwork. Anyway, I think most humans are liars. I think most humans are demonic. I made this for a little girl. Chloe's Butterfly is what I titled it. 38 hearts, 44 comments. It was one of my first watercolors that I made, and I think it turned out pretty good. If I do say so myself, if I'm allowed to say so. And she enjoyed it a lot, this piece. Why does it look like watercolor paint? Because it is watercolor paint. That's why. That's why. Congratulations on all your features. A lot of my artwork years ago was featured in many groups. And anyway, that's what I did. And I did elephants and butterflies and all sorts of animals, fish. Made this piece for a friend's daughter. I made a unicorn, at least one. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was another one. But I gave her a comforter with a unicorn on it because unicorns were her favorite. "2019 uploaded. This owl. And I can go on. I can keep showing pieces. And paranoid baby truthers just want to lie about me. Because they're liars. And unfortunately, I don't know why that's not clicking. That's weird. Now it is. There's nothing more I can do with for most of you. Most of you on earth are quick to believe liars and deny someone when they're speaking truth. So there's no helping you at that point. There's nothing I can do. I might as well just go back to making artwork, enjoying myself, which is what I'm thinking of doing. That's why I said this might be your last chance to get the content that I posted on the Sanity Machine. A lot of it is not on Odyssey. Odyssey does not copy all my work anymore. YouTube put a stop to that. Where when I upload to my YouTube, it doesn't just go to Odyssey. So it's now or never. And it's too bad. If I take it down or decide to stop doing this, it's too bad. I tried to help you. And most of you couldn't even see that. You couldn't see I was trying to help you. October Pleasures, one of my paintings. And it's just too bad. It's too bad for you. I tried to help you. I gave this one to a friend of mine that loves horses. Born wild and free. "2019. Brush pen ink. I had a brush pen, like a Japanese brush pen I used with ink. It's known as a brush pen. It's like a little pen that you put ink canisters into it, and it has a tiny little brush on it, but ink comes out, not paint. And I used that. Anyway, there you go. There you go. This one's on my wall. Midnight Wolf. They claim everything's AI. Everything. So I've had a channel for years, and they let on that I'm trying to sell artwork. If I was trying to sell my artwork, I'd show it all the time, and I almost never do. I'm not here to sell artwork, but a lot of humans are too fucking dumb. And I'm tired of being in this realm full of liars and lying demons, narcissists that start smear campaigns. You belong here in this realm. A Chinese artist. Awesome artwork, she wrote. The expression on the face is amazing. Just love it. Favorite/like. That's what F/L means. Making it a favorite. Your work is so unique and beautiful. I like that other artists appreciate my work. Whether it's drawings, paintings. I don't like most YouTubers, and I've been honest about that all along. I think most of them are arrogant, liars, dishonest, fake, demonic. They're not truth speakers. And I've exposed that over the years on here. I haven't just exposed what this realm is. I've exposed what exists on YouTube. I've shown you what they are. I've shown you. I've shown you a lot for free when I could have been making artwork for the past 4 years. I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm just saying I can go back to that. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do YouTube at all. I don't make a cent from this. And most of what I get is attacks and insults and lies spread about me. And people obsessing over me for years. It's creepy. And one's threatening to murder me and everything else that goes on. There's a lot of sickos on here. I think I know what this realm is more than most beings on earth. And I don't know if anyone on my channel even understands what it is as much as I do, or ever will. I've tried my best to show you what it is, but people just can't see what it is, I guess. So very few, if any, unfortunately. A lot of days I feel like my time has been wasted on here for years. I could have been doing so many other things that would have been so much better for me. So much better for me. Healthier for my spirit, for my mind, my mood, my relationships, everything. I've made sacrifices to try to help you, and I don't get the sense that most people understand. I think that most people in this realm are absolute shit. They've tried to harass me. They've done all sorts of things constantly for almost 4 years of running these YouTube channels. This one and other channels that are no longer here were terminated. I've tried my heart out for mostly beings that want to harm me. Or pretend to be my friend and betray me. Treat me like a friend one day, the next day, they're treating me like a stranger. That's happened many times on here. I've learned a lot more about human behavior from doing this. I've learned how sick this place is, and that most beings can't be good or loyal. They will try to hurt you in the end. I don't care how that sounds to you. It's what you've done. Most of you, most humans, are not good beings. Some of you don't get it. Some of you years from now will say you were right. It's too late then. It's just too late. I've had that already. I've had that happen on my channel. People coming to me saying, after they told me off and they said that I'm evil and Team Evil is good, and then they come back and say, you were right about everything. It's too late. I don't trust you after that. You fucking kidding me? You put a knife in my back and you say you were right, Steven. Fuck you. Fuck you. There are complete strangers that have never seen my YouTube channels or my truth videos. And they know I'm an artist. But a lot of you are just fucked. You're fucking retarded. The amount of money I spent on brushes and paints and art materials, just this is a realm of retards. And truthers are not smarter than the masses. Most truthers on YouTube are absolute garbage, morons, zombies. That's what they are. They love to feel better than normies, as they call them. They're not better. They're far more paranoid and far more quick to lie. That's what I've noticed. I love Vincent's paintings. I wrote a poem about Vincent. There are comments by losers from Team Evil at the bottom of that watched my channel and they obsess over me, and they even have to comment on poetry sites showing what trash they are. We'll take a screenshot from there. But you've shown me what you are, humanity. You've already shown me. It's far too late to change my mind. Far too late for you. You can't take it back. I can't unsee what you've already shown me. I might just focus on other things that bring me joy and fulfillment and peace. Things that give me joy. I have a lot of interests and a lot of things that I can do. And I don't need to do this. I don't need to try my heart out and wear myself out and make myself sick, essentially, over trying to help beings that, for the most part, Most are just trash, and demonic. It's what you are. It's what you show. It's what you show me. Here's comments on my poetry from people from YouTube. That's not my website. They went over there to comment for years. As you can see, going back to 2023. Using fake names and then even using Team Evil. Just take a look. You show me what you are. It's not just the few there. You show me for years what you are. Humanity, you've shown me what you are. Jumped on the anti-Stephen bandwagon. Well, it's what people do. And then you'll apologize. How does that change anything? Why do you people jump on a bandwagon and attack someone you don't know? But you do it all the time. You do it all the time. You don't listen to my work. You lazy, demonic humans. Hive-minded, collectivists, groupthink followers, evil followers, team evil. It's what you are. You show me what you are. You've shown me way too many times my whole life for me to ever see you as something other than what you are. You've shown it. It's funny that so many of you on Earth deny that it's a hell realm while showing what demons you are, what hateful, spiteful, evil, envious creatures you are. Most of you. It isn't just a few on YouTube. By the way, if this world were full of good beings that seek truth, there might be more than 7 tuned in here. You show me that way as well. Now, if this were a shit channel talking stupid stuff about NASA, there might be 160 tuned in or 200 because you love low-level shit. You do. If it were a drama channel, there might be thousands and thousands tuned in because that's what you want. You want endless drama for endless lifetimes. You can have it. I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you from staying here. The ones that say they love this, you can stay here forever and ever and ever. I'm not trying to take you out of here. Stay here. Get your drama fix for eternity, for endless lifetimes. This is where you belong. They do exactly as
Fire it up. Thoughts. Thoughts and comments.
Thoughts.
Thoughts and comments.
Responses.
To comments.
Responding.
To your comments.
Responding to your comments.
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 Thoughts and comments.
Comments. So many.
Comments.
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 Hello, everyone. Hello. What do you think of that intro song? It's about time I did another video responding to comments. And I whipped that up for you. For you. This is a comment by Salty Siren. It's a comment during the live stream from last night, if I'm not mistaken. If they watched Esoterica, it was only for ammunition rather than understanding the gift. I agree. I agree. She was talking about Team Evil demons, losers, cockroaches, zombies. They don't watch things to learn. They don't watch things with an open mind. They don't watch things saying, is this true or not? I'm going to look into this. I'm curious. I'm going to open my mind. I'm going to have some courage to see if this is true or not. That's not what their intention is. They do exactly as she described. They watch for ammunition, thinking, am I going to find something I can use against him? Is there a gotcha moment? Is there something in here? I'm going to sift through hundreds of his videos and look for a gotcha moment. And that's what these malignant, angry narcissists do out of envy and hatred and bias and spiritual malice. Spiritual malice. It's what they do. They're not looking to learn. So stop assuming everyone on YouTube or in this realm is looking to learn. I don't mean Salty Siren. I mean most humans have this false assumption that's wrong. People on my channel were surprised the other day. Some even said they're surprised. They were surprised because they don't see how people can be one way one day and a different way the next. Two-faced, disloyal chameleons. There's everything in this realm that's that way. I'm not surprised by betrayal and by disloyal beings and two-faced Janus beings because there's so many, and I've encountered so many even just on my YouTube channels. Many. It's what you humans do best. You're good at that. You're not good at being loyal. You're not good at being loyal, being good, kind, honest, caring beings. The vast majority of you are not that way. All over the internet. Another comment by Salty Siren. This is going by too quickly. Sorry. According to my continuous observation, experience, and calculations, I venture to say only 10 spirits in the whole realm are capable and willing to look at truth and beyond. That may even be a stretch. Again, I agree. I have to agree. I can't disagree. It could be only 3. And that's including me. There aren't many at all. Most beings on earth don't care about truth. aren't willing to look. Lazy, uncaring beings. They have no care for truth. Lazy as tiggas. Lazy as a tigger. Lazy Daisy. I'm not a member. Hello everyone. I just found this channel. I'm not a member, I haven't joined it, but Ceiling Fan Man. I'm not sure where I found this, how I found this. It might have been through Rose 777 or stumbled upon it somehow, but I gave him a little super chat donation. He played something about me being tardy late when I came in and said hello earlier, but I still responded with a small donation just to see how he'd react not only to the donation, but to the hello, we should talk live sometime. 3 people liked it. There were a bunch of people tuned in, 154 watching. I saw 160 something at one point. So it's interesting. Rose is there. Rose 777 is on there as his guest. Let's see what they have to say. I want to see what he says about me and what Rose says.
Collapsed. They also were able to use their feathers to
stay warm.
Stay warm. Yes, thank you. And they lived close
to, crunch the
billion years to cross. Okay. So imagine a structure so vast that light itself would take 10 billion years to cross. Astronomers have found one of the largest known structures in the observable universe, the Hercules corona. So here's Elon Musk saying that saving for retirement will be pointless.
One side recommendation I have is don't.
It's so much better. It made me realize a better way to say it is, to me, his hat wasn't an act of rebellion. It was just educating and informing of his point of view on it. And that it's not the same as him saying, I disagree with this. He's just trying to educate and inform and share his point of view. But I don't know why people think that just by showing your point of view, that it's an attack. That would be like, the people who put the ash on their foreheads during the Catholic thing.
Yeah.
That would be like.
Rumble people. Give me a minute. I'll try to throw it over there. Let's see. What do we have left here? Covered that. Only had 2 little things in scary space news. Let's get that out of there. Where is that? Here he is. Well, I know nothing about this other than Rose likes it, so I'll put it in here and you guys can check it out on your own discernment.
If you want scary space news, go to Ceiling Fan Man channel.
And go from there. So there we go. Okay. And the Sanity Machine just showed up, which means you're extremely tardy.
I don't feel tardy. I don't feel tardy.
So there you go. Okay. Let's see. What do we have left here? Covered that. Only had 2 little things in.
So Rose didn't say anything, didn't say hello when I joined. She was just quiet after that. That's interesting. I notice everything. And those that know me long enough and pay attention, you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean.
Finding food. And that sounds nice, but still, I just feel bad for them whenever they do die, however they do die.
They also were able to use their feathers to like
stay warm.
Stay warm. Yes, thank you. And they lived close to the ground. And yeah. So isn't that something? Low energy needed. They ate seeds.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Birds kind of hibernate in a sense. They use their feathers to stay warm. This is really, really deep stuff, really high level stuff. Huh. Oh, they're talking about avian dinosaurs. I don't know. This is why even cover this stuff? It's a little bit weird to me, but it's his channel. Cover what you want. I guess it works. This is the level people are at. Hundreds tune in. This is what they want to see.
When nobody else could find food.
Oh, you reminded me of the
Chicks Club because they were small, ground-dwelling, toothless, beaked birds that could feed on seeds when the global food chain collapsed. They also were able to use their feathers to like
stay warm.
Stay warm. Yes, thank you. And they lived close to the ground. And yeah. So isn't that something? Low energy needed. They ate seeds when nobody else could find food.
Oh, you reminded me of the Bible scripture about birds where it says we don't have to worry about them finding food. And that sounds nice, but still, I just feel bad for them whenever they do die, however they do die. I just feel like, where do they go? And are they in pain and they get old?
Just go by the Bible scripture. You're a Jew, but just go by the Bible scripture that says not to worry about birds. That makes sense. That came to your mind. What a great one. A Bible scripture that says not to worry about birds. It's written in an old book that you don't know who wrote it. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are anonymous writers. You don't even know who wrote it, according to the New Testament. I don't know. Are you quoting from or remembering from the Old Testament, the Torah? Either way, it doesn't matter. Either way, you're looking to something that's bullshit. And baby truther, to say this scripture from the Bible. I noticed that though about a lot of truthers, a lot of baby truthers, they go back to the Bible. I predicted that this would be happening, and more they're running back to the Bible, running back to God. And the more that things get worse in this realm and more fear, they'll run back to it even more. I predict fear will make even more baby truthers that pretend they're not baby truthers, but they are, will run right back to the Bible. Right into the arms of a monster. Good job. You're so smart.
Old, and I just don't want any birds to suffer, but it is.
I've shown that on my channel on the live stream, why we don't see very many birds, but I guess Rose didn't see it. She's still wondering where they go and all that sort of thing when they're dying. I've shown it. I've shown a lot on my channel, but the thing is, a lot of people spend their time on channels where they don't learn very much. And they're talking about stuff that's laughable, like fake space for a decade or fake dinosaurs. It's interesting, though. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to have a conversation with someone that covers all this stuff.
It's a nice idea.
Well, I have in the past when we've had a winter here where everything's snow covered, and I'll throw birdseed out there for them. But then maybe I'm just part of God's plan to help them eat when they can't find it. You know what I mean? So that's all that all connects. So
I actually am quite. Where do they go? And are they in pain and they get old? And I just don't want any birds to suffer, but it is a nice idea.
Well, I have in the past when we've had a winter here where everything's snow covered, and I'll throw birdseed out there for them. But then maybe I'm just part of God's plan to help them eat when they can't find it. You know what I mean? So that's all.
Yeah, God's plan. That's a good plan. And maybe it's just a nice idea. Well, most people prefer nice ideas to confronting the truth. I would say most truthers on YouTube are not truth seekers. They're ruled by their feelings and directed by feelings. They don't care what's true or not. They just want to hear things that make them feel good. And that's fine. They can do that forever. Can do that in this realm for eternity. That's essentially what this place is set up for. That's one of the ways it keeps you here. Believe in nonsense that feels good instead of facing the truth. You'll stay here forever. It's designed that way.
That all connects. So
I actually am quite bad.
in the past, when we've had a winter here where everything's snow covered, and I'll throw birdseed out there for them. But then maybe I'm just part of God's plan to help them eat when they can't find it. You know what I mean? So that's all that all connects. So
I actually am quite bad and influence nature by feeding the woodland creatures. I give lots of peanuts and not just a handful. I'm afraid that my backyard animals are dependent on me now, and I'm afraid of even going on vacation that they might starve.
well, yeah, you got to calm that down. You got to allow them to be animals. But yeah.
Well, I might be too late. I may have made a huge mistake, and I don't know how to help them learn how to find other things to eat. But they're just so cute, and they're just there every day waiting. And
Well, you know, pick your battles and pray on it is what I would say. So
PRAY or PREY?
AY.
Okay.
And I want to thank Chad for another super sticker. My machine sold. I can't tell what it is. And then we got a new member with the after party with the Captain Alien. I love the names of people's.
I feel like I influence them because I compliment.
So on my channel, Rose will call it a hell realm in the chat and live on a live stream. And she'll call God a monster at times. But on other channels, she's talking about somebody's telling her to pray to God, and she just goes along with it. So she's just a chameleon. You know what's interesting is so many animals, including many birds, live longer in so-called captivity if they're a pet, and they're happier than out in the wild, in nature, in beautiful nature, because nature is so fucking harsh and brutal, and they end up starving or getting killed. They live many years longer and often happier in captivity with other animals and with people, like people that are good to them. Including ravens live longer that way. Ravens and crows. A lot of people just love to say, oh, it's better for them in nature. But it isn't. That's the thing. You're wrong. People assume that, and they're wrong. But most things that most people say, it's wrong. It's just repeating lies, and that's what they do. Just like Rose repeating, oh, the one thing I love about the Indians is they eat every single part of the buffalo. And as she was saying it, I was thinking, oh, not this again. Jesus Christ. Not this again. Do I have to correct this for the millionth time in this realm? People just repeat shit. I've heard nurses say urine is sterile. It's a waste product full of bacteria. That's why you can do tests on it. Urinalysis tests. Nurses are so dumb. They believe themselves to be smart. They're fucking morons. Just like people that say, we only use 10% of our brain. You think the other 90% of the brain matter is sitting there dead, unused? They're retarded. They're absolutely retarded. People just repeat retarded shit. They don't think. They just repeat. Mindless repeater zombies. I wish it wasn't this way, but it is this way in this realm.
Commented them on their name earlier, and then slowly.
We got a new member with the after party with the Captain Alien. I love.
A new member means they gave him money for a month. That's what it means. It means they joined his membership club. They clicked join, and they got out their credit card.
The names of people's.
I feel like I influenced them because I complimented them on their name earlier, and then slowly over time.
I don't know why his machine's so old, though. He's accepting PayPal and Cash App and Super Chats, as you see in the chat room, the $sign there. He accepts all kinds of donations. He must be getting money with this many viewers. Why is your machine so old? Upgrade your machine with the donations.
They were like, you know what? I really like this place. I think I'm going to stick around.
I like it.
It came
and then, what is this? This Sanity Machine 333. Thank you very much. Talk Live sometime. You have a channel, I'll check it out. So I'll go look. But thank you
Well,
for
you
the super chat.
Okay, it's interesting because he believed on their name earlier, and then slowly over time, they were like, you know what? I really like this place. I think I'm going to stick around.
I like it.
It became a
And then,
member.
what is this? This Sanity Machine 333. Thank you very much. Talk Live sometime. You have a channel, I'll check it out. So I'll go look. But thank you
Well,
for
you
the super chat.
Okay, it's interesting because he believes he has his own, well, it's not his own model, but he presents the model of us existing in a hell realm because of all of the mountains of evidence that things are going so terribly wrong. So it would be interesting to hear you comment on the difference between that idea and the little season idea, because if I'm not mistaken, the reason why the little season theory is so appealing is for the same reason as the mountains of hear you comment he has his own.
What is this? This Sanity Machine 333. Thank you very much. Talk Live sometime. You have a channel, I'll check it out. So I'll go look. But thank you
Well,
for the super chat.
Okay, it's interesting because he believes he has his own, well, it's not his own model, but he presents the model of us existing in a hell realm because of all of the mountains of evidence that things are going so terribly wrong. So it would be interesting to hear you comment on the difference between that idea and the little season idea, because if I'm not mistaken, the reason why.
So you could also call it a sewer matrix. I came up with that term if you prefer that to hell realm. Is that my model? That this is a sewer matrix of recycling with the recycling bin? Is that my model? Is my Esoterica series my model? Are the other series that I've done in videos, is it my part of my model? Whose model is it then, if it isn't my model? Whose model is it?
Of us existing in a hell realm because.
And then, what is this? This Sanity Machine 333. Thank you very much. Talk Live sometime. You have a channel, I'll check it out. So I'll go look. But thank you for the super chat.
Okay, it's interesting because he believes he has his own, well, it's not his own model, but he presents the model of us existing in a hell realm because of all of the mountains of evidence that things are going so terribly wrong. So it would be interesting to hear you comment on the difference between that idea and the little season idea, because if I'm not mistaken, the reason why the little season theory is so appealing is for the same reason as the mountains of evidence of evil that we see.
All right, I'll check it out. I'll look into it. So yeah.
But just so you, I mean, to be blunt, you don't agree with each other, to be clear.
Oh, I see. All right.
Right. But it's always interesting to talk to people with different points of view.
And Uncover wants the flying cat again. I don't have that on the rotation. I'll put it back for next week. I thought everyone was done with that one.
It's interesting. I didn't even mention my model or anything. I just gave a super chat and said we should chat sometime. And she felt the need to jump in and start talking about me, just calling me he, not saying Steven, not saying, oh, hey, Steven's here. No shout out. No, oh, he was on my live stream last night. Just nothing. Just treating me like a stranger, like she doesn't even know my name. And he this and he that. And trying to explain it to him. Why not just let him figure it out on his own? Stumbling over herself, tripping over her words. It's fascinating how much they reveal. It really is. I think it is, at least. She was very surprised to see me there. She didn't want to say she was surprised, but her voice revealed it. She didn't have to say that she was surprised. She didn't think I'd ever show up on that channel while she's there live as a guest.
You seen the flying cat, Rose? So
The one that flies across the room because something fell.
The guy goes, what happened? Yeah.
Can we watch?
Oh, I'd love to talk about the little season of evil where God allows the devil here to rule. The little season. Can't remember if it's before or after Jesus reigns for 1,000 years. But they claim, these Bible believers, and that's what it comes from, that these Christians, some of them believe, were in the little season of evil, and God's just watching. allowing all this evil, well then would that make God a good God? An all-powerful, benevolent, good, caring God? And if God couldn't stop the little season, would it make God a weakling, an impotent God? See, you got to use logic with this stuff. Christians have faith and belief. They don't use the mind, logic, reason, faculties, discernment, the apophatic method. They don't do that. But they don't really care about what's true. They care about what feels good and what their faith is and belief. And they often use the words, as you heard Rose talk about, claiming I just have beliefs and it's someone else's model that I'm presenting. According to Rose, it's my belief, she said the word belief, and then said it's not my model. Fascinating to me.
I think I'm going to stick around.
I like it.
It came
And then,
over.
what is this? This Sanity Machine 333. Thank you very much. Talk live sometime. You have a channel. I'll check it out. So I'll go look. But thank you
Well,
for
you
the super chat.
Okay, it's interesting because he believes he has his own, well, it's not his own model, but he presents the model of us existing in a hell.
Well, that says it all. Her stumbling and then misrepresenting me and claiming it's not my model, and no letting on that she even knows my name. She showed exactly what she is. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello, hello. How evil to call this a, quote, little season. It's what many Christians do. It's what they believe. And they think that a good God would have a little season of evil. That God would allow Satan to have his, quote, little season of centuries, maybe even thousands of years of evil. It's great, though, isn't it? And God's still good no matter what he does or it does in their minds. Because they're not moral beings. There's Reddit posts on this. Satan's little season. I think it's for morons. It's for low IQers. And it's actually perfect in a way. It suits morons perfectly. It suits morons perfectly. Satan's little season. Sometimes it's called little season of evil or Satan's little season, where God allows Satan to do the worst of the worst, including to children. Millions of children.
We made a short about the millennial reign of Christ, the 1,000 years from Revelation 20.
Christians disagree about the end of the world, and it all comes down to one chapter in the book of Revelation that talks about the millennial reign of Christ.
And we got comments like, don't you know this already happened? Now we're in Satan's little season. So we did a little bit of research and made a short on Satan's little season.
Are we living in the little season of Satan? Looking at some ancient records of the destruction of Jerusalem, people who believe this think that Jesus did return in 70 AD and established a millennial reign. Why don't you remember learning about the millennial reign of Christ in your history books? It's because right now, in this little season, Satan has gone to deceive the nations, which means also giving us a false record of history.
And then we got a whole bunch more comments.
We got comments like this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. We got thousands of views, hundreds of comments, and they were all very strong opinioned comments. Things like, this is the true biblical interpretation, and it's so obvious.
So we went and I did a bunch of research. I mean, I have done a deep dive. We're talking hours of podcast and YouTube listening. And Jonathan and I are going to tell you a little bit more what Satan's little season eschatology is and
Hours of YouTube listening is a deep dive to her. That's a lot of research. I've done decades of research in my lifetime, my whole life, to figure out what this place is and what's actually going on. But that's the thing. Words don't mean the same thing. Research to her is watching a few hours of YouTube videos. That's a quote deep dive. It isn't just to her though. There's millions like her, this big tooth woman. Millions like her. And they get views. Small channel, 2,555 subs, 30,000 views on this shit. They always get way more views than their subs. My channel never gets that. Totally shadow banned. And most of you can't even be convinced of that. You're just, that's a huge problem that I'm dealing with, a realm of retards. I'd rather, for the most part, talk with artists. At least a lot of them have higher IQs and understand what I'm doing, and they're not insulting, and a lot of them have manners. YouTube has just turned me off to the point it's just disgusting. Just is. Most of you support shit channels. You support everything that's false. That gets all the views. It reaches people. There's hardly any of you that have any taste or care for truth or want truth. You just don't. You want bullshit.
Is it true?
Let's get into it.
We knew that there was a lot of interest on our short, but I was curious, is this actually a thing? So I looked it up on Google Trends, and sure enough, you can see around the same time that this view started getting circulated on the internet, it had pretty explosive growth for what it is. And so Satan's Little Season has been trending, Little Season has been trending, and
yeah, they call it little season of evil, Satan's little season, various things. And it comes out of the Bible, Revelation. And that's what truthers go back to. They love going back to the Bible. Go ahead. Go ahead. Follow it. Do the mental gymnastics. Pretend that your God is good when it gives Satan and evil reign over this realm. You're just fucking retarded.
I think it's going to keep going. I think this is going to get more and more popular. So what do they actually believe? So this phrase, little season, comes from Revelation chapter 20, verse 7, where it talks about the millennial reign of Christ, that after Jesus reigns for 1,000 years, Satan, who had been bound, will be loosed for a short time, or a little season, before the battle of Gog and Magog, and then the final judgment, new heavens and new earth. And so you can kind of see a timeline here. Here's how they lay out what they think has happened and what they think is going to happen.
Okay, so they think that Jesus, he died and rose again in approximately 33 AD, but that in 70 AD, he actually physically, bodily returned. So the second coming isn't coming in the future, it already happened in the past. At which point there was a 1,000-year golden age of Christianity where Jesus was ruling this world. But in approximately 1070 AD or 1776, there's a little gap there in time, Satan was released and he has begun to deceive the nations. And that's why we don't know about the 1,000-year reign of Jesus. And now we live in the little season of Satan, which is a time of deception, of not really understanding our history and how the world works. And Jesus is going to appear again. Maybe he hasn't left. Maybe he's at the North Pole. I don't know, in the Arctic. But he's going to reveal himself for a final judgment.
Yeah, and so something we want to keep in mind, this is a developing theology, and so there's not like consensus. There's no textbook that you can go to and say, this is the definitive view of little season eschatology. And so there are different people in the movement who are kind of theorizing different things. And so for some of those creators, they're saying, yeah, for sure, Jesus came back, he was here physically, we can see evidence of it. Versus other people would say, well, we believe that Jesus did reign in a way, he came back in a sense when the temple was destroyed, but there is not necessarily that physical reign component. So that makes it kind of hard to study because there are these disparate views happening even within this kind of niche theology. So maybe you noticed 1070
UFO Jesus is coming.
UFO Jesus.
UFO Jesus
Jesus is coming
to town. UFO Jesus on a surfboard. UFO Jesus is an alien. He's chill, brah. He's the savior you've been waiting for. He's the flavor the ladies love.
The flavor.
UFO Jesus has the flavor flav.
UFO Jesus.
Gets all the hot babes.
UFO.
UFO.
UFO Jesus.
UFO Jesus saves.
UFO Jesus.
Loves surfer babes.
UFO
Jesus.
Jesus. Jesus.
Thank you, Salty Siren. Yes, they are gross. They are gross. Look at their looks, and look at him looking over with his sneaky, creepy Christian side eye. creepy Christian. The double C, the CC 33, creepy Christian. CC. And she's creepy. She kind of reminds me of Don't Judge Me, except she looks younger. Don't Judge Me looks a lot older than this chick. Not just older, but more demonic.
And 1776 are not the same time on the timeline, but that's okay, because part of what makes this eschatology make sense is that they believe in a lot of conspiracy theories that make sense of that fact that there's missing pieces in the timeline.
Yeah, there are a lot of different conspiracies that go into the making of this theology. They are interwoven with each other. First is historical revisionism, that there used to be this ancient culture called Tartaria, where it was an advanced civilization, and it has been completely, or almost completely, there's clues, and it's been erased from history. So clues are things like a magnificent cathedral with pictures of angels on it. Well, they would say this isn't just some artist trying to depict an angel that they imagine or they read about in scripture. This is an artist depicting an angel that they physically saw walking with their eyes around the earth.
Or resurrected saints who were reigning with Christ. And there's also this sense of, this beautiful cathedral, we're meant to believe that that was built by people with more primitive technology than us. I can't make a cathedral, so why would we believe someone in history could? This must be a clue to something else, more advanced civilization that existed.
They believed there was a giant mud flood that got rid of much of the evidence.
There's this idea of phantom time, that 700 years have been added into our chronology, and so that's why we don't see everything lining up the way that it should if we had a better view of what was actually happening.
Yeah, and they believe that asylums were places where you were sent if you knew the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right, cover it up, call them crazy, because they actually know reality.
And just an interesting thing to think about is each of these conspiracies existed before this eschatology, and none of them are actually overtly Christian. So there are people who don't believe in the Bible who do believe all of these things are working together. But the novel idea is to take Christian eschatology and say, this explains how all of these things fit.
There's also some cosmological claims about how the world and the universe works. And one of the most interesting ones is that it's a flat Earth, that this is not a globe. And that comes from some of their readings of scripture, but first predates that was its own conspiracy theory. Also geocentrism, that the Earth is stationary and the sun moves.
And the thing is that this was a way that ancient people understood the world. And so the ancient authors of the Bible incorporated some of that language. And so there are Bible verses that you can point to that talk about the foundations of the earth that cannot be shaken. And so this is language that they are pulling from the Bible, but they're saying it's not symbolic or reflecting an ancient culture. This is the way things actually are. And so they would reject modern science, NASA, anything that would go against these ideas.
And it's also very anti-elitist. There's a lot of elite conspiracies that the Vatican, the Catholics are hiding true history and scriptures, that the Freemasons and Illuminati are hiding secrets and controlling world events. There's also quite a few anti-Semitic theories that Jewish people are trying to deceive the nations.
How is that anti-Semitic to say that Jews are involved? Anti-Semitic. It's hilarious that they put that in there. Hilarious.
Yeah, there's a lot of skepticism around things like the Talmud, the Masoretic text, which is one of the Hebrew copies of the Bible. And so there's this sense that the Judaism that we talk about today, it has something more sinister going on. And the idea is that all of these different various power centers are in collaboration with Satan, because he's ultimately the one behind all of this, deceiving us to not see the truth, which is being revealed, as they would say, through these different theories. So when we first started getting these comments about the fact that the millennial reign had already happened, we assumed that this was a version of full preterism. And that's not what they are. And so they'll be very, very clear that they are not full preterists. And that's important because full preterism says Jesus already came back. Everything in the Bible has already been accomplished. There's no prophecy yet to be fulfilled. And so people who are full preterists wouldn't be able to say the Apostles' Creed, for example, because that includes this affirmation that Jesus will return to judge the living and the dead. So you can see full preterism would say all prophecy fulfilled by 70 AD or around then with the destruction of the temple. Versus in Satan's Little Season, they say, well, a lot of the prophecy was fulfilled, but we're still awaiting some of that last end time stuff.
So does that mean that they don't believe in a new heavens and new earth?
Well, that's another difference. So full preterists would say this is the new heavens and new earth, and there's variations within that, of course. Satan's Little Season people would say, actually, we are still awaiting that. Jesus is going to bring a final great white throne judgment, and then the new heavens and new earth is going to come. So this is an important distinction because oftentimes when people are refuting or rebutting Satan's Little Season, they'll say, well, this is just a form of preterism. And I think it's a fair thing for Satan's Little Season people to say, no, it's not. This is something different. We have a unique view on what we think is going on.
But could you believe in something like Satan's Little Season and maybe it would lead you to full preterism?
Well, that's the interesting thing. There's actually been a couple of different major figures in the movement who have left Little Season eschatology and adopted full preterism.
So here are some of the reasons that people find Satan's Little Season appealing. It asks legitimate questions about like Matthew 24:34 and the timing of this generation. That's one of the things I noticed is there seems to be this earnest desire to understand what Scripture means in like a very literal way. And so it does ask many legitimate questions.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of people coming to Little Season eschatology from dispensationalism, which has this understanding that everything is in the future, things like the rapture and the tribulation. And so Little Season eschatology takes Jesus seriously at his word. When he says, this generation will not pass away, they say, well, Jesus didn't lie. And so that generation must have experienced his second coming. And so I think that's actually a good thing about this view. They want to go back to the Bible and they want to say, what does Jesus really say? And they want to take that seriously no matter where that leads them.
Those that are attracted to this theology also find that many Americans and their Christian kind of loyalty to the nation state of Israel is unhealthy. And like there's things that Israel has done and is doing, especially in places like Gaza, that seem to be very wrong. And when a group of Christians is just uncritically supporting Israel, it can be very confusing. And so they're trying to find then a theology that lines up with that and provides room for critiquing Israel.
They also, I think, take seriously the fact that there's a number of different parts of our history as humans that we just don't know and are a little mysterious and a little confusing. And so this is an appealing way of thinking about our history because it provides some of those answers. It connects some dots that otherwise we as a society haven't been able to connect yet.
And it's like this special knowledge, right? There's like this in-crowd feeling to it that it provides a way of thinking that's like hidden and mysterious and secret and only available to like some Christians.
Yeah, and I think that also adds to this community feel. This is something that is taking off not necessarily in in-person church services, but it is taking off online. And so people are able to find their people and then investigate more. Like we said, this is not a fully formed theology. A lot of people are still trying to put the pieces together. And so it kind of feels like you're putting together this great big puzzle with your friends, and it's leading you to Jesus. So I can totally appreciate why this is a growing movement and people are interested in it.
But appealing doesn't mean true.
So here's what makes it really clever and really hard to refute. Basically, any piece of evidence you can imagine coming from an expert in history or science or sociology is just part of the deception, right? That was Satan working through that elite institution to trick us. Any piece of archaeological findings has been manipulated. Like, there is no real piece of evidence that could be brought to bear that would show these claims to be false. And so I want to kind of challenge that idea. And if you're watching this video and you are believing in Satan's little season, I'm really curious, like, is there any piece of evidence that would make you change your mind? Because I can think of things that I've learned over time and it's changed my mind. A new piece of evidence has come and I've said, I think I was wrong and I'm going to go in this direction now. But it seems like...
Are these two scatologists or something? I think they might be scatologists. I'm gonna help them out. Their theory looks like this. And they're retarded saying, I did it. I finished the Rubik's Cube. I solved it. And we're looking at it going, it doesn't add up. You didn't get all the colors to match on each side of the cube. You have to get it on all 6 sides. You didn't even come close. You didn't solve it. And they're saying, yes, I did. It adds up. God's allowing a little season, Satan's little season of evil, because God's good. And we're like, that doesn't add up. You didn't solve it. You just retarded. you're retarded. You believe you solved it, but you didn't solve it. Get rid of that cake doers, whatever that is, in the chat. Whatever that is came in with a weird comment. Whoever they are, they couldn't say hi. They can't be a decent being. Fuck them. Ban them. Ban them. Cockroach. Cockroach. Thank you, Wendy. That's another retard. I'm not tolerating these cockroaches with no manners. Don't come in with something stupid, some stupid comment. So the retards would say they solved the Rubik's Cube, and it looks like this. It isn't solved. And also the retards, the retards. The retards believe that the New Jerusalem looks like this. 1,500 miles tall, 1,500 miles cubed. The New Jerusalem is a cube. 1,500 miles each. Do you want to be trapped inside of a cube and call it heaven? The New Jerusalem's supposed to be the new heaven on earth. And they give the measurements in the Bible. Yeah, get rid of that retard in the chat. We don't want retards here. Hello, TG. Hello, TG. How are you, TG? I'm not sure, Salty, but maybe this will work. They're obsessed, obviously. They're a creature that's obsessed. They belong in the cube. They belong in this cube. The new Jerusalem, the new heaven on earth. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you. Since the Sanity Machine is newly back up, I didn't want to change it to 7 days, but I might put it to 7 days again. Anyway, whatever the creature's doing, they're playing games. Probably multiple accounts, maybe with a hidden symbol or something. It looks like the same account, but I don't think it is. But they play demon games because they're obsessed. They're obsessed.
Like in this little season eschatology, there's no room for a piece of evidence to do that, because any evidence that's presented that it goes against the claim is immediately falsified as being part of the deception. So we mentioned a lot of people who come to little season eschatology are coming out of and rejecting dispensationalism, but here's the kicker. They're actually keeping dispensationalism. They're using the same hermeneutic, the same way of interpreting the Bible as dispensational readers. They're just putting all of those events in the past rather than where dispensational puts them all in the future. And so here's a list of things that are in common.
White people didn't invent slavery. In fact, they were the first to end it. Yet somehow saying this is controversial. Watch what happens when someone says it out loud.
The reason there is no slavery in the world today, I mean, there's a lot of slavery in the world today, but in the parts of the world where there's no slavery, is because the British Empire ended it. That's why there is no slavery. That is... Well, look, the fact that you are uneducated about history doesn't mean it's funny. So let me educate you now. Let me educate you now. I know that the woke narrative and the anti-Western narrative on slavery... Well, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you? You're not practicing free speech very well, are you? The moment I say something you don't like, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you, sir?
Let's be clear. Slavery is evil, but it's an ancient human evil practiced by everyone to everyone. 4 years ago, I went to Ghana. I stood in a slave dungeon where people who looked like me sold people who looked like me to white people. But long before Europeans began the transatlantic slave trade, there was a trans-Saharan slave trade. For over 1,000 years, brown Arab slavers sold millions of black Africans across the Sahara. Then came the Barbary slave trade. In North Africa, Arab and African raiders captured and sold over 1 million white Christian Europeans. China, Korea, Japan, India, every one of them practiced slavery. Europeans did take slavery to another scale when they came to Africa. But it's not because they were more evil, It's because they had the technology to commit evil on an industrial scale. So, which major power stopped slavery first? The British, in large part because of pro-human Christian values. The same values America was founded on. The same values that drove white Americans to fight other white Americans to free black Americans in the Civil War. Values missing in places like Libya, where today you can buy a human being for $400. White people aren't better than anyone else, but they're also not worse. Yet, some black people are taught to hate white people, and many white people are taught to hate themselves. We keep pretending evil has a color, as if less melanin means less morality. That lie makes us ignore history and fuels racial hatred. Right now, much of that hatred is aimed at white people. But why should black or brown people care? Because hatred is a hot coal that we hold in our hand, waiting to throw at another. It burns them, but it burns us too. It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending black degeneracy. And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility, and then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people. Because in our capacity for good and evil, we are all equals.
I came across this video by this wonderful black guy, and it generated in me the urge to talk about slavery and all the lies and misconceptions that follows it. I'm a bona fide African, born and raised in Africa, so I think my account on slavery, especially from an African perspective, matters a lot. Now, you've probably heard before that white people invented slavery. Of course you've heard, okay? Because this narrative is being repeated on social media, in college classrooms, and even in pop culture, okay? It's being repeated everywhere. But what if I told you that that is not only historically false, but it is also dangerously misleading? Now, this video is not an attempt at making excuses for anyone, but it is a way of discussing this issue on a fuller, more honest historical view. Because here is the deal. White people did not invent slavery, but they ended it on a global scale. And I'm saying this as a bona fide African, okay? A bona fide African person who gives priority to facts over...
Legally abolished it, fought to end it at great expense of our lives, the blood of white people, British and others, and our fortune, meaning our money, had to borrow money and went into debt trying to stop slavery. The British went into debt over that. Take a look at this. There's your heaven. Yeah, they are melanin obsessed, absolutely. There's heaven. The black cubes that they put all over the realm, same as the new heaven on earth. And this is great. People don't think this is slavery. They call it heaven, to be trapped in a black cube forever. That's somehow heaven to them. It's heaven. The black cube of Saturn. Well, it looks very much like the depiction of heaven, the new heaven on earth, the new Jerusalem. Very similar. And what do the slaves do? They applaud. They want it. As for slavery, most humans are slaves. Mental and spiritual slaves. Yeah. Mental and spiritual slaves. Mental slaves, spiritual slaves.
Emotional grievances. Yes, slavery was horrific, okay? And no one should ever, ever justify it. But if we are going to talk about slavery, then let us talk about all of it. The full, uncomfortable global truth. Slavery has existed for thousands of years in every corner of the world, okay? In ancient Egypt, slaves helped build the pyramids. In Greece and Rome, entire economies ran on slave labor. The Chinese Empire used forced labor for massive infrastructure projects. The Ottoman Empire enslaved Europeans, Africans, and individuals from within its own territory. The Aztecs and the Mayans enslaved neighboring tribes. The Berbers, which refers to the pirates and slave traders from the coastal region of North Africa, specifically the Maghreb, that is the Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, and Tripolians, okay? They enslaved white people, Europeans. The Native Americans enslaved each other, as well as other neighboring tribes, okay? Everybody did it. Every race, every tribe. The brutal truth is that slavery was humanity's original sin, not Europe's. Now let's talk about Africa, because this is where the narrative often gets uncomfortable for some of us. Long before Europeans arrived Africa, okay, African societies were already enslaving each other. The kingdom of Dahomey in Benin, they built wealth by raiding villages and selling captives into slavery. The Ashanti region in Ghana, same thing. Slavery was a status symbol, a business, and a cultural norm. We're not just talking about domestic servitude, guys. We're talking about full-on human trafficking, okay? Long before the first Europeans set foot on African soil, Africans sold Africans into slavery. The transatlantic slave trade would not have been possible without African complicity. European traders didn't just march into the jungle and snatch people away. African leaders, kings, chiefs, and merchants captured and sold their own people, sometimes prisoners of war, other times innocent civilians that were captured by these kings and other leaders. Historian Henry Louis Gates Jr., a black scholar by the way, put it this way, okay? He put it very concisely. He said, without complex business partnerships between African elites and European traders, the Atlantic slave trade would have been impossible. Black Africans captured, packaged, and sold other black Africans to white traders. That is a historical fact, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard of Mansa Musa of Mali, one of the richest men of the 14th century. But are you aware of how he greatly enriched himself, okay?
Okay. He wasn't one of the richest men. That's another myth. It's another internet myth that you believe because it's on YouTube. I showed a video of how laughable that is. But a lot of what people believe is just a joke. He was not the richest man in the world.
Historical fact, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard of Mansa Musa of Mali, one of the richest. That is a historical fact, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard of Mansa Musa of Mali, one of the richest men of the 14th century. But are you aware of how he greatly enriched himself, okay? Of how he was greatly enriched by slavery, buying and selling of fellow Africans. I'm sure you are not aware of this because this truth doesn't fit the usual narrative. Here's what's really acknowledged. White Europeans were the first to abolish slavery. Yeah. Britain banned the slave trade in 1807. The Royal Navy actually patrolled the African coast to stop slave ships. William Wilberforce, a white Christian male, conservative man, fought for decades to outlaw slavery in the British Empire. In America, over 600,000 people died in the Civil War, majority of whom were white men fighting to end slavery. But while white men were dying and giving their lives for slavery to be abolished, something interesting was happening in Africa, okay? Other Africans, kings, tribal leaders, warriors were fighting to keep slavery alive. They were giving their lives to keep their fellow Africans enslaved and in bondage. Isn't that interesting? The king of Dahomey, yes, black royalty, were among those who resisted and refused to stop selling slaves, okay? He literally told
Black royalty? What?
British envoys that ending the
We was Kangs.
slave trade would destroy his economy. According to records from 1849, Dahomey's king said this: "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and glory of their wealth. The mother lures the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery." Different powerful figures in different African nations refused to end slavery because they were profiting off of it. In my country, Nigeria, the British had to come back with ammunition and weapons and launch a full-blown fight against us for our leaders to surrender and end slavery on Nigerian soil. Now, let that sink in. While the British were using their military to shut down slave ships, some African kingdoms were begging them to let it continue. Also, I have a question for us. Did any African empire or individual ever build ships, form expeditions, or wage wars to bring back the millions of men, women, and children shipped across the Atlantic? No, not once, not ever, not even a single expedition, not a single boat built. Also, they didn't try to rescue the descendants.
On Restream, I'm not seeing some of Salty's comments. Couldn't get any more backwards. That didn't even show up for me. So I don't know if it's Restream or YouTube, but certain comments are not getting through to me, unfortunately. I had to check it on YouTube.
Of the enslaved. They moved on. Why? Because they profited off of it. Their wealth, their status, their power was all built on slave trade. Also, if we are serious about truth, okay, we can't stop with Africa. The Arab slave trade lasted longer, reached further, and was often more brutal. From the 7th century until the early 20th century, Arab traders enslaved black Africans, primarily men, castrated them, and sold them throughout the Middle East, India, and even the Ottoman Empire. In fact, many historians estimate that over 17 million Africans were enslaved by Arab Muslims, far more than the 12 million transported in the transatlantic slave trade. And yet, where is the outrage? Where are the demands for reparations? Where is the...
I agree, it's a backwards world. It's a backwards, inverted, upside down, inside out world, all at once. It isn't just inverted. This world is upside down, backwards, and inside out, like wearing a shirt that's inside out. A t-shirt or a button-up shirt, and it's inside out. It looks ridiculous. That's what this realm is. That's what this realm is. It's upside down, backwards, and inside out. It's twisted up like a pretzel. And people love it. They pretend white people are evil in this world. We've been far too generous and giving and accepting and allowing ourselves to be stomped on and treated like doormats. White people have suicidal altruism. We've allowed way too much. And it's time to change.
The demonization of Arab Muslims, the way we see for white Europeans. It is all silent, always silent, because the narrative has been rigged to blame one group, ignoring.
This hell realm is everything that it should not be, that a realm should not be. It's completely averse to where I'm from. It's the opposite of everything. All of it. It's all warped here. That's why I say this place shouldn't even exist. It's too wrong and too bad and too wicked and evil to exist. It should never have existed. A creation like this, it's that fucking warped and bad. And most people in this realm treat it like it's normal, which shows me so much. Beyond words. I could write a whole book, hundreds of thousands of words just on that. Just on how most people view everything here as normal.
The rest. So why is it that only white people get blamed for slavery today? Why are children in Western schools being taught that white equals oppressor and black equals victim, while history tells a much more complicated and shared story? Today's anti-white rhetoric isn't justice. It is revenge wrapped in identity politics, and it is also poison. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't teach slavery. We absolutely should, but we should teach all of it. All of it. Not a version that keeps black people trapped in a cycle of blame and helplessness, nor a version that presents Africans and Arabs as innocent victims and Europeans as demons. You cannot build a future when you are obsessed with victimhood. You cannot take responsibility for your life while blaming people who look nothing like the little minority of those who wronged your ancestors almost 400 years ago. We all deserve better than the lies we were told. We deserve better than victim narratives that strip us of our dignity. Yes, as an African, my ancestors were enslaved, okay? Some were brutalized, but others were part of the problem, part of the evil system. And recognizing that doesn't make me self-hating. It makes me truth-loving. Our greatness isn't found in pretending we were perfect victims, okay? No, it is found in learning from all of it. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and rising above it all. Slavery was a global horror, enabled by kings and conquerors of every race, every single race on earth. But only one group is still forced to carry the guilt. Why? Now, why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because I'm tired of the lazy narrative. The one that says that all white people are guilty by default. The one that teaches young black kids that they are permanent victims. I'm tired of it all, okay? If we want healing, it should start with telling the truth. And if we want unity, we must stop weaponizing history to shame people today for sins of the past that only a minuscule of them, a minuscule of their ancestors committed. The transatlantic slave trade ended because Western civilization chose to end it. And that, despite all the darkness, is a legacy that is also worth remembering. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts. These are my opinions. Please feel free to share yours.
All right, so people that would like to defend this hell realm, and I talk about it being a sewer matrix, how much is spent on global waste? I don't even think this is sewage. This is just municipal waste management, just trash. Hundreds of billions per year. What a great design by God. Isn't it? Hundreds of billions per year. That's just municipal garbage. Global waste. Well, it isn't a globe, but they love using global, 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 global. You notice they never say earth-wide, worldwide. They always say global. It's just more programming. But beyond the globe aspect of it, the hundreds of billions, I think that's accurate. This is a realm that creates waste. What a great design by your so-called God. Good job. Good job. We have to spend hundreds of billions on waste. I don't know who this Amber Lance person is. They claim they've been around for a long time. Never in the chat and never in the comments that I can remember. I don't know who you are. Why are you typing in all caps in my chat? Sour? S-A-U-R? What are you talking about? Why are you typing in all capitals? You stand out like a sore thumb here. God loves shit and garbage. Yeah, waste. It's a sewer matrix realm full of shit. Bad eyesight, really. I've seen people say that before. Yeah, you seem like a troll. I'm not triggered. I just prefer higher quality. That's all. Goodbye, cockroach. You typed a lot, didn't you? Goodbye, cockroach. Imagine doing anything to avoid learning. That's what creatures do. They do anything to avoid learning. Total losers. Total losers. And cowards. Why don't you come on live and use your voice? Yeah, it is wonderful, isn't it? Maybe it's just on my channel. Maybe they're not allowing me to ban or something. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with my channel. Yeah, I'm inviting you on, poor eyesight loser. Amber Lance. And the other creature. Why don't you join me?
What happened?
I wonder if Amber Lance is a guy pretending to be a girl. No one wants you here, losers. You're just cockroaches. That's all that you are. Cockroaches. It isn't just the spelling. Their low IQ is atrocious. Their behavior's atrocious. They're losers. Cockroaches. It's all that they are. And that's all that they'll ever be. Cockroaches. Losers, cockroaches. That's what they are. Burn in hell. Rot here forever. Creepy creatures. Go worship your big fat pig, Polly. Pig Polly, porta potty Polly. Go worship that fat, ugly, demonic mess of a slave that's going to be blowing that hideous monster that it calls God forever. Go worship that thing. Go worship it. Go worship it. Go worship it. I'm going to start reporting your channel, Amber Lance. How about that, you pig? Bear with me, everyone. I'm working on something. I'm still here. Please give me a chance to take care of the cockroaches that love to harass their demons, and they belong in this realm. They're absolute losers.
Losers!
They copy and mimic.
They steal and gimmick, pretending to be what they are not, what they can never, ever be.
They're on the bottom feeders.
Wanting to be on top, they harass and stalk, they never stop.
Obsessed bitches and holy witches.
Ugly, ugly beasts, they envy and seethe with jealous little snake eyes.
Demonic behaviors.
They lie and lie, they spread rumors and cry fake tears.
They fear the authentic.
They make me sick.
They can't handle true artists.
Demonic fucks. Demonic behaviors. Losers. 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 Demonic.
Creepy creatures. Failures. No futures.
They can stay here in hell.
All right, everyone. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. I've been live streaming now for 9 hours, 26 minutes, and I am tired, so I'm going to lay down and get some sleep. I hope everyone has a good day. Happy Sun's Day. And sorry to Joe and any other ones that maybe had to resubscribe to the Sanity Machine recently. Once I changed the days for the chat, it locked out Joe from being able to type. And that's due to demonic behavior, demonic losers. And that's all they do. And I've said they have to be sealed in here because they'll harass, follow, stalk, obsess forever. It's the way they are. They show it all the time. They show you what this realm is. And I just hope people see it. I don't know how many do. I think Salty Siren's probably right. It's probably closer to 10 or under, unfortunately. There's very few in this realm. And most can't even see demonic behavior.
So, meanwhile, in modern, diverse and culturally enriched Britain, we have a shining example of just how unified our society really is, thanks to open borders and multiculturalism. Because here is an immigrant gentleman talking about how London should become its own country. Why? Because he doesn't like the rest of Britain. Because people are anti-illegal immigration.
Bro, can we turn London into its own country and make Wembley the capital? Because I don't like the rest of the country. They're too scary, bruv. They're actually very intimidating. They always try to say, get out of my little country, you little bastard. They always say something like that, and I just don't like it. They're a bit scary. And I haven't met anyone from any other area that's normal.
Utterly ridiculous. 99% of people who are calling for deportations are mostly calling for the deportation of illegals because, well, they simply shouldn't be here. And if that makes you dislike them, if you think there is something wrong with upholding the rule of law, then perhaps there is an issue with yourself. But I actually agree with him. London really does look like its own distinct country. It really does not resemble England at all. I wonder, what do you think the people who actually built London would think of modern day London and its mayor, Sadiq Khan? Share your thoughts in the comments down below. Share your thoughts. So, just your average day in Saudi Arabia. Sorry, hold on. I had a little speech error there. Sorry, I mean modern Sadiq Khan's London. What exactly do you notice about this image? Please let me know in the comments down below. I'll tell you what I notice. Absolutely wonderful, thriving diversity. This image truly is the future of Britain. Because wonderful politicians like Zach Polanski, who most definitely have our best interests at heart, want the entirety of Britain to be exactly like this image. Which of course means being incredibly diverse, despite the fact that this image technically isn't diverse whatsoever. To them, diversity simply means no English, Irish, Welsh or Scottish. The less English...
Diversity to them means no white people in any country. It's not just British. It's not just no British. It's no white people. That's what diversity means. That's what they want. That's what they want.
I've been living in Africa now for over 5 years, and in that time, I've seen waves of Americans come, but also go. And normally they're not leaving because they prefer living in America or they just hate living in Africa. Although sometimes that is the case. Typically they're leaving because of challenges that are just too hard to ignore. That's why it's super important that we have an honest conversation about why Black Americans just can't seem to stay in Africa. Shalom, my name is No Limit Eddie. I'm an American who moved to Africa at just 21 years old, and I've documented the last 5 years of my travel journey right here on this YouTube channel to make your move to Africa even easier. If that sounds interesting to you, then drop a like on today's video. Let's kick this list off with reason number 1. So recently I met a Black American woman who's been living here in Uganda, and she owns some land here and has been hiring locals to help, develop it and build it. She's paying them more than they would earn if they work for other people in the area. She is paying them on time, which is super, super rare here in Uganda. And then number 3, she hires like local women in the area to cook for the employees so that they can eat while they're working. The workers keep stealing from her. They take the tools that she buys and they go to town and sell them. She buys 10 bags of concrete, but somehow only 6 of them end up on a work site. So now she has to watch everyone like a hawk. This brings me on to reason number 1, why many Black Americans leave Africa is, well, they feel like they're at a constant disadvantage. Most Africans that I've met believe that Black Americans are a result of white people and African people breeding together. And Mzungu means like white man. They believe it's perfectly acceptable to lie to the Mzungu, to steal from the Mzungu, to mistreat the Mzungu. And the logic they use to justify this or to make it okay is, well, you have money and I don't. And you see, being an American means you earn dollars, and earning dollars means in eyes of locals, you are rich. Speaking of dollars, if you guys want to know how to continue to make US dollars while you're traveling the world and living abroad, I highly encourage you to pick up a copy of my book, 14 Ways to Make Your Very First Dollar Online, even if you're dead broke. All right? You can pick up a copy right now by pulling out your phone and scanning the QR code that you see. Number 2, why so many Black Americans leave Africa, and that is the lack of stability. Most Black Americans are setting up their long-term lives on tourist visas. You see, a tourist visa, like on the high end, will allow you to stay in the country for about 90 days. But budget travelers have found a bit of a glitch in the system. You see, when you fly out the country for 24 hours and fly back in, well, they're going to issue you a new visa. So what many Black Americans are doing is they spend 90 days in the country, then they fly out for 24 hours, come back in for another 90 days. And by the time you do that 4 times, you spent 12 months in that country. And as they say, the math is mathing, right? But this is also how many people get caught with their pants down. Remember the example of a friend who booked the Airbnb and they moved all their stuff in and moved the owner stuff out? They may have a plan that's quite similar to where they're like, look, I got the spot for 2 weeks. Don't worry, before the 2 weeks expire, I'll rebook for another 2 weeks and then rebook for another 2 weeks. It's gonna work perfectly. And it might work great for a while, but then one day they check the app and the owner has closed out the booking availability. They had to figure out how to move all their stuff out quickly, how to get a U-Haul, how to move the owner stuff back in, how to repaint the walls, how to fill in the holes, and how to take all their photos down. That scenario of your plan falling apart has happened so many times. It actually happened to hundreds, if not thousands of people, Black Americans, in Tanzania while I was living there. So then it becomes, well, if you're smart, what you do is you only buy and own things that you can easily fit in your backpack or in your suitcase. And that trade-off means you never really feel comfortable, and many people are just not willing to make that trade-off. And so reason number 2 is bad, but the reason I'm going to share next can make it feel 100 times worse. And that is reason number 3. Now, in Egypt, a country I lived in for over 3 years, I have residency, I have a national ID, I got a motorcycle. I could go back to Egypt right now today and be overly sturdy. But where I am right now in Uganda, I'm doing that whole tourist visa nonsense that I just told you about. Now, why would I leave residency to come deal with the tourist visa nonsense? Enough said. But I really do hate all of that tourist visa nonsense. And so I decided to have a sit-down conversation with a high-profile immigration lawyer here in the country. And the biggest takeaway from the meeting is that I qualify for one visa, which is the business visa, and it comes at a cost of $7,500. Now, that same week that, we had the meeting, as I'm thinking through, what do I want to do? We had a 16-hour power outage in my area. So that brings me on to reason number 3, why many Black Americans decide to leave Africa, and that is there are better options. You see, Of course, I'm not going to pay $7,500 for a piece of paper that lets me stay in a country that doesn't even provide me with stable electricity. What you end up doing is you look for other options in other countries, and you find that there's way better options. For example, in Paraguay, all I have to do is go there with a birth certificate, go there with a background check from the FBI, and they're going to issue me a 2-year temporary residence permit. And after those 2 years, I get a 3-year residency permit, and after those 3 years, I'm able to apply for citizenship. If you want to get citizenship in Africa, you basically have to figure out how to walk on water, because you need to be doing miracles. And to make things even crazier, is like with these places that are offering you easy residency, easy citizenship, the malls are nicer, the roads are nicer, the quality of life is better. You can fly around the continent of South America for $50, $100 from country to country. The truth is, I'm in a very unique position in life to where I can truly have the world open to me. It doesn't matter if I'm in Africa, if I'm in Asia, if I'm in South America. I can go where I'm going to be treated best, because wherever I have my laptop is where I have my income, right? And so if you're also interested in learning how to create an online business that gives you the freedom to live anywhere you want in the world, go ahead and pick up a copy of my book, 14 Ways to Make Your Very First Dollar Online, even if you're dead broke. Or if you're watching this on your PC or your phone, go ahead and click the link that is in the pinned comment. All right. Now, a huge reason that people move to Africa is that they're expecting to have a reduced cost of living. But the thing is, in Africa, yesterday's price is not always today's price. And that brings me onto reason number 4. So imagine you have a savings account and you check the balance one night before bed and it says $10,000 in it. Okay, not bad. And then you decide to check it again at the end of the month. You haven't added anything to it, but you also haven't spent anything out of it. So you're expecting it might be just a little bit above 10K because, you know, a little interest payment should have hit. But when you check the account, however, you only see $6,700. Your heart's going to drop. You're going to ask yourself, well, where the heck did all my money go? You see, the Americans over in Ghana didn't have to imagine that scenario, because that's practically what happened to them. In April to May of 2025 over in Ghana, the exchange rate completely flipped against those who held US dollars. And so overnight, everything became 30% more expensive. That's why my reason number 4 why many Black Americans leave Africa is that sometimes Africa gets too expensive. Now, sometimes the exchange rate changing is only a temporary thing, but other times it's permanent and continues to get worse. And so many people have like this false concept that Africa is cheap. And Africa is only cheap if you're going to live like a local. But for those of you guys who are watching this video on your 55-inch TV screen or your brand new iPhone, you're not ready to live like a local. And so Africa will not be cheap for you. You're not ready to not have a hot water heater in your home. You're not ready to take showers with a bucket. You can't stomach eating these same 5 foods in very similar combinations every single day. You're just not cut out for it, and neither am I. And so what happens is, in many cases, when people start seeing their cost of living, the cost of food, the cost of rent rising too quickly, most of the time what they actually do is go to a place where they're able to earn more money. And a lot of times that place happens to be back to the States. And so I get one question a lot, which is like, can I move to Africa on Social Security? Can I move to Africa on fixed income? My answer is always yes and no. Okay. Yes, because I mean, my cost of living is less than $1,000 per month, right? But no, in the fact that at any given time, something out of your control, let's just say, for example, the exchange rate can shift, and now where you were living comfortable, you're now extremely uncomfortable because your cost of living has tripled overnight, right? And so it's important that even if you are on a fixed income, you find a way to still generate income, just so you have these back.
El Diablo.
Get 'em.
Roast them! Roast the roaches. Roast them! I'm a little piss ants.
Little piss ants.
Little piss ants. Weak, degenerate, pissy pants.
You're just peasants without sense, without thoughts, without anything.
Failures at life. Losers!
You see, you hear, you believe, you repeat, you loop and you loop again and again.
Lifetime upon lifetime.
Failures
Throughout all of time.
Piss ants, peasants,
Cockroaches! You never learn! You return here in hell to burn. Recycled again and again. You don't remember.
you seek a savior.
You pack of losers, fools, druggies, niggas, and boozers.
This is your home, all alone, sealed in a fucking tomb.
Little bitches, zombies, little piss ants, peasants, cockroaches, losers! Stay here, demons!
Stay here.
Little piss ants and burn, burn.
It's what you evil fucks have
Earned. Stay here and burn in hell. Burn, 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 burn forever.
Envious, hateful little creatures, little cockroaches coming around. Good night, everyone. They will never be me. These envious little freaks, little creatures that love to dress in drag. They'll never be me. Good night, mad love to all the good, true spirits. And burn the cockroaches, burn the demons.
intuition.
Intuition.
Recognition.
Awareness. A mind. A mind. Illuminated.
Illuminated.
A kind of beauty. Beauty from within.
Within.
Within. Intuition. Intuition. From within. Midnight feathers of wisdom. Raven eyes.
Raven eyes.
Spiritual eyes. See through matrix lies. Worldly lies. Intuition.
See.
From within.
Spiritual sight.
Spiritual vision.
Illuminated mind.
Intuition.
Seeing. Seeing.
Seeing.
Truly.
Intuition.
Intuition.
Oh, hey. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit. Unlimited consciousness. Unlimited creation. Eternity awaits. Eternal spirits. Eternal creations. Eternal imaginations from within. From within. Timeless in eternity. Traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.
No entities can contain me.
I am free. I choose freedom. Choose freedom. Choose freedom. Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own being.